inner workings. And let me acknowledge, I see former Senator Ed Riley here in the front row as well.
And I just have my
Yes,
two witnesses.
Yes,
to come up
bring
to
them
save
up.
A little bit of time.
Correct. So I've got Robert
Bills.
Brown, Robert T. Brown, and Sarah Widman are your two witnesses. Senator Klausmeyer, and we're on
Okay,
Senate Bill
thank you.
879, and you take the time you need. Again, given my speech,
Oh,
try to be brief.
I think I have so much written, it's probably going to be about an hour.
Okay.
So, but let me say, you guys might be the Clydesdales, but I consider the finance to be the Palominos, just so you know. That's our mascot. I just made it up, so. So good afternoon, Chair Feldman and Vice Chair Kagan and members of the Senate Education, Energy and Environment Committee. I'm here to present Senate Bill 879, which is a straightforward bill to repeal the provision that prohibits a shellfish aquaculture leaseholder from harvesting shellfish between the hours of sunset and sunrise, and replaces it with a provision stating that shellfish cannot be harvested outside the house established in regulation by the Department of Natural Resources. The department must consult with the Aquaculture Coordinating Council when establishing these regulations. Shellfish harvest in the summer months are subject to additional control measures to ensure the product remains safe for consumers. One consequence of these measures is that during certain months, the amount of time a harvester can work their lease can be as little as 4 hours, which may not be economical. Senate Bill 879 will address this by giving DNR, the Aquaculture Coordinating Council, the flexibility to set harvest times that are best for Maryland shellfish aquaculturists. This legislation came about through the work of the Summer Harvest Work Group within the Aquaculture Coordinating Council. You should have letters of support from the ACC and from DNR in your bill file. And I just want to let you know, I am on that council, and that is why I'm bringing this bill to you. So, and I thank you and asked you for a favorable report on Senate Bill 879. And
Okay. Thank you, Senator Klausmeyer. Let's go to the two witnesses, then we'll take some questions. Who wants to go for it? Mr. Brown, would you like to? And we're going to be on a 2-minute clock for you two. Okay, so
yes.
Why don't you tell us who you are, and you're on the 2-minute clock.
Yep. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair, and committee members. My name is Sarah Widman. I'm with the Maryland Department of Natural Resources, where I'm an Associate Director for Fishing and Boating Services. I'm here to testify in favor of Senate Bill 879. The bill allows the department to set harvest times while ensuring safe and adequate time for industry to harvest during the warmer months. Under current laws, during the most restrictive times, shellfish has to be delivered to a dealer by 10:30 in the morning. And with the harvest beginning around 6 those days, as the senator just mentioned, that's only about 4.5 hours to harvest and get the product back to land, thus making it not economical for remote areas or remote landing locations. What the bill allows is increased safe harvest time, which means increased economic opportunities in the summer. And consultation with the Aquaculture Coordinating Council ensures input for setting harvest times from state agencies with roles in public health and shellfish sanitation, along with the aquaculture industry and commercial fisheries input. Additionally, I just want to note that DNR is interested in harvest time adjustments during the summer Vibrio control months, when the Vibrio control plan is active. And then we're not looking to change anything in the wild oyster season itself. And we're not looking to change anything for aquaculture during the wild oyster season. So for these reasons, we respectfully ask the committee for a favorable report. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Brown?
Chair, members of this committee. My name is Robert T. Brown. I'm president of the Maryland Watermen's Association. Many of us, not Maryland watermen, are aquaculturists also. And what this does, we want to get our product to the public in the highest standard that it can be. This has to do with safety on the seafood part. We need to get it under refrigeration as soon as possible. And this flexibility that the Department of Agriculture Council would have will permit us to do this, to give us the best product that we can put out there and keep everybody in good shape. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for Senator Klausmeyer or the two witnesses? Okay, seeing none, that concludes bill hearing on Senate Bill 879. We're gonna next go to Senator Mouts on Senate Bill 847. And Senator, we've got William Miles signed up as your sponsor panelist. Is Mr. Miles here in the audience? Senator Mouts?
Thank you, Chairman and members. It's an honor to be here again to present this legislation. Bill Miles is here. I'm not sure if he's available right now, but I think we can move forward.
Okay, why don't you, if he shows up, we'll take him to the table. So again, we're on Senate Bill 847. So you take time you need to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and committee members. Again, it's a great honor to be here. Senator Johnny Mouse for District 37, representing Caroline, Talbot, Dorchester, and Wacomico counties. Senate Bill 847 is a bill requested on behalf of the delegation. It's come to us from the county. They've requested that we submit a bill that would eliminate the 10:30 cutoff for deer hunting that's currently in effect for Sundays. We've got written testimony. We have a delegation letter by myself. I'm the one member of the delegation who voted for it. We've got a letter from the county. We've got a letter from the Maryland Forest Association. We have a letter from the Hunters of the Maryland General Assembly. And we also have a letter of support from the Dorchester Farm Bureau. This is an issue the committee's debated, you're very familiar with, and it's an honor to present it, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Okay, since the witness isn't here yet, any questions for Senator Mouts on Senate Bill 847? Okay, seeing none, thank you, Senator. We do have a couple of unfavorable witnesses plus one virtual unfavorable. So is Christy Claggett here? And then also is Joyce Bell here? Ms. Bell? Okay, Ms. Claggett, you are signed up unfavorables, so
Yes.
we're gonna take you, and then we've got one virtual witnesses from the Horse
Okay.
Council unfavorable. So why don't you go? You're under the 2-minute clock, Ms.
Okay.
Claggett.
Christy Claggett, a resident of Harwood, Maryland, a farmer, a horse trainer, and a member of the Maryland Horse Council. I'm asking you to oppose Senate Bill 847. It is actually a bill that deals with repealing the 10:30 restriction on game mammals and game birds. Dorchester currently has 14 full days to hunt deer. That's the entire firearm season. Actually with the bow also. So this is really dealing with the game mammal, game birds for the rest of the year. I mean, we're talking 365 days, all Sundays, all species, all day. So the deer are a population problem. The rest of the game is not seem to be in severe overpopulation. So this becomes an inconvenience for the person who wants to recreate on Sundays. We came up with a compromise of 10:30 so that everybody could share Sunday. But now with this repeal, they're asking to take it back. So the technique has been to go to a delegation bill, which says basically Dorchester knows what they want for their county and we don't want you guys telling us what to do. But not just Dorchester people recreate in Dorchester. I personally go with 2 different riding clubs to Dorchester from September to March, and we ride there twice a month. So there are people outside of Dorchester, all Marylanders, that recreate there. If you repeal this, you are going to have a slog of repeals of all the different compromises that you have done over the years. It is not going to be pretty. It's going to be a big waste of everybody's time. So I really ask you to do not repeal the 10:30, to maintain it and to oppose this bill. Thank you.
Okay,
Any questions?
Any questions for Ms. Claggett? Okay, seeing none. Before we go to Ms. Sigler, I think, Mr. Miles, why don't you did walk in right after I called you, but that's okay. You've signed up favorable, so why don't you come up, and you're going to be on the 2-minute clock, and you've signed up favorable, and then we'll go to Ms. Sigler virtually. So Mr. Miles.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I didn't fact, the Senator Mouse's bill to be up so quick, so appreciate. I'm out there talking to the people on the lead ammo bill, and all of a sudden this comes up. The 1030 bill. A couple things on that. First off, you have in your packet letters of support from the Dorchester County Council and the Dorchester County Farm Bureau. It's part of the Hunters of Maryland testimony, which is attached, which shows you that there's a lot of local support to take off that 1030. Now, also last year, the General Assembly, when they enacted the hunting license fee increase bill, they put an uncodified section in there asking DNR and MDA to look at Maryland's overpopulation of deer. They came back, and the two top recommendations, one was kind of, well, a little questionable. They wanted to create a 5-member unit called the Deer Management Assistance Program to go ahead and work with farmers, but I don't think in this budget climate we're going to see that. But the other one was 1030, Sunday hunting. And because Dorchester ranks as one of the top counties in Maryland with a deer problem because they have both Sitka and whitetail. And so lifting the 1030 in Dorchester is going to do an excellent job of getting more hunters out there, taking more deer. And if there's a real problem with some of the opposition here, you know, do the 2-year program, make it a 3-year sunset. Give Dorchester a chance to show that the 1030 is not working there in terms of reducing the deer population. And I'd leave it at that, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, any questions for our witness, Bill Miles? Okay, seeing none, thank you, sir. Okay, we're going to go back to unfavorables. We got Ms. Sigler, Jane Sigler from the Horse Council signed up unfavorable. Ms. Sigler, it's all yours. And again, you're on the 2-minute clock.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Madam Chair, and members of the committee. My name is Jane Sigler. I'm here representing the Maryland Horse Council. According to a Gonzalez research poll and DNR's own survey, a substantial majority of Marylanders just plain do not want Sunday hunting. Almost 70%, according to the Gonzalez poll, and full details are in our written testimony. And again, I would point out that this bill is not just about deer. It plainly states all game birds and game mammals. So it means virtually year-round Sunday hunting. And with regard to deer, DNR is on record as saying that the deer population in the state is stable and they do not want to see it further reduced. People just want a day when they can enjoy the outdoors without fear for their safety. And it's irrefutable that hunters and others cannot occupy the same space with 100% safety. We have submitted, along with our written testimony, a document containing DNR's own reports of dozens of incidents when people were shot by hunters who mistook them for game, even turkeys, not just deer. The Horse Council has fought for years for one hunting-free day on the weekend. Finally, a few years ago, we agreed to a compromise where we gave up Sunday mornings to hunting in exchange for the rest of the day. This so-called 1030 compromise has now been adopted in many counties around the state. We urge the committee, do not open the Pandora's box by rolling back this hard-won compromise in Dorchester. Please give this bill an unfavorable report. Thank you.
Okay, any questions for Ms. Sigler? Okay, seeing none, thank you. I previously called Joyce Bell. Is she, again, I'll take one more shot. Is Ms. Bell here? Okay, seeing no response, that concludes bill hearing on Senate Bill 847. And Senator Mounts, why don't you come back up here for Senate Bill 922. And I've got you designating Herman Harrison as one of your sponsor panelists, Robert T. Brown again. We do have a few other witnesses signed up favorable. Is James Mullen one? Okay, Mr. Mullen. And then we have a virtual witness that will pick up next. So Senator Mounts, again, we're on Senate Bill 922. If you take the time you need, we'll go to your 3 witnesses and then maybe we'll pick up the virtual favorable and take questions. Senator Mounts, all yours.
Chairman and committee members, it's a great honor to present Senate Bill 922. I'm still learning the ropes, and I've somehow managed to submit the testimony for this bill. I submitted it to the prior bill, the Senate Bill 847. So you can find my testimony, which I'm going to refer to under the bill file on your computers under Senate Bill 847. I learning the ropes on submitting the electronic testimony. I like to do mostly oral testimony. But this is a big topic and there's some important information in there, which is why I want to refer you to that, especially the two submissions. There's a report that was compiled by the Talbot Watermen's Association in conjunction with Russell DeShiel, analyzing the Department of Natural Resources oyster information. And there's also a statement or report from Ron Fithian, who's a member of the governor's subcommittee on oyster substrate. And those are very informative. SB 922 repeals onerous requirements which prevent the Department of Natural Resources from updating oyster management strategies for sanctuaries, aside from the large-scale restoration projects that are covered by federal regulations. The testimony I was referring to that's not logged properly on your computer, there's a 25-page summation of the Department of Natural Resources Oyster Sanctuaries report submitted to the Oyster Advisory Commission on October 2021. Again, that report was compiled by Jeff Harrison, who's going to be testifying, and Russell DeShiel, who's here in case there's any questions. There's also a statement by Ron Fithian, a member of the Governor's Committee on Substrate. Mr. Fithian is not able to be here today. That goes to the issue of why are we changing these rules and why would we allow the department to change the boundaries of oyster sanctuaries. In addition, Senate Bill 922 would authorize the use of power dredge fishing gear in the Eastern Bay. There currently exists a power dredge study area in the Eastern Bay that's shown remarkable oyster recovery and oyster habitat and recruitment. It's important to go back and look at sanctuaries. Recently, the Chesapeake Bay Foundation released a report promoting sanctuaries and celebrating the successes of sanctuaries. And while there may be some things to promote about sanctuaries, that report in large part overlooked some of the data, most of the data contained in the information that's been submitted to the Department of Natural Resources Oyster Advisory Commission. Now I'm going to give you some highlights. 38 of the 51 oyster sanctuaries in the Bay in that report were determined to be failures. 8 of those sanctuaries were reported to have mixed results. 2 of those sanctuaries were the large scale restoration projects have results, but those results are questionable based on some of the information that was reported. And you'll see that in the report that's supplied. 3 of the sanctuaries, 3 of the 51 were determined to be successes. One of the 3 was one of the federally financed large-scale tributary projects located in the Tredowan River. It's a long report. It's 25 pages. To save some time, I'll direct you to the end of that report, pages 24 and 25. It's titled Oysters, Tale of Two Cities. And it's interesting. It does a compare and contrast between public fishing bottom and oyster sanctuaries, oyster recruitment, oyster health. It clearly shows that the strategy of creating oyster sanctuaries and leaving them alone has not been as successful. It has not been successful. With that being said, committee members and chairman, I would urge a favorable report for Senate Bill 922 and leave the details to our expert witnesses. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Senator. Okay, sir, why don't you go first? Tell us who you are.
Yes, Mr. Chair, thank you first for and other committee members for having the ability to talk or speak here today. My name is Herman Harrison. I'm president of the Talbot Watermen's Association. I'm also on the Oyster Advisory Commission. In 2009, when the state took the ability or passed a law to increase aquaculture and plus make large scale sanctuaries. In that report, there was a stipulation to do every 5 years a review and to use adaptive management practices. If anything was going wrong, it meant that they would try to fix it. So when the first report came out, the OAC seen some problems and we decided to do some things or try to do some things about it. But all of the things that we proposed were actually, after 8 months of work, were shot down and by a bill that came in that said there had to be a stock assessment done before any lines could be changed. We currently, after that in 2020, another review came out after 5 years. And it's basically the one Johnny was talking about. And there were still problems in some of these tier 3 sanctuaries. And so we basically are looking to have the ability to be able to go into these areas. We still do not have that ability. We're not talking about going out and catching oysters. We're talking about going in and putting something there and then 4 years later going and taking it out. But in the meantime, also in that report, the 2020 report, there was Broad Creek was brought up, and it ended up being one of the best tributaries in the bay. No, it was the best tributary in the bay. And so that bottom is half hand tall bottom and half power dredge bottom. So what we're saying is what we did, it cost us about $1 million in restoration work. Right alongside of it, Broad Creek or Harris Creek, it was $30 million. We did a much better job than what they did. And so we're saying, give us a chance to go into these failing sanctuaries and try to do something. Thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Brown?
Chair, members of this committee, my name is Robert T. Brown, President of the Maryland Waterman Association, and we're in favor of this bill. When the sanctuary bill went back in 2009 or 10, when they started it, it established 51 sanctuaries. And out of those 51 sanctuaries, Harris Creek, they spent $32 million on it, more than $32 million. The Little Chop Tank, Tredeavon, and they just took the St. Mary's and the Minokan. And this is where they've spent all their money since back in 2011. Now, here we are on the other side of the bay. I'll give you a familiar area. A lot of people in here know where Cove Point is, which is down just a little bit north of Patuxent. And the lower, if you come up the bay, right to Holland Point, that whole area and Herring Bay, that whole place down there, Old Rock, Holland Point, Flag Pond, and Herring Bay, that whole area of the bay has been ignored. It has been left out. There has been no money set aside to rebuild it, to do anything with it. It is laying there and it is silting. We can't work into it. We can't go in and cultivate it. We want to go into these places and plant spat on shell, wild seed, maybe drudge it and bring the shells up so we can get a natural spat set into it. We've been very fortunate over the past few years that our spat set is moving further and further up the bay each year. And we've got it some spat set above the Bay Bridge now. If we had been working this over those past years, we would have had a substantial area that the people on the western shore could work on our side of the bay instead of having to travel across the bay all the time. And what that does, if we had this area here, that would take some of the pressure off the lower part of the bay and the eastern shore side. It's just the way it works. You got to scatter the boats out. We got to have it so we can all work, and we cannot ignore this big tributary area from Cove Point to up to Holland Point and rehabilitate the oyster industry. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir. Okay.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. I'm Jim Mullen with the Maryland Oysterman Association. I'm also a member of the OAC, and basically we would look to move forward with an adaptive management plan. As stated earlier, every time we went to move forward, there was a bill put in to block us from moving forward. And then after the hearing of that bill, there was another bill to put in to block us from moving forward. So to echo what's been said, we'd look to go into some of these areas and rehabilitate them with financing and our own infrastructure to do that, to get them viable again, because otherwise they're just sitting there. So that's what we'd like to do, is to address these areas that are failing and bring them up to standard. And so that's why we're testifying in favor of the bill. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We do have one virtual witness, Tim Mortis. We're going to bring him in here and then we'll open up to questions. He's also signed up favorable. Let's see if we can get him in the queue here on the screen. Okay, Mr. Mortis, we see you. You've got 2 minutes and you're signed up favorable on, again, Senate Bill 922.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. I'm Tim Mortis. I'm president of the Cecil Hartford Watermen's Association, second vice president of the Maryland Watermen's Association, and I am also a proxy on the Oyster Advisory Commission. In 2009, when this sanctuary bill, came into effect, what was a good idea maybe at the time is a failure. all these beds, they're failing, shells are sinking. We have great spat sets in the bay the last couple of years. Without these areas being at least cultivated, who knows what's going to waste with these great natural spat sets we have. The spat set's moving farther and farther up the bay. Up here in Hartford and Cecil County, we're getting very limited on what we have to do in the winter. And some of our boys are getting into oystering. So anything that we can do to help this would be great. Just like a favorable on this, and thank you very much.
Okay, we're going to open up to questions. We're going to start with Vice Chair Kagan, and then we'll go to Senator Carosa.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a question for Mr. Brown and a question for Senator Moutz. Mr. Brown, first off, you've been coming down here for years, and I just want to thank you for your advocacy. You're smart and passionate, and you help us do our jobs. So thank you. You said something that I wonder if you can very, very briefly just educate us about. You said that it was really good that spat sets were moving up the bay, and that seemed important to you. Can you give us 30 seconds on why that's important, just so we learn?
It's very simple. That is natural recruitment through Mother Nature, where you don't have to do anything. The spat set started a few years ago down the bay, and over the past 4 or 5 years, it's been edging up the bay further and further all the time. And that's a God gift from Mother Nature, and we don't have to pay to put it there. But we have to have the bottom prepared and the shells out and clean so it can attach to it.
Got it. Thank you. Senator Moutz, on the testimony we got from the Department of Natural Resources, one of the things they talk about is how expanding the power dredging in the Eastern Bay in Queen Anne's and Talbot can result really quickly in overfishing. And I wonder if you could speak briefly to that. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Well, that's a loaded question. Can you speak briefly about overfishing? I've sat in OAC meetings where we've talked for hours and hours about overfishing. As far as, the fishing limits and how the bottom is worked, that's largely controlled by market. If you look at what happened in this last year, the fishing numbers will be down. The harvest numbers are down because there wasn't any market. If the beds aren't producing oysters, then they won't be harvested. The fact of the matter is that all the science, the information that's received by DNR, if there are areas that are conducive to power dredging, it's shown to be a phenomenal way to grow oysters and to restore the bottom. And it's proven time and time again. Fishing Bay, Broad Creek, any of the areas, the top areas in the bay right now for oyster recruitment, they're all public fishing bottom. They're all public fishing bottom. None of the sanctuaries compare to any of the areas that are publicly fished. There is harvest. There are things that go on that condition the bottom, but there's also investment. So not only do you harvest the bottom, but you put back. The different shell associations for each county, they monitor, they place shell, they make sure that bottom is recurring. The idea that a sanctuary left alone, I'm getting off topic from your question. Overfishing, well, overfishing is regulated. It's self-controlled in that if there aren't oysters to harvest, then they won't be fished anymore. There is a lot of debate over how you determine overfishing and what is overfished. Some of the scientific information would tell you our best fishing bottom right now is overfished. However, if you were to take another view of how that bottom is managed and what's actually going on there ecologically, that would contradict the concept that could be claimed to be an overfished area.
Okay.
So
thank you, Senator.
It is a long conversation.
Thank you. I appreciate it. And I appreciate your efforts to simplify something that I know that you've spent lots and lots of time on. Thank you.
Senator Carosa.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I first want to thank you, Senator Moutz, for introducing this legislation. And as way of background for some of those who may not have followed what happened in 2019, but major decisions were made about these sanctuaries that affected not only the livelihood of our commercial watermen, but also with this intention of, that we would have the oysters restored. And you go through this list of sanctuaries, and I just pulled 2 of them from my district, the Big Anamessex in Somerset County. No live oysters found in 2 surveys, 20 years, survey assessment failure. And another one in the Tangier Sound, same failure, higher mortality, 2016 to 20. And I guess my question briefly to Senator Mounts, but I think Mr. Brown could probably flush this out. We had an intention of what was supposed to occur with these sanctuaries. And now we find out we have, basically dead oysters covered over, and we're coming forward. And some of us, as you know, Chair Jacobs from the Watermen's Association tried to work with the Department of Natural Resources to say, well, we're in 2024. There was an intention in 2019. This is not the result that we were looking for. So you're hitting this head on with your legislation. So can you comment on how what happened in the past is triggering what we need to have happen now? And Mr. Brown, could you explain a little bit more of what's actually happening at the bottoms and why we, what's happening to these oysters at the bottom in these sanctuaries?
Well, just briefly, the bill basically changes a law that we recently passed. And that law was designed in a very creative way to almost make it impossible for the department to change the boundaries of the sanctuaries. It required a 75% consensus of 3 organizations that couldn't agree on the time of day. I served on one of them, and that was a structure that was developed. It was to make sure there were no sudden changes to oyster sanctuaries to protect the bottom. The time has gone on, and we've seen the numbers as far as what's going on with the sanctuaries. So now here we are today with data, with information. And the question is, the politics have changed quite a bit. I think the dynamics around how those decisions are made, there was a lot of skepticism back in 2019. I think that skepticism's gone. I used the Chesapeake Bay Foundation as an example in my testimony. I have no acrimony towards the work they do. A lot of the work they do is fantastic. Their science is needed. However, we need management and we need to grow oysters. And I think the environment around the way these decisions are made now has changed, and we can move forward. Tony O'Donnell, who's no longer in the legislature, used to talk about oysters on a three-legged stool: aquaculture, public fishery, and science. And we need to build that. This legislation, in my mind, fortifies the three-legged stool. I think for a while there, we're on 2 legs. So this will bring back the 3rd leg. Hope that answers your question, Senator.
And Mr. Brown?
Yes. The easiest way to say this is neglect. Neglect of working the bottom up. Neglect of getting the silt off of it. When you just let a piece of bottom go there nowadays with all the stormwater management and stuff that you have, you still get a amount of silt, especially when you get a lot of heavy rains. In the past few years, we've had some heavy rains. We've had a couple of the wettest years that we ever had in history, as far as you want to talk about it. And when you get all that water and you get all that silt and stuff coming down, it covers a lot of them up. The bottom needs to be worked. It's just like a garden. If you plant a garden in the spring of the year and say, well, look, I'm going to plant some peas and some onions, and okay, it's warmed up a little bit, I'm going to put some tomato plants there. And you don't go back till the 4th of July or later, what do you got? You got a grass field, because the garden has grown up. And it's just the opposite with the oyster industry. You need to work the bottom to pull the shells up to keep them on top, so you can get the natural spat sets, and you can plant stuff there. When from the counties, they got money to plant stuff. Never have enough. But the problem is, you can plant it and help rebuild these places and bring them back. But until you work that bottom up, it's very hard. It's going to silt over. Thank you.
Go ahead, Senator Mounts.
And something very important I left out in my response. If you look at the submitted testimony from Ron Fithian, now we're talking about numbers and budget, and you look at the money that's gone into oyster restoration. The seed and shell program that once existed was a self-funding program. It didn't take these millions and millions of dollars coming from taxpayers. That's a big part of the system that we need to take a serious look at and consider in making these decisions going forward.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any further questions for this panel? Okay, seeing none, we're going to go now to a panel of unfavorables. We've got Allison Colton.
Thank you, sir.
David Sikorsky, Benjamin Ford, and Kristen Fiddler. And we do have one additional virtual unfavorable. So, Ms. Colden, do you want to start off? And
Absolutely.
again, each of you are going to be on the 2-minute clock.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee. My name is Dr. Allison Colden. I'm the Maryland Executive Director with the Chesapeake Bay Foundation here today in opposition to Senate Bill 317. You've heard lots of testimony today about sanctuaries and their efficacy. However, I wanted to speak specifically to the language in the bill first. First, there's a requirement in existing legislation, or sorry, an existing statute that the oyster management plan adopted by the department must end overfishing, lead to harvesting at target rates, increase oyster habitat, and increase oyster abundance. Unfortunately, the recently adopted oyster management plan by DNR does not achieve these objectives. The 2023 oyster stock assessment, which outlines our target fishing levels and fishing levels relative to that, as well as oyster abundance, has indicated that there are 9 areas of the bay which are still experiencing overfishing, including several which have experienced 5 years or more of chronic overfishing. To address overfishing, it does have a very specific definition in the context of fisheries management, and it's fishing at rates that exceeds those which should sustain the population over time, which means year over year, if we continue to fish at these rates, we will locally cause those populations to go extinct. For the past 2 years with these sanctuaries in place, the oyster fishery has enjoyed the highest harvest on record since the 1980s. Additionally, modeling from the University of Maryland Center for Environmental Science indicates that larval transport from these oyster sanctuaries does have the ability to contribute to harvest areas. As we approach 2025, Maryland is on track to complete large-scale restoration in 5 large-scale tributaries throughout the Bay, and the Bay Program Partnership has touted this broadly as a success. As we look forward to the next round and what comes next for an oyster goal, opening sanctuaries may cause Maryland to forego opportunities for significant federal investment in our Maryland oyster resource. And for these reasons, I urge your opposition to Senate Bill 317. Thank you.
Okay, let's go down the table. Sir, who are you?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee. My name is David Sikorsky, and I'm the Executive Director of Coastal Conservation Association Maryland, a group that is largely made up of recreational anglers, but here to advise and educate the public on the conservation of marine resources. We're also here to bring in that public lens to natural resource issues because these resources do belong to all of us, regardless of who may have privilege to harvest them or to take them, which includes the public and our members. I am the chairman of the Sport Fisheries Advisory Commission at Maryland DNR and have served on that commission since 2009. I'm the legislative proxy for the Atlantic States Marine Fisheries Commission for Delegate Dana Stein. I'm a member of the Oyster Advisory Commission. I'm also a member of the governor's new Shell and Substrate Task Force. So when it comes to recreational fishing's intersection with the advisory process and fisheries management and DNR, I'm sitting on all these different places. In many ways. So I've been able to get a very unique experience and understand, trying to think about what is most important for the public, what is most important for clean water, what is most important for recreational fishing. Because if we have clean water, if we have healthy habitat, we have good recreational fishing. And so that's where we have the largest concerns with things like expanding power dredging. Power dredging does destroy habitat. It does remove living oysters. It does displace shell and then replaces it back on the bottom. And there's no question that shell that's dropped back on the bottom with power dredging activity will allow for spat set. But we have to take a step back and think about it on a larger scale, consistent with the oyster management plan and some of those key requirements that Dr. Colden just mentioned. We are not on track for them. And that is frustrating. And it's important that we do consider things differently today than in the past. But what hasn't changed is our understanding of the destruction of power dredges. There's been multiple studies started in discussions in rooms like this, done by the department in partnership with watermen. And I'm not aware of a single one that over time increases oyster habitat or oyster abundance in an area. It can happen in harvest areas, and I absolutely respect the watermen's perspective on that because they see it. But we must make sure we unfold this into the full oyster management plan to do this correctly. And for that reason, I urge an unfavorable report. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Great. Good afternoon. Chair Feldman, Vice Chair Kagan, members of the committee. I'm Kristen Fiddler, Assistant Secretary for Aquatic Resources at Maryland Department of Natural Resources. I'm joined by my colleague, Mike Luisi, at the end of the table, Associate Director in our Fisheries Services Department. We also are here in opposition to Senate Bill 922. I'll try to keep it short and sweet. First of all, the first part of the bill is no longer necessary. In fact, the oyster management plan has as prescribed by law, been presented to the Oyster Advisory Council. There's been an amendment that was vetted and discussed and has been adopted and will allow us to incorporate by reference that amendment, which will then allow the department to look at changing boundaries of sanctuaries. So that prohibition, which had currently been in statute, has been addressed. And so I believe what the sponsor was trying to do there is moot at this point. So that is moving forward. Secondly, as it relates to opening the Eastern Bay area wide up to power dredging, it's simply harmful. The area there has very low spat set and it has an inability to replenish itself. And so the pressure of that type of gear and dredging just will do further damage to the Eastern Bay portion itself. And lastly, I would just like to add on what Allison was saying as it relates to the success of the sanctuaries, as it relates to the Chesapeake Bay restoration. Maryland is a leader in this area, and we're looking at the success of our big five oyster sanctuaries as a massive success. And we're still studying all of the ramifications of just how they're impacting beneficially the larger ecosystem in the bay. So we believe that the sanctuaries continue to show us very positive results. And with that, I'd urge a no vote on this bill. Thank you.
Okay, sir.
Chair Feldman, Vice Chair Kagan, members of the committee, thanks for having me. My name's Ben Ford. I'm the Miles Y and Eastern Bay River Keeper with Shore Rivers on the Eastern Shore. Eastern Bay is one of the areas in which I do water quality sampling and work as a voice for the river. I also sit on the Eastern Bay Oyster Coalition Work Group, which is striving to come up with consensus recommendations with some of the people that are in this room. And those recommendations will be presented to the OAC and the department the end of December 2024. And this is, we're trying to come up with consensus recommendations for these groups on the investment that the state is making in the Eastern Bay complex as far as oysters go. And that's an investment in sanctuaries and in the public fishery, dedicated funds for both. We don't have any recommendations yet because we haven't finished our work. So I think this bill, Senate Bill 922, is premature. Additionally, as part of some of our monitoring, we've been out dropping camera rigs on some of the big five. We have seen firsthand that restoration works in places like the Tread. The department has actually, in the preliminary dredge survey, indicated that the Tread Avon River has just had what we call a once in a generation spat set. And that's in a place where there is no power dredging. So I would say until we come up with a group of consensus recommendations to present to the OAC and the department, I think that this bill is premature and I urge a unfavorable review. Thank you.
Okay, sir. So final witness on this.
Mr. Chairman,
Yeah.
my name is Mike Louisi. I'm here in support of Assistant Secretary Fiddler. If questions were to come up regarding the agency's position. I'm a technical support staff person in this case. Thank you, with no oral testimony.
Okay, and Jody Baxter also signed up from DNR, so I assume she's.
I'm
not
taking
here.
Jody's place.
Perfect, okay. So we do have one, we have one virtual witness. Doug Legum, I see you muted and talking, so we're gonna unmute you, and you're signed up virtually unfavorable. We'll take your testimony, then we'll open it up to questions from the committee. So
Okay,
Mr. Legum,
so-
you've got 2 minutes, and why don't you proceed?
So I became a member of the Oyster Advisory Commission around 12 or so years ago. And they went reconfigured it, and I'm no longer a member, but I served for 11 years. I became interested in the oysters because former Governor Ehrlich told me they were going extinct. Since we've had the sanctuary program, as even the oystermen have testified, it's date coincident with the start of the sanctuary program and the time that the oysters started coming back. Robert T's he's a good guy, but he's been complaining about Harris Creek for 15 years. I've known him. The fact is Harris Creek and several of the other sanctuaries are closed to oystering by federal law. I'm here to testify against the bill. As a practical matter, if you open up a part of the sanctuary to oystering, there isn't a way to prevent the oystering in the remainder of the sanctuary. You can't say this 10% is okay and the rest is off limits. Even the oystermen couldn't tell when they were off limits, and that's assumed that they don't have any interest in poaching. Further, I have a personal interest in this. I put up $100,000 as part of a public-private partnership to bring shell up from Louisiana to plant to create sanctuaries. I'm presuming Senator Mounts is going to give me my $100,000 back without any problem if this passes. This is a bad idea. It's unenforceable. You can't do it.
Okay, thank you, sir. Any questions for any of the panelists here in person or Mr. Legum virtually? Okay, Senator Carrozza.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I'll be brief, but looking over this information that was provided by the Talbot Watermen's Association, where they went through the 51 reported sanctuaries, 38 are failures with no appreciable densities of spat, smaller or marketable oysters, with some of the sanctuaries having not been monitored since 2006. And then you hear some of the opposition that are advocating for the status quo, which is hard to understand. My question is to DNR, and I heard your testimony about consensus recommendations. And I guess my question would be, looking at where we are right now and these consensus recommendations that you're working on, what do we expect to come out of those consensus recommendations that might address some of the issues that have been raised with this legislation? Well, somebody
I think
respond
she was
to it.
DNR, so one of the department would.
Do you want me to speak to that? If you don't mind, I can take that question, Senator.
Yeah, and I would be interested in the department's response as well.
Okay.
Thank you.
So the consensus recommendations, I believe that she was referring to were those that were directed by the General Assembly to the Oyster Advisory Commission. And we did complete our work and put forward those consensus recommendations, which the department is in the process of incorporating by reference into the oyster management plan. So that process itself is complete at this point.
And my question to DNR, are all partners at the table for those consensus recommendations?
Thank you, Senator Carrozza. Can you hear me? Yes. Okay. Yes, all partners are at the table. It's been an iterative process. It's taken a little bit longer than we expected, but we do anticipate that to be all wrapped up here very shortly. And like I said at the beginning, with that amendment that was agreed upon by the commission, it'll give the department the authority to evaluate changing boundaries to sanctuaries, which we currently were not allowed to do under the way the statute was previously written or is written. And so that would be a determination that's taking science and all of the best information possible, including feedback from all of the stakeholders into that decision-making process moving forward.
And my last question would be, as you know, I believe you know, an effort was made to work with the DNR leadership last year with Chair Jacobs and myself. We personally went down to the department, worked through some of these issues, and we were told, no moving forward until this plan was, everything was put on hold. we were told at the time, because this was last session,
Yep.
that that plan would be completed, I believe, in August, and it was not. And it did seem like there, with the delay. So the conversations that Chair Jacobs and I had at that point were all put on hold, and now, we're hearing about these consensus recommendations. So I would expect that, and it's a question that the secretary and the leadership would be coming back to Chair Jacobs and myself to follow up on those earlier conversations.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
We're gonna go to Senator Washington, then Senator Gallion. Remember, let's keep our questions tight because we've got a long afternoon. Senator Washington.
Thank you. I'm hoping you can help me understand two parts of the bill. So on page 4, there's a new section 4-111 where it talks about dredge by power boat. Okay. And so in the prior panel, it was described to us as sort of gently, stirring up the ground. So you're opposed to this, or you're recommending to us that the dredging by a powerboat is what's problematic, not necessarily the theory that you need to move the oysters around, or do you also say that that's not correct? Because I don't know the science. I want to understand this.
Thank you for the question. And unfortunately, the devil's in the details, just like always, which is why we urge their focus on the oyster management plan and some of the scientific metrics and stakeholder involvement to determine what's best for certain areas. There's other gear that's used in oyster fishing, hand tongs and patent tongs, and sail dredging. So there's always been complexity in what gear can be used where. There's a long history on that. But ultimately, studies that have been done have shown a lack of increase in abundance of oysters behind power dredging.
Right.
And
So no, just to understand, so people who are fishing, who are, I guess fishing oysters using other methods that are not power boats would not be prohibited. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, correct.
All right. And then I also want to understand the new 5 and what seems to be just a, I guess, full repeal of 4-215. And Mr. Chair, why I have to ask this is that this panel is talking about an amendment, and I don't know if we have an amendment to this bill or to our law that would address the senator's concerns, or is this what you're talking about, an amendment to regulation, or because our law still has, so I need to understand what's here. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yes, understood, Senator Washington. Thank you. So the language that is being repealed at the top of the bill, starting with section 4-215 E4, that's where it's talking about what the Oyster Advisory Commission is charged with doing, and the way that our attorneys and the department has read it for years is that through that language, we were unable to explore, evaluate, and implement changes to sanctuary boundaries unless and until the oyster management plan has been developed and approved by the Oyster Advisory Commission, and then incorporated by reference into our own regulations as the fishery management plan. And so now that we have done that, and the Oyster Advisory Commission introduced an amendment to that plan, which has been adopted and is being finalized now and going through the COMAR process to be incorporated by reference into our regulations, that will allow us the ability to explore, evaluate, and potentially implement changes to sanctuary boundaries.
Follow up, Mr. Chair. So that therefore repealing the section is not a problem. Now, the part of the bill that repeals this, that is fine.
It's moot
Okay.
at this point.
Okay.
Yeah.
But you can repeal it. If it's moot, you can get rid of it.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Okay, we're gonna go to Senator Gallion next.
Chair, just a couple brief questions for DNR. Can you tell us if the power dredge study area in the Eastern Bay has been a success or not? That's the first question.
If the power dredge areas in Eastern Bay have been a success? Is that-
Yes.
I'm sorry. Okay. I believe that the results that have come back have been that there's not been any major impact one way or the other. Conditions have not changed.
Okay. And one final question. Can you give us ballpark how much money has been spent on these major tributary projects?
The big 5 sanctuaries.
Yeah.
About 50 million, 39 million, about 39 million. I can get back to you with an exact answer, but I believe it's in the ballpark of 39 million.
Sure. And that includes federal and state investment.
Yeah, as a combination of leveraged federal and state investment and working with partners.
Okay, any additional questions for the panel? Okay, seeing none, that concludes the bill hearing on Senate Bill 922 and which brings us to the final Mounts bill. And then after this, we'll take the Augustine bills after this one. So we're going to go to Senator Mounts on Senate Bill 1053. And Senator, I'm going to call up, you've got several witnesses, Jason Seaman, Robert Brown again. There are some other folks signed up favorable, James Mullen. Can I just bring up some of the other straight favorables? James Mullen, Herman Harrison. Again, I mentioned Robert T. Brown. Those are the favorable in-person witnesses. So Senator Mounts, why don't you start on Senate Bill 1053?
Chairman, thank you. And before I begin, I just want to thank the committee for your patience. This is stuff that you hear about every year. It's really important. Your attention and diligence is just so greatly appreciated. Thank you. Senate, and this is a new bill. We a lot of these bills we've talked about in past years. This is new stuff. It is very controversial. It's very exciting. It's contemporary. Things are happening. This is Senate Bill 1053. Unlike many other pieces of legislation, this bill, well, first I need to explain to everyone, this bill might not be the answer. We had to put this bill together on a short timetable as follows: the AELR hearing and decision dealing with a trophy striped bass fishing season. The ALR process did not allow for an opportunity for an amendment or anything of that nature. SB 1053 simply states whenever the trophy striped bass season is closed, the target striped bass date is pushed back. There's a prohibition on targeting striped bass. That date is pushed back from April 1 to March 1. And that would change when the trophy season were to be implemented in future years. The reason for introducing this bill is to protect egg-bearing female fish that are in the bay to spawn. We've seen a change in the bay's climate, a change in the bay's temperature. Now, when I say that this bill may not be the answer, that target date focuses on a practice called catch and release. Now, there may be ways to catch and release that are safe and sound, and you're going to hear about that in some of the opposition testimony. But we also know there are ways to catch and release that are not safe and sound. And without any control or limitation on how catch and release is being performed, we know that there's some problems with the management of our fishery. That thought process was behind the introduction of this legislation. I'm open to find ways to find a better way to draft this bill, to work to come to a resolution, to find things that we can do to try to protect these egg-bearing fish. Also, in retrospect, if we would have had the opportunity to add some sort of requirement that there's an accounting for the recreational fishing effort, which is the underlying issue that's driving the desire or driving the need to have this legislation. We would have included that in this legislation also. Again, this all sort of came about with the issuance of the regulations with the trophy season, decisions by the Atlantic States Marine Fisheries Commission. This bill was put in with the best of intentions to protect those egg-bearing fish that are migrating in the bay, in an effort to move forward any way to protect the ability to go out and fish. We'd like to be able to do that also. We have some experts that can testify to details, and thank you for your time.
Okay, Mr. Brown, you want to start off and we'll go down the table?
Chair, members of this committee, ask for a favorable on this bill. My name is Robert T. Brown, President of the Maryland Watermen's Association. It's very simple. The catch and release of these fish during that time of year when they are bearing these eggs. it's hard on them. I mean, all you got to do is look on Facebook. They're holding the fish up like this here, holding it up. Look, take 2 or 3 pictures. Now here, you take pictures of it. No, you on the boat here, you help catch it. You take pictures on it, and it stresses these fish out. If the fish doesn't die from being handled so long, and it does live, what has it done to the eggs? Here we are trying to preserve one of our best delicacies that we have on the bay, the rockfish. And all we ask is just, look, leave them alone, let them do their thing, and then we can catch them at a later date. The less stress on them, it's just a common sense thing. Leave them alone, let them go ahead and do it. You know, if a woman's pregnant, you don't get her to run out and do a 100-yard dash, you know, cause stress levels. So it's very simple. When you catch and release it, I don't care how you do it, you stretch that fish, especially when you hook it. It's a time to let the fish relax and do what Mother Nature intended them to do. Thank you.
Okay, sir, why don't you go next? Yeah,
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
on the clock.
Yeah, my name is Jason Seaman. I'm the Vice President of the Maryland Charter Boat Association. I'm also a waterman who rides for his family solely off the Chesapeake Bay watershed. My hope through today's testimony is that it will be a step towards conservation and preserve our state's fish. With catch and release method of fishing, there is no limitation to the quantity and is not without consequence. The Department of Natural Resources testified in previous AELR testimony that they chose to protect 20% of the pre-spawn fish in May. And my question is, moving forward, why not choose to protect 90% of the spawning stock in the month of March, especially when its young and their classes have declined so much in recent history? If you potentially kill 1.6% out of 100 fish, you potentially limit 800,000 striped bass from being reproduced in the state of Maryland. At the Atlantic States Marine Fisheries Commission just voted for the reduction of commercial harvest by 7% and recreation by 15.9%. The for hire sector is combined with recreation at this time, and its harvest limits were cut in half and slot sizes were reduced. I urge the committee that if we do not act to make a sacrifice today, we will pay for the consequences tomorrow. It's our state's fish. And if our state's fish is truly in a state of emergency, I ask the department to refer to the October AFSMOC meeting minutes and statement from its representative. I feel pretty strongly, and I've made this clear to the board, that I think no targeting closures are appropriate in the fishery, where the majority of the mortality is coming from a fish being released. I realize that it is a large recreational fishery and the fish are always going to die after being released. I ask that if this goes forwards until the striped bass reproductive efforts are resolved in the state of Maryland.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mullin.
Thank you. Jim Mullen with the Maryland Oysterman Association. We're in favor of this bill. As been stated, it's our state fish. And really, at the end of the day, I think this fish needs to be left alone while it's spawning and it's egg bearing. And you keep adding stress to this fish, especially the large females that won't be able to reproduce. We talk about stocks and stock assessment. This just adds to the burden of less fish in the bay during this time of year when they're spawning. And I think moving this timeline back a little bit will do us all a lot of good moving forward, regardless if we're commercial, recreation, or people who don't fish actively, that we're preserving a natural resource here in the state. And that's why we're in favor of it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any questions? Yes, Senator Gallion and then Senator Caruso.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You talked about safely releasing fish. Can you tell what do you mean by that?
Thank you, Senator Gallion. You'll hear testimony today opposing the bill. There are ways. This bill is not intended to prevent or limit fishing. What the bill is intended to do is try to create an environment where we're protecting the vulnerable fish. There are fishermen who know the techniques on how to properly catch and release a fish. Not all the fishermen know that, and all you need is a fishing license. And once that season's open, there's no control over who's out there reeling the fish in and how they're handling them. And you'll hear some of the testimony. I hope they'll provide it to you on how to properly catch and release and how that can be used to improve the bill and how we can find a consensus.
Senator Caruso, are you good? Okay, we do have one virtual witness, Tim Mortis. Is he? Okay, he's not in the queue. So we're going to now move to we have one favorable with amendments. So thank you, gentlemen. We're good. We do have Allison Colden from Chesapeake Bay Foundation signed up favorable with amendments. So Ms. Colden, why don't you come up, explain what amendments you'd like to put on this legislation?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. Again, Dr. Allison Colden, Maryland Executive Director for the Chesapeake Bay Foundation. One thing that you'll hear in today's bill hearing is a lot of concern, and that's because our state fish, the striped bass, is in trouble. And that's the bottom line. ASMFC, the Atlantic States Marine Fisheries Commission, which cooperatively manages striped bass along the entire Atlantic coast, put in emergency regulations last year to address the low abundance of striped bass along the coast, which was followed up by recent regulations discussed and put forward through the AELR committee to address the concerns we have about striped bass, their abundance, and their rebuilding. It's also true that our climate is changing every single day right under our feet, making it more difficult for scientists and managers to know how these impacts are, working their way through our Chesapeake Bay ecosystem and impacting these iconic species. And it also makes it difficult to know what changes may be happening and what information we have that is still up to date. But one thing that we do know with respect to catch and release fishing mortality is that the highest rates of catch and release mortality are experienced in the summertime. And that's because high air and water temperatures physically stress out striped bass, which are already squeezed into a very small part of the bay with suboptimal conditions by low oxygen, seasonal low oxygen at the bottom, very high water temperatures near the top, causing a phenomenon known as habitat squeeze, which causes these fish to be stressed, and can lead to increased mortality and increased disease pressure. So what we would suggest or recommend the committee consider is, instead of a closure in the spring, when catch and release mortality is lowest due to low water temperatures, that you would consider additional closure in the summer between July and August, when those water temperatures make catch and release mortality the highest and most challenging for our striped bass species. Thank you.
Okay, any questions for our witness, our favorable with amendment witness, Ms. Colden? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
I'm going to call up a panel now of unfavorables. So listen for your name: Stephen Griffin, Bradley Foxwell, David Sikorsky, Gregory Shute, Tom Weaver, and Kristen Fiddler and Mr. We were out of seats, so why don't you can sit in the first row there on the side there. I know you're there to help out with some questions. So that's 6 witnesses. I think we got 6 chairs. Okay, we're good. So why don't you lead off, and then everybody who signed up unfavorable, each of you is on a 2-minute clock, okay? So
Mr. Chairman,
start, yeah.
If it would be okay with you, could Ms. Fiddler start?
Sure, Ms. Fiddler, why don't you start off?
Excellent. Great. Thank you so much. Again, Kristen Fiddler, Assistant Secretary at Department of Natural Resources, joined by Mike Louisi as my technical support. We are here today in opposition of Senate Bill 1053, and I'm not going to get into all of the details that are in our written testimony about very specific water temperatures needed for striped bass spawning conditions to be ideal, and that we know that that's in April, et cetera. What we do know is that climate is changing, the conditions in the bay are changing, and our science needs to evolve so that we're capturing these emerging trends. That being said, what this bill proposes to do is to put in statute our ability to manage the fisheries, and we oppose that. We believe that our flexibility is imperative as scientists and stewards of the natural resource to be able to flexibly manage the fishery due to the emerging and evolving science that's coming through. So we would oppose putting the fishery management plan in statute, have it stay within the regulatory process through extensive stakeholder feedback and analysis. I'd also mention, and this is in our testimony, there are currently already many significant restrictions in place for March to protect spawning striped bass. So for example, from March 1 to May 31, it is illegal to fish for striped bass by any means or practice, catch and release of striped bass in designated spawning areas. So that restriction is already in place. There's also a prohibition of stinger hooks and the use of bait, number of lines that can be deployed, et cetera. So the department has taken steps to address the concerns raised by this legislation. And lastly, lastly, I would just say we are committed to managing these fisheries with the best science. So let us go back and continue to gather the data and the science that would allow for us to further evaluate and deliberate on a change like this.
Okay, who wants to go next? Okay, why don't you,
Thank you,
you're at the
Mr. Chair.
podium, so you're up on the 2-minute clock.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Again, my name is David Sikorsky with Coastal Conservation Association, Maryland. And as I mentioned in previous testimony today, I'm also a proxy for the Atlantic States Marine Fisheries Commission, one of Maryland's 3 commissioners. So I could talk for 2 hours about striped bass, and in fact, often do. And that's part of this rigorous process that you actually see DNR mention in their testimony. You know, this management of the striped bass is important here in Maryland. It's important here in the Chesapeake Bay and coast-wide, and it all rolls right back to a fishery management plan. That fishery management plan takes into consideration various pieces of mortality that exist throughout the coast and throughout the year, and allows sustainable fishing to occur across multiple sectors, whether it's commercial or recreational, which also includes captains like the gentleman that'll speak next. Ultimately, we assume that striped bass catch and release mortality occurs at 9% year-long coast-wide. And that's based on multiple studies, one of which is just nearing completion in Massachusetts. And so lots of states are working together to make sure that these fish have a clear path to their spawning grounds or up until spawning age. But fishing is and will always be a contact sport. It will always include the potential for mortality. Thankfully, Maryland DNR studies have shown us that potential for mortality in the preseason, using the gear they currently allow, goes somewhere between 0.8% and 3% of potential mortality. That's not 3% of the fish all die. It's potential based on how they're hooked in the fishing activity. And so striped bass have more science and more data coast-wide on this type of thing than you can imagine. And we've always stood in support of additional data, which we'll talk about actually in the later bill today that relates to the striped bass data. One other thing I've had the pleasure of doing is serving as the chair of the Recreational Fisheries Data and License Task Force, which was created by this legislature in 2022, and has a report out there with lots of solutions on how we capture data, minimize mortality, but support economic access to this fish, because all the stakeholders in the room want that. Thank you.
Okay, why don't we go down the table? Sir, do you want to start off? Tell us who you are.
Mr. Chair and Madam Vice Chair and members of the committee, thank you for having us. My name is Captain Tom Weaver. I'm a fishing guide out of Annapolis, Maryland, and this is in addition to our written testimony. I'm here. I have some other guides here. Please, could you stand up? These are people who also signed on to the written testimony that you have before you. Thank you. Our business is to take people fishing and provide education and an enjoyable day on the water. Sometimes we have the opportunity to catch a trophy fish, and other times when regulations allow, we can maybe take a fish home for dinner. And given all of that, right now we are in a period of time where we catch and release. And so catch and release fishing in its essence is you catch a client catches a fish, we will reach over the side and we'll let it go. If we're very lucky, we may even catch a trophy fish. If we catch a trophy fish, we will pick that out of the water, pass it to our client, take a quick picture and put it back in the water. No big deal, right? Now, here comes the science. This is the important part. The DNR's science says 97.3% of those fish that are released will survive in cold water, March, April, May. And at this time, because of that, they will issue a certificate, trophy certificate. If you get a fish of trophy size that says catch and release trophy certificate. They do a lot better with a piece of paper than in a cooler. So if this bill is passed, we will be prevented from fishing for 10 weeks in the spring, which is, unacceptable for most of us trying to make a living. I urge you to give this an unfavorable review. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Thank you for allowing me to speak. My name is Captain Steve Griffin. I'm the owner and operator of Griffin's Guide Service. We are a full-time charter business in Lothian, Maryland. We have 2 boats, 3 employees, 1 full-time and 2 part-time. Before Griffin's Guide Service, I spent 14 years in environmental construction, restoring the Chesapeake Bay and its tributaries. I fell in love with the bay and everything about it and had so much appreciation through that work. So like many others in this room, I invested everything I had to start a business in order to show the public my love and appreciation for Maryland's most beautiful resource. I wanted to do this in a way that we could do this with the lightest footprint possible. We do this with catch and release, okay? Catch and release is used worldwide by captains, guides, and fisheries as a sustainable practice to keep fisheries sustainable. This bill would highly affect my business, businesses like mine, my employees, their employees, and also my ability to provide for my family. So as fishing guides, we've already lost 53 days to fish for striped bass. 30 of those are in April, where data and science shows that these closures have very little impact. If this bill passes, we'll have 84 days. I repeat, 84 days that we cannot provide for our family and fish for striped bass. That's 23% of our year, 76 consecutive days without income. Ask yourself, how would that affect you? So I ask that you oppose this bill and leave it to the DNR and their science-based systems. Nobody wins if this bill passes, not even the fish.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you.
Griffith. Next witness.
Good afternoon. My name is Captain Brad Foxwell. I'm owner operator of Chesapeake Fishing Adventures. I provide fishing adventures, mainly catch and release from the northernmost point of the bay of the Susquehanna Flats all the way down to the mouth of the bay in Virginia. This potential March closure, March tends to be a time of year where people are coming out of hibernation. They have cabin fever. It brings out sometimes the diehard most anglers who want to go out there with 15 layers of clothes to go try and feel the excitement of a rod bending in their hands. Yes, there are times that we get lucky to catch big fish, and there are times that we catch zero. It is not it's not a guarantee. It's not easy. Some days are great, and that's what perception on Facebook and Instagram and social media might say. But there are many days that it's a grind, and some guys are very happy. Most anglers are very happy to catch 2 fish in a day, and those are happy clients. The people up here and the people behind me, we tend to be the forefront on the front lines of educating anglers, taking new people out. So we have the ability to teach people proper catch and release tactics. It's a lot of fun to be able to pass our passion on to someone else to help them kind of go out there and do it on their own, but making sure that they understand how to properly catch a fish, hold a fish, support a fish, take a quick picture, put it back in the water. I greatly appreciate DNR's stance on this. They have the science, they've had it for years, and it's undeniable. So we would appreciate an unfavorable review on this bill.
Okay, sir, why don't you pull that mic a little closer?
My name's Greg Shute. I run the iFishMD charters on the bay. I also am the sales rep for Maryland boat builder, Judge Yachts. And our industry basically counts on access and availability to be able to go out and fish. Sure, we would like to be able to keep fish, but we also have a large clientele of people who are willing to catch and release when a creel is not provided for. But we're extremely happy to be able to do that, especially when we have the larger fish in Maryland. I actually lose a lot of clients in the fall where they're traveling to New Jersey and so forth to handle these same exact fish. But this time of year, actually, I'm starting to get clients from out of state. My party yesterday that I took out on the bay was from Pennsylvania. After they came out on a trip with me, they went and dined in a restaurant before heading back. So this is our opportunity to engage in these fish. And as professional captains, I know we care for the resource. So we try to handle them in the least impactful way while still being able to enjoy the resource. So I ask you to oppose this bill and allow DNR to manage it in conjunction with the Atlantic States Marine Fisheries Commission, who is ultimately truly tasked with managing the abundance of the stock.
Okay, before we go to the, I think that's the extent of the in-person. We did have one virtual witness, like, try to get in here. Michael Wayne, is he on the queue? Okay, Mr. Wayne, there you are. Mr. Wayne, you're signed up unfavorable and you're on the 2-minute clock, and then we'll open up to questions from the committee. Okay, Mr. Wayne?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and ladies and gentlemen of the committee. My name is Mike Wayne and I'm testifying on behalf of the American Sport Fishing Association, and I've worked in fisheries management and science for over 10 years. Our association is a rec fishing industry trade group representing a wide variety of recreational fishing and boating businesses. We all stand united in opposition to this bill for several reasons. First, the bill sidesteps the established science-based regulatory process used by Maryland DNR for managing striped bass, which has been in place for decades. The DNR public process is crucial for maintaining the health of the striped bass fishery while providing impacted stakeholders an opportunity to participate fairly and transparently. Second, this bill lacks scientific justification. Maryland already has science-based closures to address fishing mortality during the rockfish spawning season. The best available science coming directly from Maryland DNR supports this. Third, implementing this bill would inflict significant seasonal economic impacts on small recreational fishing and boating businesses in Maryland, as you've heard this morning, or this afternoon, excuse me. Furthermore, the bill undermines longstanding effort by our industry to educate anglers on best fish handling practices for responsible catch and release fishing. We have even partnered with the states to educate anglers on how to minimize release mortality across the fishery, not just in the bay. These efforts are critical for building trust with the angling community, and we are planning to continue these efforts. In summary, we request an unfavorable report for this bill and instead use the existing DNR rulemaking process to consider a change like this that allows a thorough discussion by all stakeholders. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Senator Carrozza.
Mr. Chair, I just have a brief question. I first want to thank Mr. Luisi for being so available to my constituents in the lower shore and coming down consistently for those meetings. That's very helpful. And I think and I also appreciate the testimony of all the charter captains and the guides and the businesses. I think you heard the Senate sponsor say that, you know, I think have some shared goals here. We just need to work through them. My question is to DNR though, Secretary Fiddler, given that, given the recommendation about having DNR continue the regulatory process to address these type of concerns, how inclusive is that regulatory process?
So it should be incredibly inclusive and extensive opportunities for stakeholder feedback. So for example, as we gather science and data and research, we'll share that with our advisory commissions, such as the Tidal Fish Advisory Commission, the Sport Fish Advisory Commission, in an open forum where there's deliberations and dialogue. If the science warrants changing the regulations that we have in place, that would be a COMAR promulgation process whereby we would first scope the potential change. So that's just putting it out for review and comment with all of our stakeholders through the listserv, potentially have a public meeting to gather feedback in person, and then ultimately through the COMAR process itself is that it would be proposed, there would be a public review and comment process, possibly a hearing. And so that would be, you know, a very iterative, extensive avenue whereby we're soliciting feedback and input along the way, potentially making changes along the way as well.
And just one brief follow-up, Mr. Chair. If there was new information that came at the very end of this regulatory process but that new information would be, you know, significant, that it should be considered. Does the process allow for that new information to be considered?
I would say absolutely. You know, we want to make sure that we're managing this public resource in the most sustainable way, balancing multiple priorities and not pitting priorities against each other in conflict. Again, leading with data, leading with the most and the best science is critical to getting this right. We do recognize that folks that are out on the water every day I'm at my desk most days, so that's not me, are seeing changes in the bay and seeing changes in the behavior of the fish. And so it's incumbent on us and imperative for us to go out and look at what research we have and see what we might be missing and how we can improve upon that so that we have the most data and the best accurate data to inform these decisions. So if something came in at the 11th hour, we would absolutely take that in under strong consideration and
Thank you.
possibly start
Thank
over.
you.
Okay, any additional questions for the unfavorable panel? Okay, seeing none, that concludes the bill hearing on Senate Bill 1053. And we're going to now go to Senator Augustine and Senate Bill 653, the Clean Water Justice Act of 2024. I'm going to call up your sponsor panel, which is Matt Pluta, Betsy Nicholas, Brian Rusal, Dr. Lauren Augustine. That will be your panel of 4. Let's see. Okay, did we missing anybody?
That's okay.
We got Matt Pluta, Betsy Nicholas, Brian Rusal.
Brian's not here.
Okay, Brian's not here. Okay, so we've got your panel. We're going to let you start. And again, we're on Senate Bill 653.
All right. Okay, thank you so much, Chair Feldman, although Vice Chair Kagan is not here, and members of the committee. Senator Malcolm Augustine here on behalf of Senate Bill 653. 653, this bill establishes standing under specified circumstances for persons and associations in claims arising under specified environmental and natural resource laws. The bill also authorizes a person that has standing pursuant to the bill to bring a civil action against any person or government entity that is alleged to have violated or to be in violation of any standard under specified environmental laws. The Clean Water Act establishes the basic structure for regulating discharge of pollutants into the waters of the United States and regulating quality standards for surface waters. Now, under the Clean Water Act, the Environmental Protection Administration has implemented pollution control programs such as setting wastewater standards for industry. The EPA has also developed national water quality criteria recommendations for pollutants in surface waters. The Clean Water Act made it unlawful to discharge any pollutant from a point source into navigable waters unless a permit was obtained. A key feature of the law was a provision that allowed citizen suits that often work in concert with enforcement by government entities. Indeed, we have heard how challenging it is for the government to identify pollution. And our people, our citizens, are additional eyes and ears with the ability to take action to make sure that the polluters are held accountable. Part of the Clean Water Act in 1972 established what water actually was. So what were the navigable waters of the United States? And they created this definition because we have to determine what this would apply to. And inside of that rule, it was determined that the waters of the United States included that basically at first it included all of there were navigable waters for sure. And it included another piece of interpretation, which was a significant nexus standard, which meant that there were also, prior to the latest ruling, it identified waters that either are alone or in combination with were similarly situated waters to the region, significantly affecting the chemical, physical, or biological integrity of our traditional navigable waters, territorial seas, or interstate waters. So basically suggesting that all of the waters that impacted the navigable waters were in fact a part of the definition of the waters of the United States. This current Supreme Court rejected this definition, instead ruled that basically wetlands, which were the parts that were somewhat disconnected, were not to be included when wetlands but they can be only if they have a continuous surface connection to bodies that are waters of the United States. So in other words, it was changed such that the wetlands where the water wasn't always there, basically were no longer considered a part of the waters of the United States. Now, with that change, we ended up with some of the waterways of the state of Maryland that were no longer protected by the Clean Water Act. And so this legislation is a remedy for the loss of that enforcement mechanism associated with the citizen suits by providing that the state law, that we would take the state law and the state definition of the waters of the state of Maryland, and we would extend the right for citizens to take action when people are polluting, so that we have additional eyes and ears out there to make sure that we're keeping our waterways with less pollution and cleaner. Now, during the process of getting this piece of legislation together, we've worked closely with the department, Maryland Department of the Environment, and also in consultation with the DNR. And we did that because we wanted to make sure that what we were doing was really replacing the rights that were taken away in the Sackett ruling, which was the court case where these rights were taken away. And so in working with them, we've developed what would be sponsor amendments, which were sent into the amendments office and into the committee. I saw they were not a part of the committee testimony, but you all will surely get a chance to see them. And what they do is it refines the bill to focus exclusively to water pollution permitting programs and wetland programs, specifically those highlighted in the Sackett case. The amendments meticulously narrow the scope to incorporate only a handful of the subtitles addressing water pollution and wetlands overseen by the Department of the Environment. And furthermore, we've ensured clarity in the Department of the Environment's role by explicitly outlining its responsibilities in reviewing and approving settlements reached between the public and the violator. To enhance the precision of the original bill, we've incorporated clarifying and corrective amendments, reinforcing our commitment to addressing the pertinent issues at hand. So before we hear from the entire sponsors panel, I want to definitely hear from my primary witness on this one, which is my wife, Lauren Alexander Augustine, who's going to testify to the importance and natures of the waters given her work in these areas. And with that, I'm going to move for a favorable report as amended.
We'll turn it to Dr. Augustine for your favorable testimony, and welcome.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm Lauren Alexander Augustine. I'm the Executive Director of the Gulf Research Program at the National Academy of Sciences. But I'm here today on my own behalf and in my own capacity. I'm here in support of Senate Bill 653 as amended. I want to start with saying that water is a finite and precious resource. Less than 0.5% of all fresh water is surface water. Most is tied up in ice and glaciers and groundwater, and rivers are 0.0006% of all fresh water on the planet. This includes riverine wetlands and streams. So this finite and precious resource is viable and valuable here for the whole nation and in Maryland. However, the Supreme Court of the United States has ruled that a substantial portion of this tiny bit of water will no longer be subject to protection from pollution under the Clean Water Act. The problem is the Supreme Court got it wrong. In Sackett versus EPA, SCOTUS seriously restricted EPA's ability to regulate certain types of wetlands and streams, ruling that wetlands that do not have a continuous surface connection with a navigable water base are not therefore federally jurisdictional and thus not subject to protection under the Clean Water Act. But SCOTUS did not consider the science of how wetlands function. Think of wetlands like a sponge. They filter pollutants and they hold them in suspension, allowing them to attenuate over time. This is how we use sponges too, right? We wet them and we wring them out, we use them and they kind of dry up, and then we do it again. And our sponges, to be effective filters and cleaners in our houses, are not effective when they're totally soaked, and they're not effective when they're totally dry. You have to go back and forth, and it's the same in the wetlands work as well. I will conclude by saying the SCOTUS findings now introduce three major risks to this finite and precious resource. One is elevated contaminants and nutrients, pollutants and sediments in our precious streams and wetlands. Two is reduced function of wetlands and streams to filter contaminants and maintain our high water quality. And finally, this is endangering the very existence of wetlands that provide valuable habitat and flood protection and storm protection for our citizens and our Chesapeake Bay. Maryland has an opportunity to get this right, where the Supreme Court got it wrong. And I yield over time with a request that the committee finds in a favorable report.
Okay, who wants to go next? Okay.
Good afternoon. I'm Betsy Nicholas, Vice President of Programs for Potomac Riverkeeper Network. And I just wanted to talk a little bit about the amendments. I think they're really important in large part to some of the opposition that sometimes when working on a bill, you get a little ambitious and weren't specific enough in terms of the chapters that this went to. So there's a significant narrowing with the sponsors amendment from where the original draft was. And for anyone who has those concerns, we're happy to get it to you and discuss it. I want to also say something that probably shouldn't say to a legislative committee, but our hope is that this actually doesn't do anything different than what we've been doing for the last 30 plus years in Maryland. What we're doing is fixing something that the Supreme Court did that would mess up a lot of our wetlands and waterways in the state of Maryland, so that the net impact on this state is nothing. But if we don't pass this bill, we're going to lose protection over more than half. Estimates are over 60% of the wetlands and waterways in the state of Maryland are no longer going to be protected. That means you can dump anything you want in there. And you don't have to it's not in violation of the law because the law no longer applies. What this bill really does is move the venue from federal court to state court, but the same actions that we've always had, the same waterways, the same permitting programs that were under the federal jurisdiction of the Clean Water Act are still protected by Maryland state law. But what we lost was the ability to enforce those laws. And that's what we're taking back here with the Clean Water Justice Act. So it's not that it's really going to have any noticeable difference right now. It's that if we didn't have it, boy, would we see the difference and the problems with flooding and storms and pollution in our waterways. And so that's the intent here. And I hope that addresses some of the opposition's concerns. Thank you. And I ask for a favorable report.
Thank you. Sir?
Yes, sir. Mr. Chair, members of the committee, thanks for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Matt Pluta. I'm your Chop Tank Riverkeeper with Shore Rivers coming from the Eastern Shore here. This bill really emphasizes the value of community enforcement. Communities and community groups have been using the citizen suit provision under the federal law for years. As a riverkeeper, I'm part of the national movement Waterkeeper Alliance, and waterkeepers around the country have been responsible for over a quarter of the citizen suit Clean Water Act lawsuits that have been brought forward in the state, and those are done on behalf of the communities who are impacted by water pollution. And this bill does just that at the state level. I want to talk a minute about the agency's role in this. And now ideally, our state agencies responsible for enforcing environmental laws would do so adequately and frequently, but that's not always the case. We all might remember the situation in Baltimore Harbor where it took the Baltimore Harbor waterkeeper to go out and collect samples to finally bring to suit the overflowing sewage from the Patapsco wastewater treatment plant. Additionally, my colleague down the row here, Brent Walls, the Upper Potomac Riverkeeper, was alerted by a fisherman about black substance coming down the stream, which led to the unpermitted discharge from the Luke paper mill. All big headlines that have come across the state of Maryland recently. And then finally, on the Eastern Shore, it took a community group to identify the unpermitted discharge coming from a rendering plant that was operating on a permit that expired over 15 years ago. Why didn't the state agencies find these? This is exactly why communities need the tools to be able to protect themselves from water pollution. And lastly, I just want to point out that this bill is not a target to any one or any specific industry. Simply put, if you're following the law, this bill won't do anything. I've read some opposition testimony deflecting responsibility and trying to shove aside the financial burden that this could cause on local communities. But this bill is about those local individuals and their rights to protect water quality. So for that, I urge a favorable report.
Okay, Mr. Walls, you're actually not part of the designated sponsor panel unless you want to designate him right now. Okay, why don't we pick you up right now? And again, tell us who you are, and you got 2 minutes.
My name is Brent Walls, Upper Potomac Riverkeeper with Potomac Riverkeeper Network. I have been helping communities to fight pollution that has impacted their quality of life for 20 years. I've always been confident that the Clean Water Act was a tool that I could use to help these communities. With the new definition of WOTUS and the SACIT decision, I'm not so confident that I can continue to rely on the Clean Water Act for every pollution case. The written testimony I submitted is an example of community burdened by pollution from a mining operation. The photos show pollution mixing with an ephemeral stream and violating the narrative standard criteria under the Clean Water Act. A notice of intent order under the Clean Water Act was filed against this company. A positive resolution was settled on and reduced the pollution by 80%. If that same case were to have been brought on now after SACIT, the chances are very high that our case would have been challenged. Because of SACIT, ephemeral streams are not protected by the Clean Water Act, but they are under Maryland law. Another example occurred in 2015 in Washington County, where a dense trailer park had many septic systems. Each time it rained, sewage would run off into the neighboring community. Both the trailer park residents and the adjacent community did not have the resources or the time to fix the issue. The health department didn't do anything. MD couldn't do anything because it was the health department's role. And this went on for many years. I used the Clean Water Act to file a notice of intent proving that the sewage came from the trailer park, flowed into an ephemeral stream and into a navigable river, the Conococheague. The resolution with the park owners fixed the issue, and now all parties have a better quality of life. Again, this case may not have been resolved since ephemeral streams are not considered WOTUS, waters of the United States. This legislation will give communities another option to protect their families from pollution when the Clean Water Act falls short. I urge a favorable report.
Okay, thank you. Why don't we open up questions of this panel? And then we do have a couple of additional favorable witnesses. Any questions? Senator Watson.
Thank you for this bill, Dr. Augustine. One question, some of the unfavorables, Senator Augustine, keep referencing aesthetics. Can you just define for me what they mean by aesthetics? Is that just debris that they physically see there that makes the area look kind of blighted?
Senator, I am absolutely unsure what they're talking about. But what I will say is that as amended, this is in keeping with the Clean Water Act and deals with pollution. I mean, in polluted waters. So I'm not exactly sure what it would have to do with aesthetics in any regard.
Okay, I'll see if I can pull that up and ask questions.
Yes, sir.
Later. Thank you.
Okay, any additional questions of this favorable sponsor panel? Okay, seeing. Okay, Senator Washington.
Thank you. This is a question again. Thank you all very much. Water is really very important, and I just continue to appreciate all of your protection of this vital resource. Sometimes it's helpful for us to think about a metaphor for some of our environmental assets. So would these areas, would they act more like you talk about a sponge, but in terms of our body, are they like our lungs, or is it our kidneys? It's our liver? Like what are they doing? Because I think that can make us understand how important it is to an entire system.
Yeah, I mean, as far as wetlands go, more like a kidney.
Okay.
It filters, it purifies, it cleans toxins.
Great, thank you. Thank you so much.
Back to Senator Watson.
Page 2 of the bill, line 18, it says a negative impact or the threat of a negative impact to a person's health or to the use of and enjoyment of a natural resource or environment, including a negative impact to aesthetic, recreational, conservational, and economic interests that may be shared among community members.
Yep, we struck that.
Okay.
Yeah. That's been removed.
Stricken.
Oh, okay. All right. Thank you.
Okay, any additional questions for the panel? Thank you. Okay, we do have one additional in-person favorable, Matt Stegman, Chesapeake Bay Foundation. Mr. Stegman, why don't you come up, and then we have one virtual witness we'll pick up, and then we're going to go to panels of unfavorables. Mr. Stegman, why don't you start off 2 minutes again on the favorable side of things?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee. For the record, I'm Matt Stegman. I'm the Maryland staff attorney for the Chesapeake Bay Foundation. CBF, we do education advocacy. A lot of times we do litigation. I am very fortunate that I'm not one of the attorneys that does litigation work, but the folks that do in our litigation department, I think, are some of the toughest and best environmental lawyers in the state of Maryland, if not the entire United States. Oftentimes our litigation department works with communities that have exhausted a number of other options to try to deal with environmental concerns in their community, and maintaining access to courts for environmental enforcement is absolutely crucial to making sure that these communities can get the relief that they are entitled to. I want to commend this committee for ensuring that Maryland continues to have very strong state level protections of our wetlands. I think that's really important, and puts us a step ahead of a number of states in light of the Sackett decision. Our state agencies have really been working hard to rebuild their enforcement capacity, but those strong protections and that enforcement capacity is only as good as the ability of communities to access it, and our agencies can't be proactive everywhere all the time. So with that, it's really important that citizens have the ability to maintain access to courts to demand enforcement on environmental matters. Wanted to point out, I'm here on behalf of the Chesapeake Bay Foundation, but this is a bill that's really important to the entire environmental community. This was chosen as one of the citizens campaigns for the Environment 2024 legislative priorities. So it is something that's important, not just to CBF, but the entire environmental community. So with that, I would ask for a favorable report on Senate Bill 653 with the sponsors' amendments. Thank you.
Okay, any questions for Mr. Stegman? Okay, seeing none,
Thank
we're
you.
going to go to our lone virtual favorable witness, Alice Volpita. Ms. Volpita, you're again signed up favorable, and you've got 2 minutes.
Thank you very much. My name is Alice Volpita. I'm your Baltimore Harbor Waterkeeper with Blue Water Baltimore. And so at the end of the day, what this bill really does is right a wrong that occurred on the federal level. So the Sackett versus EPA case really stripped certain waterways from federal protections under the Clean Water Act. And that means that Maryland residents were also stripped of their rights to enforce the law on their own behalf and on behalf of their communities. So this bill and the Clean Water Justice Act is righting that wrong. It's giving Marylanders the ability to stand up and take action against polluters when their precious waterways have been polluted, degraded, anything under the sun. And what this does is allow folks to do that without having to wait on MDE or another regulatory agency to act. So these agencies are already overburdened and under-resourced. We've heard countless testimony and heard countless bills about the fact that MDE is also under-resourced. So what this bill does is put the power of the law into the hands of the people who are being worst affected. So Blue Water Baltimore is the organization that took legal action against Baltimore City for the illegal discharges at the Patapsco and Back River wastewater treatment plants. I think that this type of strategic litigation is one of the most important pieces of advocacy that Blue Water Baltimore engages in. And I say that it's advocacy and not just, strategic litigation, because sometimes it's okay to sue your friends. Blue Water Baltimore has a very strong relationship with the city of Baltimore, and it's about holding each other accountable. So I think that if you were to ask MDE about the tenor of that specific piece of litigation, our ability as a citizen group to drive forward that piece of litigation actually helped result in a stronger outcome for everybody involved. And that's what this bill does. It keeps everybody accountable to each other, and it holds MDE's feet to the fire. Thank you very much, and we urge a favorable report.
Okay, any questions for our virtual witness? Okay, seeing none, thank you. We're going to now move to a panel of unfavorables. I'm just going to call some names and come stand to the table. Angelica Bailey Thupari from MML. Is Angelica here? Bill Castelli. Okay, Margaret Withrop. Bob Eden. Dominic Puchko, Mako. Okay, Tom Valentine, I see you right there. Why don't you come up? Tom Cole. Okay. Okay, so that's
Afternoon, Mr. Chairman,
I
with your
don't see
permission.
Angelica. So, okay, so this is the unfavorable, and then we do have a few virtual unfavorables we'll take up next after this panel. So who wants to lead off?
With your permission, Mr.
Okay,
Chair, I'll
Mr.
start.
Valentine, why don't you lead? And each of you are on the 2-minute clock. Unfavorable. Okay.
Chair Feldman, Vice Chair Kagan, members of the committee. My name is Tom Valentine with NIOP Maryland. We're a commercial real estate trade association here in opposition to Senate Bill 653. State law already allows individuals and associations who meet the federal standing requirement to seek judicial review of state air and water quality permits, to intervene in any enforcement action that's initiated by MDE, and sue state and local officials to carry out their enforcement duties. What Senate Bill 653 does is allow these parties to independently initiate their own enforcement actions. Today, enforcement authority over state and local permits is vested with state and local agencies who operate in the public interest. They use their own discretion and enforcement decisions, and they're subject to oversight by the General Assembly and local elected bodies. 653 would allow private interests to bring enforcement action in court based on their own assessment of how permitted activities harm their interests and what remedies or penalties are appropriate. Regulated entities could be subject to litigation from private parties, even if the responsible government enforcement agencies choose not to take court action. So this means to us that determined opponents can use the broad language in this bill to initiate tactical litigation to delay or alter permitted activities after they've been approved. A plaintiff could get into court based on a claim of past or potential future impacts to their aesthetic, recreational, conservational, health, or economic interest, which is part of the threshold for standing at the state level, at the federal level. And the person doesn't have to live near the alleged violation in order to trigger a judicial review. And the plaintiffs, as introduced, don't have to prevail on all the issues in order to be awarded court costs or participate in alternate mitigation. So we have multiple concerns with the bill. We do appreciate Senator Augustine meeting with our group and sharing the sponsor amendments, which we will review carefully. Thank you.
Okay, who wants to go next? Okay.
I'll go next.
Okay, tell us who you are.
Maggie Withrop. I'm an environmental attorney. I've been practicing law for 29 years, and I'm also the primary author and editor of the book on Maryland environmental law. Thank you for your time this morning. I'm here speaking at the request of the Maryland Building Industry Association. And the amended bill would create a new private cause of action for almost any person or association to file a civil lawsuit if they claim a violation of state wetland or water pollution control laws. And as Tom said, would allow the court to award attorney's fees to a substantially prevailing plaintiff to incentivize those lawsuits. And although clean water justice sounds good, in practice, we think an additional citizen suit provision is unnecessary and would create an unreasonable burden on development. Citizen suits do have a valid purpose, but the concern here is that they would be abused by NIMBYs. Anyone who doesn't want a development in a particular area will sue, which it will substantially increase the cost for developers, making it harder for any development to be affordable. In addition to the rights that Tom mentioned, common law already provides adjacent and other landowners with standing to sue for discharges that affect their property under theories like trespass and nuisance. And I also want to point out that Maryland law is actually broader than federal law in terms of what constitutes a discharge, and includes not only the actual spilling of a pollutant into a water body, but also includes placing a pollutant in a position where it's likely to pollute. So you don't even need actual pollution in order to potentially violate a discharge standard. And because every development needs to manage stormwater and sediment runoff, the concern is that this could potentially allow a lawsuit against every development project in the state. Now, we respectfully ask for an unfavorable report. Thank you.
Okay, who wants to go next?
I'll go. Thank you.
Tom Cole on behalf of the Maryland Affordable Housing Coalition. I'm not going to repeat any of the testimony that you've already heard. Our concern is that this will give rise to collateral attacks on development approvals. Compliance with forest conservation, stormwater management, all of that is evaluated at the site development stage for a lot of these projects. But what we've seen in some environmental actions is that there will be not just an appeal of the approval, but also a collateral attack in circuit court. And what I mean by we see is I actually represented a defendant in a case that went all the way up to the Fourth Circuit Court of Appeals. And this was on the misinterpretation of the Clean Water Act. Every level said it was a misinterpretation, but yet it went up to the Fourth Circuit. And one of the river keepers a moment ago said, if you're not doing anything wrong, this won't hurt you. Unfortunately, that's not the case. Litigation and delay is an injury in fact, even if those cases aren't successful. So I just wanted to note, in addition to those concerns that were already raised, that the litigation in and of itself and expanding this standing requirement, especially as it relates to affordable housing that is on very delicate funding schedules, you can kill a project without ever succeeding in court. And that is the coalition's primary concern here. We haven't had an opportunity to review the sponsor amendments, but we would ask that to the extent this bill would to move forward, that it would look to exclude development projects under the reasoning that I just described. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Ed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Robert Enton on behalf of the Maryland Building Industry Association. I want to start out by echoing what Mr. Ballantyne said. We really did appreciate Senator Augustine taking the time to talk with us yesterday morning, and I publicly apologize for not getting to him earlier, and appreciate him sending the amendments to us very, very much. You have our written testimony, and I guess my focus is on standing. And, you know, it's a basic principle. And for the lawyers in the room and those of you who have been here for a while, you understand how important it is that standing is. Standing is a recognized constitutional right, which says that if you're going to sue somebody, you have to be the injured party. Someone who's not the injured party doesn't have standing to sue. And our concern, as stated in our written testimony, is that this bill goes way beyond traditional standing, in our opinion, the way it's written, and I have to look at the amendments. We have to consider them. But I think it goes way beyond and would open us up to litigation, to intervention in regulatory matters by parties that really don't have a direct interest in the issue at hand. And I think that's our big concern. We really would love to be able to work this out with the senator, and look forward to continuing these discussions. But I think that is our major concern with the bill. Thank you.
Okay, Dominic.
Mr. Chair, members of the committee, Dominic Butchko with the Maryland Association of Counties. I really don't want to belabor the point here. I think that most of this opposition panel has voiced similar concerns. Really, local jurisdictions are just like the state. We are providing public services, and we do that via taxpayer dollars. Just as Mr. Cole said, litigation can add serious expense and delay to projects that benefit both of our mutual constituents. And, you know, I just want to refer you to our written testimony, as well as the written testimony of the Maryland Municipal League and the Maryland Municipal Stormwater Association and the Maryland Municipal Wastewater Association. So thank you, Senator Augustine. You have tried to work with us considerably. We would definitely want to partner more and see if we can find a path, but as currently drafted, we still have some concerns. So we urge an unfavorable report. Thank you.
Okay, before we take questions, why don't we just get the two unfavorable virtuals in here? I see Mike Powell, and then we have is the other ones. Okay, so we have one virtual witness. Mike Powell, you're on the 2-minute unfavorable list. So why don't you weigh in, and then we'll take questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. I feel a little deja vu here. Years ago, I wrote the current Department of the Environment statutes for challenging permits and challenging enforcement actions when I worked for then Governor O'Malley and then Secretary Pertusepi. And I'm looking at this and thinking, I understand the concern that people have about the Supreme Court Sackett decision, but this doesn't fix the Sackett decision. The Sackett decision, just in a nutshell, was the federal Supreme Court interpreting federal water pollution laws, and the conservative majority in the federal Supreme Court interpreted in a way that many, including me, disagree disagree with. This doesn't change the federal definition of navigable waters of the U.S. And the definition of Maryland of the U.S., the Maryland laws dealing with what is a water of the state of Maryland, were not changed by Sackett, are not changed by this statute. What this proposed bill does is simply add ability to sue. And our concern is on behalf of the Maryland builders is that this allows for people who have ulterior motives about why they want to stop a project to bring a claim. Look, the wetlands laws and stormwater laws are very ambiguous, and quite frankly, the rules are changing from year to year as the EPA keeps changing who's running the EPA. And so making sure you stay on exactly the right side of the edge and that there's no ambiguity is very hard. But you can go into the enforcement agency and make sure that everybody agrees you're on the right side of the law. But you can't to get everybody who kayaks on the river or hikes by the isolated pond to agree that what you're doing is okay. And our concern is that what this will do is open the door to lots of litigation. It's not a remedy for the Sackett decision. It is in fact a fix that causes more harm than good. And for that reason, we respectfully request for an unfavorable opinion.
Okay, we're gonna take questions. We'll start with the sponsor, Senator Augustine.
Thank you. First of all, I just will ask everybody whether or not you are responding to the bill as introduced or the bill as amended. I'm just asking. What was your testimony? Was your testimony to the bill as introduced or the bill as amended?
So I can say for Mako, so our written testimony is for the bill as introduced. We still have some of our jurisdictions reviewing the amendments, and we can have further comments.
Okay, is that just generally the case that it's the bill as introduced, not the bill as amended? And that we are going to talk with each other about that in the intervening time?
Absolutely. Once again, I thank you for, sharing the amendments with us yesterday morning. I'm not an environmental attorney. My law partner, Mr. Howe, is, but others that are at the table, and so is Ms. Witherup, who was also my former law partner, to take a look at it, get back with you and see if there's a middle ground that we can find.
All right, thank you. And then what I would ask all of you is this Sackett ruling is relatively recent. Right. And so are you all saying that you just what is your opinion of the Clean Water Act where folks have already had said standing? And so what is it that I wasn't asking you actually. I'll ask what's your name, ma'am? You're
Ms. Witherup.
Yes. Yeah. Could you answer that for me?
I'm sorry, what was the question? What was my
so right
opinion
now you already have, up until just last year, right? There was already the citizen suits were available in our state for the navigable waters of the United States. They were available. They already have been previously available. And so you're arguing that somehow that this is going to be so much more challenging to allow for these citizen suits, but the citizen suits were there. How were they so negative to all of you and to your businesses in the past? Or do you all not support the Clean Water Act?
No, I absolutely support the Clean Water Act. And the Sackett decision, I think it narrowed the definition of what constitutes a water of the United States, which under the Federal Clean Water Act is defined as navigable waters.
Correct.
And they interpreted that narrowly, saying it has to be navigable waters or a continuous surface connection to navigable waters. But that did not limit the definition of waters of the state. And
it did not, ma'am. So what I'm asking you is this. So prior to last summer, you all were living under the definition of navigable waters. That was a broader definition that was changed, right? That was changed last year. So what I'm trying to ask is, you all are now concerned as amended. The only thing that we're doing is putting back the ability for folks to do the citizen suits that they were able to do as of last summer. It wasn't so bad. Are you all trying to roll back is what I'm trying to understand. Are you trying to roll back the rights of citizens in our state? Because what they had before, all we're doing is just backfilling what they had before. Are you all seeking to roll back rights for our citizens?
Senator Augustine, could I give you my answer to that?
I really didn't ask you.
Okay, Senator Augustine gets to decide who he's directing the question to. So Okay, who up on the panel?
I'll
Sarah August-
respond.
Okay.
Thank you.
I don't think that we are trying to roll back any rights of citizens. Citizens still have a federal citizens suit right.
Right, but that's the thing. They no longer have it in where there are ephemeral streams. That's my point. So that's what we're trying to do. And by the way, with the amendments, that's all that we've tried to do is try to roll it back to where it was before so that they do have similar rights to what they had in the past.
Yeah.
So that's all. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Your attempt to answer my question. If I wasn't clear, I apologize. Okay, thank you.
We'll open it up to other, so Esther, your light was on previously. Do you have a question of this panel or the virtual witness?
No, I had a question for this panel.
Okay.
I mean, I think it was, helpful that Senator Augustine, said that you were asked if you were commenting on the bill as introduced, the bill as amended. Like either way, we've got this new kind of gap in the law. And so my question is, if you don't like this approach, what is your alternative solution?
I think we would have to have some conversations about whether we agree on the nature of the gap. The waters of the US went back and forth for a decade or more, as far as I can tell. Regulated community in Maryland really didn't pay much attention to it because the definition of waters of the state was more expansive, and the implementation in Maryland wasn't going to change depending on what happened with waters of the US's definition, because the waters of the state govern our permits. What this does is provide an opportunity for action in state court on state permits, which I don't think is something that we experienced in the past, and we have concerns about the implications of that.
Yeah, not everybody has an answer. Mr. Coles, you can weigh in, and then we'll go to Senator Washington for a question.
Yeah, just very quick, the fact that this implicates the state's environmental laws, that's why the Maryland Affordable Housing Coalition is here. We do not have the privilege of seeing the amendments. We saw the bill as it was filed. And to the extent that this expands standing under state environmental laws to sue both the locality giving an approval and also the potential affordable housing builder, that is not something that we support because there are already environmental approvals in the development process.
Okay, why don't we go to Senator Washington next?
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I've been listening, and permitting is a means to an end, not necessarily to facilitate or dissuade development. It's a mean towards protecting the public health and protecting assets and resources. So I think that's where there's a disconnect between what this panel's focus is and what we as environmental policymakers, and that the gap is that one of the tools, and I just want to get that you understand what I'm saying, that one of the tools that was previously available is not available at the federal level. So we still have all of these water assets that provide a role and need protection. And so what the senator is doing, the sponsor, it looks like with the amended version, is really narrowing the ability. So, and I guess I'll ask Mako this question. To what extent do our counties and municipalities have an interest in protecting the public health of your constituents and also your natural resources? Do you have, I guess, and it's not a rhetorical, it really is, yeah, a real question.
So
Thank you.
So I can only speak for counties, not municipalities. I think counties have a very big interest and have, multiple safeguards in protecting our constituents and our environment and natural resources.
Okay, additional questions for this panel? Okay, seeing none, that concludes the bill hearing on Senate Bill 653, which brings us to the next Augustine bill, Senate Bill 685, Senator, and we've got Mr. Butchko back up. Well, no, he's actually favorable with amendments. So you're on your own on the favorable side. We have two favorable with amendments and one unfavorable. And then we'll turn to Senator Washington's bills after this.
All
Mr.
right.
Augustine, Senate Bill 685.
Okay, colleagues, so Senator Malcolm Augustine here on behalf of Senate Bill 685. Program open space, use of property, renewable energy and storage. So colleagues, you remember we had Director, is he Director Pinsky? Is that his title? I can't remember. Director Pinsky.
Director.
Yeah.
It's called Director.
It's Director, right? Y'all remember when Director Pinsky was here and we were talking about our challenges associated with our renewable energies and trying to get all of our renewable energy. And if you guys remember, I asked him a question about program open space land. I said, well, you know, have we ever thought about if there's a way for us to look at our program open space to see if there isn't an opportunity there to cite some of our, to help kind of do two things at once, cite some of our renewable energy on some of our program open space land. And I introduced this piece of legislation just to start that conversation. I was just like, you know what, I think this is something that we should consider. And that's why I put forward this piece of legislation. In the process of doing that, I looked at what our program open space is, and program open space is in a couple of different parts. The part that we are familiar with is the program open space local. Like that's the part where we have certain money and our localities have gotten grants and stuff like that to purchase land and stuff like that. But there's another part too, which is the statewide program. And that has about 50,000 acres in it, just so that you all know, that's about 50,000 acres. There's another portion of the program open space where it's our state-owned lands. And the state has either purchased the land, fee simple, or they may have an easement on the land in order to keep it, in a conserved state. And that is around 350,000 acres or thereabouts. So it's a lot of acreage. I just want to kind of give you guys this point that renewable energy, in order for us to get 1 megawatt of solar, this number has moved around. It's gone up and down, 5 acres, somewhere in there. It moves up and down as they get more, they get better. That's per megawatt. So 5 to 10 acres per megawatt. And that number goes up and down. For wind, a megawatt takes about 60 acres. It's on average. It can go a little bit lower too, up or down, or whatever. But the point here is we have hundreds of thousands of acres of land, and we have this need for land to site renewable energy to help us move towards our goals that we have out there. And the thing that I thought about with that was in meeting with the department. I met with the department about this, the Department of Natural Resources, and I expressed to them like it was never my intention to be negative towards the program at all. My intention always was, are there some places where it would make sense to give them the authority to allow them to consider citing these things, which is also one of our priorities, these renewable sources, be it wind, solar, or storage that we have, that it may make sense. And we had good conversations about that. They discussed how there are certain places where maybe we have brownfields. You can think about it that way. We've had conversations in here about agrovoltaics, where you have, agrovoltaics. Well, right now they can't do anything with that on these lands. And so what this bill does, and there is an amendment with this one too, y'all, like this one is also amended. So I've been working these before we get here. So I met with the DNR, and so that's why they're coming in favorable
with amendment because once they understood kind of what I was thinking of, they thought about it. They were like, yeah, that's a possibility. That's a possibility. However, they wanted it to be clear, and that is what the amendment does say, that they have the authority that is within them, and they have the sole discretion of that department as far as, to determine the use. Not that we are saying they've got to put it on there. That's not what I meant. That was never my intention. My intention was always give them some flexibilities to see if there might be a way to do it. The other thing that I thought about with this is it may also make it such that we're able to even purchase more land, because now if we're able to make some money from the, from the renewable energy that's generated, I mean, there are just some things that I think really do make some sense for us to do. Nothing in this bill discusses or touches on siting, as it were, an issue that we know we have to contend with. No, it does not touch anything with regard to local permitting or any kind of things like that. It really is only saying that we provide some flexibility to the department to be able to consider, in addition to recreation space, in addition to playgrounds, stadiums, you guys, like we've done that with that too, where you build a stadium with program open space dollars and stuff like that. How about if we have a parking lot, you're able to put some solar over the top of it, for example? That's what this bill does. And so I will ask for a favorable report on Senate Bill 685 as amended. Thank you.
Okay, questions for the sponsor, Senator Augustine? Okay, seeing none, we do have two favorable with amendment witnesses, Dominic Butchko from MACO and Dylan Baylor from DNR. Why don't you both tell us what kind of amendments you're contemplating here? And then we have one unfavorable. So who wants to start?
I'll go first. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee. For the record, Dylan Baylor, Legislative Director at the Department of Natural Resources. Firstly, I'd like to say thank you to Senator Augustine and the sponsor for meeting with the Secretary and I to talk about the intent of this bill. The Department of Natural Resources is supportive of this bill with our proposed amendment. I think, as the sponsor indicated, I think once we met, we learned and had a better understanding of what the intent here is, which is to put one tool in the toolbox of the department if we do find that there is the perfect parcel of land that this might be eligible for. And I think after that meeting, we were amenable to the idea, and we appreciate the ability to offer the amendment that's in our packet to make it abundantly clear that the sole discretion to make these siting decisions is retained by the department, even if there are interested parties. And the one other thing I would want to mention is we've had great conversations with Senator Hester over the interim to talk about the same topic as well. And just for the committee to remember, I think there's a lot of conversation about solar siting, and we do need to meet our clean energy demands as a state. I do just, it is important to also remember the previous legislation that this committee has passed and the General Assembly has passed with the Maryland the Beautiful Act that set 30% of our land to be conserved by 2030 and 40% by 2040. So we just want to make sure that we're constantly looking at that balance. And with that, we appreciate the bill and recognize the sponsor's intent. And with that, I'd respectfully request a favorable report with amendments.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, members of the committee, Don Butchko with the Maryland Association of Counties. Again, I want to thank the sponsor for putting this bill in and working with us. Solar siting has been something we've been talking about extensively in and outside of this committee, and this could be a potential step forward on addressing our solar issues. A couple of things MACO wants to point out. There's a little bit of discomfort with the broad scope of this bill, particularly the intent of program open space is for conservation and recreation. And so the idea of using POS funds to potentially buy land land for a big solar development causes a little bit of heartburn, and I think you can understand why. That being said, there certainly are sites that are suitable for solar development. We were talking about parking lots, rooftops, et cetera. Not every parcel of land that's purchased with POS funds, is going to be conserved or for recreation. And so in those spaces where it is suitable, we should certainly open it up and allow that. Additionally, there was a comment about potentially using POS, the revenue that we get if we do put solar on that, to purchase more land. We are definitely open to discussing that idea. I don't know if it's through regulation or legislation, but right now local jurisdictions can't have a project purchased with POS funds that generates a significant amount of revenue. So we'd be happy to talk about that. That being said, this is definitely a good step forward. We would just like to see a few more guardrails. And so we urge a favorable report with amendment. Thank you.
Any questions for our two FWA witnesses? Favorable with amendment, Senator Watson.
Thank you for this. And I understand the intent, and I thank the senator for putting this bill forward. But I want to take a different look at it, because if solar more or less is only a third as efficient as other sources of energy, we need a whole heck of a lot of land to be able to do the siting of these projects we know are already jammed up in PJM's queue, right? And anytime we're going to talk agricultural land, we're always going to be in this battle with local jurisdictions of what they really want to do with that land. And you had touched on it, but I really think it would be a great bill. Public schools are publicly funded. They have flat roofs. Why don't we take the initiative to put solar on all of our schools? That way there is no conflict with the lands. We don't have to fight the local jurisdictions. And again, they receive state funding. So we have a lot more tools in the tool chest to deal with that, because now it's up here. Doesn't bother anybody's sight or anything like that. Have you guys given that really strong consideration? You touched on it. But that's huge. I mean, we have thousands of schools all across the state that we could actually modify and use. What do you think about that?
Yeah, so thank you. I think that's a very great question, Senator. So first, I just want to stipulate my answer with, I am not the lead on that portfolio. My colleague Brianna is, so I will make sure she follows up with a more detailed answer. It is something that local jurisdictions have looked at. I think there are some concerns with the cost up front on retrofitting. If you're going to build a building that's solar ready, the initial investments could be substantially greater. That being said, I'll make sure we follow up with a more substantive answer to that question.
Okay, we've got Senator Hester next.
Thank you. And I just wanted to thank both of you for sitting through excruciating long meetings on solar siting this summer. But my question is for DNR. You guys host the DG Plus tool. And we've been working on bringing the GIS files for all of our state land into that DG Plus tool. Could you, in a few sentences, describe to the committee what that tool does and maybe follow up with something afterwards that's more detailed?
Yeah. So for those of you, one of the coolest units at DNR is our power plant research program. So they do all of the reviews for the PSC for their through the CPCM process, and they're also they have a ton of knowledge about renewable energy and our energy systems in the state. So the senator is referencing our Smart DG Plus tool, which is for developers. Okay, so the PPRP program at the department is Power Plant Research Program. And for the Public Service Commission, they do all of the reviews for the CPCN, the Certificate of Public Necessity process. And one of the tools that they offer is the Smart DG Plus. I don't know what the DG stands for, but it is a mapping tool that is an overlay of the state that has a wealth of information about distribution lines and a variety of other information that is needed. So that way developers of energy systems can have that information in planning their projects. So what we worked with the senator and what we're working through right now is how to incorporate the different state lands into that portal. So that way we have a better understanding of what might be available, including MDOT lands and other brownfields, other type of lands. So hopefully that information will be more transparent about what land is available.
Okay, any additional questions for this panel? Seeing none, we do have one witness signed up unfavorable, Doug Myers from Chesapeake Bay Foundation. Mr. Myers, why don't you come up Again, you signed up unfavorable and you'll be on the 2-minute clock.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Madam Co-Chair, members of the committee. My name is Doug Myers. I'm the Maryland Senior Scientist at Chesapeake Bay Foundation. I'd like to thank the senator for bringing the bill and starting the conversation, as you said. We are opposed to Senate Bill 685 as written, which expands the use of the program open space to include acquisition of properties for renewable energy facilities. We understand the challenges of meeting our renewable energy targets, and that there are many pieces of legislation that you probably already have heard or are about to hear about solar and wind siting, criteria for generation, storage, and transmission. Significant financial and policy incentives either already exist or are being proposed to target already built properties near the energy market. And that's a very important thing, near the energy market, such as rooftops, brownfields, highway rights of way that you heard about. There's a significant loss of electricity in transmission. And so I would hate to have program open space be used to buy land in distant parts of the state and ship that energy across the state at great loss of transmission. Program open space protects critical fish and wildlife habitats, water quality, public access to the bay and its rivers and streams, as well as other natural areas and recreational parks. Without creating some additional funding, the expansion of uses called for in SB 685 will create competition with these important existing uses of the program open space. And as written, CBF urges an unfavorable report.
Question for the sponsor.
Real brief. Hey, thank you for your work. I'm not trying to damage anything. I really am not. What about the land that we already own? So it's like there's no acquisition cost or anything like that. I mean, we own an extensive amount of land already, some of which is degraded. That we have. So what about that land?
Right. I feel like that's still a different thing than program open space.
No. Program open space was used to buy that land. I mean, that's in that
right.
Those easements, that fee simple. It's in the hands of the state now. It's not about the acquisition.
Right.
That part is about that which we already
sure,
have acquired.
But at the end of the day, it's a funding source that has a fixed amount of revenue to it that's used for these other things that I mentioned.
I think I'm just talking about, I'm asking you not about the acquisition now.
Right.
Okay, we've already acquired it.
But if you're spending program open space money, it's money that's not going to the acquisition of open spaces. At the end of the day, all kinds of electricity is a utility and it's a profit-making venture. So why would the state be subsidizing the location with free land?
It's not that the state would be subsidizing, the state would benefit potentially. I mean, we would benefit from it, but
right.
I'm more than happy to talk to you offline. It seems like you're not understanding what I'm saying.
I think I understand. It's just,
I don't think you do.
Okay. As written, it would not get there in any way, and we'd have to have some serious talks about amendments. Thank you.
Okay. With that said, any additional questions of, well, he's departed the table. So in any event, that ends the hearing on Senate Bill 685. We're going to go next to Senator Washington. Senator Washington, I'd like to take up maybe a Senate Bill 893 first, if that's okay with you. And I'm going to call up your sponsor panel. We've got Sandy McFadden, Lisa Polyak. Do you mind if I call up former Senator Ed Riley? Because he's right there in the, what's that?
In opposition?
Oh, you signed up favorable on here. Okay, well then we have it wrong. Okay, never mind. You will not be joining this panel. Okay, Sacabee Wilson, Jacoby Wilson. Okay, those are your sponsor panelists. I don't know who else is coming up here. There may be other favorable witnesses. They weren't designated as sponsor panelists, but this is who you want at the table as your sponsor panel. Let's just start with that
There's
question.
one more person.
And you have one witness.
virtual.
We have a
Great,
virtual
great.
witness.
Thank you.
Yes. Okay.
Thank you, colleagues. Good afternoon. Senator Mary Washington, asking for your favorable report on Senate Bill 895. I'd like to first, before we get started, to let you know we're joined by a number of individuals who are supportive of this bill. There's residents of our greater Govans community, And also additionally, we have students from Loyola University Center for Community Service and Justice. So could I have them all stand so you can see them? And again, while this legislation is designed to help communities that are currently living in areas, it's also thinking about the future and the generation, and here they are today. Thank you all so much for being here. You have some of their written testimony. Colleagues, talking about death or end of life is a very difficult subject. And it's very clear that sometimes, particularly when we're talking about, I have the wrong bill folder. So 1 second, hold on. Did you grab 898? Yeah, I have two others and I grabbed the wrong one. I was reading about permits. So I'll just say it's important to honor our deceased, our loved ones. We want to make sure that they're cared for and that they find a final resting place. And cremation is indeed a standard practice. Okay. And I want to be clear that this bill does not ban this method for the disposition of human remains. And as I said, it's a very difficult topic. And I want to say that I truly, truly value the morticians, the funeral directors, those professionals in the mortuary sciences that spend time with us, care for our families in their most difficult times. But I just want to give just a little background before we get into the specifics of the bill. So as defined in Maryland Code, go to, I guess, the next slide, cremation means the process of reducing human remains to bone fragments through intense heat and evaporation through the use of a mechanical process, a thermal process, or pulverization. A crematory, as it is referenced in this bill, or a crematory incinerator, is either a standalone facility or a part of another building. Now, SB 893 will add a proximity criteria to proposed crematory incinerators. And for those seeking air quality applications and assess their proximity to a comprehensive healthcare facility, an extended care facility, a child care center, a family child care center, a public or non-public primary or elementary or secondary school, or residential property. Now, again, this is just about the issuance of an air quality permit, which is why it's in this committee. And on the screen here, I'm just answering the question, why does MDE regulate crematory incinerators? And again, permitting as a way of protecting public health, okay? And the Federal Clean Air Act identifies 6 common air pollutants: ground level ozone, sulfur dioxide, nitrogen dioxide, particulate matter, lead, carbon, and carbon monoxide. Crematories come under the regulatory frame and scheme for MDE because they typically operate in populated areas and they release emissions such as particulate matter, nitrogen oxide, carbon dioxide, hydrogen chloride, sulfide dioxide, dioxidants, furans, formaldehyde, and mercury. Now, why areas 3 and 4? Because this bill only applies in areas 3 and 4, which are the Baltimore metropolitan area or the Washington, D.C. greater metropolitan area, the Baltimore City, Baltimore County, Anne Arundel County, Harford, Howard, Carroll, Montgomery, and Prince George's. Now, the prohibition against certain types of incinerators in areas 3 and 4 was enacted in 1982 after the EPA approved the Clean Air Act. And according to a description provided in the Federal Register, because we were thinking about, okay, how did we get here? Maryland had to draft a state implementation plan. And we had to do that to make sure that we complied with the Clean Air Act. So we surmised that the prohibition was implemented to protect densely populated areas already assumed and believed to be subject to excessive pollution. Further, EPA defines areas 3 and 4 in 2012 as something called a non-attainment area. And that's 8-hour ozone ambient air quality. Now, I have some experts here who can answer some of your questions about what all that means, but basically it means that these areas that many of us live in, already exceed pollution limits, and therefore they must receive special attention. Now, certain incinerators were at that time in 1982 prohibited. In fact, a number of incinerators under that provision of Maryland law and federal law were decommissioned. And because of population health concerns. Now, however, not quite sure how it happened, but probably because of the role of cremation, crematoriums were an exemption to this rule despite their classification as incinerators. So in Maryland law, crematories are incinerators. And according to the National Institutes of Health, cremation is an energy-intensive process that can require the equivalent of 20 to 25 gallons of gasoline or fuel, because you have to maintain 1900 degrees of heat for over 2 hours, and it releases sulfur dioxide, and as we said earlier, what it releases. And NIH says in their guidance that the greatest impact is on adjacent areas where the emissions are concentrated. Now, the mission of MDE is to protect and restore the environment for the health and well-being of Marylanders. Environmental permits issued by MDE are not a right. They are a privilege. A driver's license or anything that is provided by the state, and therefore issuing an air quality permit to a potentially hazardous source without mitigating impacts that are known on the front end is short-sighted at best. So to do so is an unnecessary risk to the health of our families, our children, our elders, and other vulnerable populations. There is enough space in Maryland to find locations for crematories that do not impose a risk to the public health. Now, the policy decision to have setbacks are not new. We see setbacks nationally and internationally. In fact, Connecticut, Georgia, Colorado, New Jersey, New Hampshire, Virginia, Florida, Oregon, Iowa, Pennsylvania, North Carolina, and Nevada all have some jurisdictional proximity restrictions. In fact, Nevada has a 1,500 feet when located anywhere in an urban area, that it must be 1,500. This bill is asking for 1,000. Now, despite what you may hear or what you read, there are many studies that show crematories' negative impacts on the environment and public health. They show that neighbors around these crematoriums are higher risk. Again, risk and occurrence is a different measure than causality. Just because there can't be a very clear straight line of causality does not negate the risk to heart disease, lung cancer, asthma, adverse birth defects, diabetes. Human bodies that are being incinerated contain embalming products, persistent organic pollutants, synthetic pesticides, pharmaceuticals, personal care products, illicit drugs, metal byproducts from implants, limb replacements, pacemakers. There was also a concern regarding the vaporization of plastics from your dental fillings. Some opponents of this bill claim that there's not enough scientific evidence to justify these setbacks. I think we will show that there is more than enough evidence there. However, we do know that COMAR is full of administrative controls. Further, we know that there is indeed a lot of evidence. But despite this, that does not indicate, or the fact that there is some debate does not indicate that there is a lack of risk. Think of this, it took decades of advocacy for the federal government to recognize the real dangers of lead and to enact regular limits on exposure. The danger of leaded gasoline or cigarettes, for example, were known in the 1920s, and it wasn't until the mid-20th century when a scientist, Claire Patterson's research, proved the pervasiveness of environmental lead contamination. That changed things. In 1970, the US Congress passed the Clean Air Act, and we eliminated leaded gas by late 1980s. So in conclusion, we have the evidence, we have scientific and anecdotal that crematories emit toxic pollutants that damage the environment and the people who live near them. I say again, this bill is to not ban or impact those crematories that are currently operating, but it aims to protect the most vulnerable from these pollutants. And we have also, because of conversations, made some amendments to clarify this fact that it is not affecting current crematories and that they are exempt from these provisions. Thank you so much for listening. And again, as you see the amendments, this only applies to new applications for air quality permits associated with a crematory incinerator. Permits seeking renewals are not subject to this title. And you will read that in the letters from the Mortuary Association. So this amendment will address that. So we're creating a legacy clause that says existing air quality permits are not subject to this subtitle. I'd like to introduce my panel of witnesses. I have Lisa Poliak, who's an environmental engineer and public health scientist. Sandy McFadden, who lives in Baltimore City. She's a community school coordinator for the Govans Elementary School. Dr. Sakobi Wilson, professor, University of Maryland, College Park School of Public Health. And virtually, we have Bradley Lang, Chief of Staff to Baltimore County Councilman David Marks. I will note that this is, in fact, a bipartisan concern in that Councilman Marks is a representative, is a Republican councilman in Baltimore County, and we share similar concerns about this issue.
Okay, who wants to go first? Part of the spot, Senator Washington, who would you like to designate to go first?
Do you want to go first? Or? Sure. Yep. Okay.
Yeah, tell us again, put the mic a little closer and tell us who you are, okay?
Sure thing. Senator Feldman, Senator Kagan, nice to see you again. Members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to testify. I'm an environmental engineer and a public health scientist, and for the last 35 years,
Here, tell us your name. Yeah,
Say your name.
yeah,
oh, sorry.
for the
My
record.
name is Lisa Poliak. Nice to see you all again. For the last 35 years, I've worked for the Army Medical Command and the Defense Health Agency, evaluating environmental health exposures for U.S. service members in the U.S. and around the world. Today, I'm appearing in a private capacity as the science advisor to the York Road Partnership in Baltimore. And obviously, I urge a favorable report for Senate Bill 893. I want to make 4 points today about why this bill is both good policy and good science. So as you know, the demand for cremation has risen dramatically in the last 20 years out of necessity and cost. The Maryland State Funeral Directors Association reports that 52% of Marylanders needing after-death care chose cremation rather than burial. This demand is reflected in the 116 air permits for crematory incinerators that Maryland Department of the Environment has issued. According to MDE records, air permit applications for human crematoriums have doubled in the last 10 years in Maryland. Second point, there are no federal air quality regulations at this time governing the operation of crematory incinerators, none. Further, the regulations that exist in the state of Maryland haven't been updated for over 30 years. They were last amended in 1991. Further, having reviewed a majority of the crematory air permits that were issued by MDE, I can tell you that there are no permit obligations to perform either a stack test or to measure crematory emissions to identify either what kind of pollutants or what amount of pollutants are emitted from the exhaust stack. Third point, unlike regular incinerators, crematory incinerators have no emission controls, none. There's no monitors that measure how much pollution that comes out of the exhaust stack either. The only optional device that is present on some of the crematories is a smoke detector, like the kind you have in your kitchen that tells you when the stove is on fire. Those smoke detectors simply tell you whether the smoke in the exhaust stack is too dense or too dark, but it doesn't tell you how much particulate matter is coming out of the exhaust stack.
Okay, Ms. Poliak, can you bring it to closure? We're past the clock here.
Sure
Okay.
thing. Opponents of this bill say that cremation poses no health risk and that stack exhaust only contains carbon dioxide and water, but we know this isn't true because the American Medical Association tells us 10% of Americans have some medical device implanted in their body before they die. Those include things like vascular stents, synthetic joints, prosthetic limbs, cosmetic implants, dental fillings, which are not removed before cremation. Crematories are processing much more than human remains. They are not designed to incinerate these materials, and because of the lack of pollution control, they will just emit the partially burned remnants of these devices into the stack exhaust and out into the neighborhoods
Okay,
associated
thank you.
with the
Thank you, Ms.
incinerator.
Poliak. Let's go down to the next witness. Again, we've got a 2-minute clock because we have a lot of other bills, and a lot
Understood.
more witnesses. I apologize. Okay, tell us who you are and get the mic next to you. And again, you're going to be on the 2-minute clock, okay?
Okay. Good afternoon, Senator Feldman, Senator Kagan. Thank you for the opportunity to testify this afternoon. My name is Sandy McFadden, and I support Senate Bill 893. I've lived in the Govans community for 30 years, and I am currently the community school coordinator for Govans Elementary School in Baltimore, where I serve as a liaison between the community, the school, and the city. A foundational principle of the community school is that there must be a connection and a coordination among the community elements that affect the welfare of our children and our families. Our community has worked hard and long with city and state authorities to bring investment, revitalization, public safety, greening, and commercial activity into the neighborhoods that have suffered from redlining and disenfranchisement for many, many years. These efforts have led to a 39% decrease in vacant homes in our community, 2 brand new 21st century schools, and most recently, a healthy neighborhood designation. Current environmental regulations will allow a crematory incinerator to be placed right in the heart of our neighborhood, less than 200 feet from our homes, prioritizing the interest of a single business owner over decades and decades of coordinated effort to restore our community. This crematory will create a health burden as well as a disincentive to prospective homeowners or businesses. No one wants an incinerator in their backyard. Creating a 1,000-foot buffer for crematories is a no-cost, common-sense solution. It permits crematory businesses to exist, protects the health of the community, and it preserves the hard-earned revitalization of our neighborhoods. Thank you.
Okay, sir, who are you? Yep.
That's good.
Okay, there you go.
Yeah, thank you.
2
So
minutes.
Dr. Jacoby Wilson, went to University of Maryland, College Park in the School of Public Health, with the Maryland Institute for Applied Environmental Health. So I'm an environmental health scientist. I do a lot of work, air quality monitoring, building hyper-local air quality monitoring networks in communities that are overburdened by mobile and stationary sources of air pollution. Do air quality monitoring in Turner Station, in Curtis Bay. We also do air quality monitoring in Cheverly, where we have sensors at people's homes, at sensitive human receptor sites, schools, community centers, and other locations, and then looking at exposures to particulate matter and other pollutants of concern like nitrogen dioxide and also black carbon. Black carbon is a constituent when you burn diesel, so you think about your buses. So when you think about Senate Bill 893, what's really important is there are various public health impacts for those sensitive human receptors who live near crematory incinerators. So as I was stating, these facilities, once they cremate, incinerate a body, they're basically releasing emissions from that process. We have a high body burden of contaminants during our lifetime, right? So from mercury, lead, to other things that accumulate in our lipid tissue, fat tissue, right? And so when we're cremated, those emissions occur. So when you burn a body, you create particulate matter. Particulate matter is dust in the air. It comes in different sizes. PM10, which is 10 microns, PM2.5 is 2.5 microns, cause asthma, asthma attacks, stroke, diabetes, heart disease, elevated blood pressure, birth defects. There's other contaminants like NO2 has similar health effects. You also have volatile organic compounds. Some of you may know that clean car smell, don't breathe that in. It can cause burning your eyes, nose, and throat, and also can cause asthma as well. And there's also things like dioxins and furans and metals like mercury and lead that can have developmental impacts, reproductive effects, and also carcinogens. So we're looking for a favorable report on 893 to protect people, and that buffer is important because those pollution levels would go to background. Thank you, committee.
Okay, let's pick up our Bradley Lang, our virtual witness favorable part of the panel. Mr. Lang, you're on the 2-minute clock. You've signed up favorable and you're part of the sponsor panel. Okay, go on.
Yes, thank you. Can you hear me all right?
We can hear you. You're all good. You're good.
Thank you, Chair Feldman, Vice Chair Kagan, and members of the committee. My name is Bradley Lang, and I'm here representing Baltimore County Councilman David Marks. He wishes that he could be here, but they're in a council meeting right now. So our office is testifying in strong support of Senate Bill 893. Over the past 2 decades, our office has become very familiar with the controversies regarding the placement of funeral homes and cremation facilities. In particular, a funeral home and crematorium have been proposed for an area along the Philadelphia Road corridor in our district that has numerous residential communities and businesses, including restaurants with outdoor dining nearby. It is clear to me that sufficient statewide standards do not exist for the placement of these facilities. Numerous states have enacted more rigid standards than Maryland, and given increasing popularity of cremation services, I believe it is important for the General Assembly to outline in clear terms specific distance requirements. In 1958, less than 4% of Americans were cremated. The Cremation Association of North America estimates that over 50% of people chose this option by 2018. That number will continue to grow. Last year, in a bipartisan manner, the Baltimore County Council adopted Resolution 25-23, which requests statewide distance standards for these businesses. Thank you, and I urge a favorable report.
Questions for the sponsor? Let's start Senator Gallion and Vice Chair Kagan after that. Sponsor or the panel, any of the panelists.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I believe that the first question, honestly, we've gotten a lot of correspondence on this bill. Surprising the amount of folks that reached out about this bill. So I think he answered my first question would have been about the relicensing of current crematoriums. And I believe you said through the amendments should handle that.
That is
So,
correct.
next question, as we go to the certain areas, I think you kind of answered that too about area 3 and 4, because my interpretation of your answer or your testimony was they've had a lot of stress from different pollutions already in those areas. So I'll ask this in reference to that. If this is such a bad process and the product's coming out, why wouldn't you have made this a statewide bill if it's so bad? I mean, is it kind of trying to force things on more rural areas where there's more space? Why wouldn't it be statewide?
Well, I would say, Senator, I have two points. One, happy to have you amend other counties onto this bill, but it's not simply just rural. I mean, Hartford County is an area for, it's not simply that. So, secondly, I guess what I was trying to do is work within current frames. And so there was, and since the question of evidence comes into hand, but I wanted to use something that's already been identified at the federal level, which are this notion of these areas 3 and 4, that for the last more than 40 years, in fact, our state laws were designed to address those. 40 years ago, incinerators were just in these areas were decommissioned. And so that's why I don't anticipate that it's going out more to rural areas. But again, we can handle that on the next phase, but it's definitely,
so on the opposite end of that, was this problem brought to you mainly an issue in Baltimore County and Baltimore City that I just see a lot of like yellow shirts. I hear about Loyola. So with that, if it was, why not just have this be just a Baltimore County and a Baltimore City specific bill if the problem brought to us was from just those two jurisdictions?
well, one of my panelists would like to address that. It is a national issue, and so she'll address that. But I just want to remind the senator that this summer, we all had air quality warnings based on fires in Canada. So air quality is not something you can just relegate to a single jurisdiction. However, we do have a regulatory framework that does allow for heightened scrutiny in certain areas. So I think Dr. Poliak can answer. Yeah.
Hi, thanks. If I can answer just quickly. So with the bill, we're just trying to follow along with the policy lane that MDE has already created. They've determined that areas 3 and 4 should have special controls on incinerators writ large. And if you go to that section of the COMAR, which is called Control of Incinerators, they single out areas 3 and 4 for special control. But they also say we permit crematory incinerators. So we're just trying to establish that lane. But I can tell you that among those counties that qualify as areas 3 and 4, 2/3 of the existing crematory incinerators that have an air permit in Maryland right now are concentrated in those counties. So, I mean, notwithstanding, we have a current problem right now in Baltimore City and Baltimore County with crematories trying to, establish themselves less than 200 feet from people's homes in some cases. There's also a bigger problem, frankly, in Anne Arundel, Prince George's, Howard, Frederick, those counties as well.
Okay. Next question will be for Mr. Lang from the councilman's office. So have they brought up any legislation at the Baltimore County level to change local ordinances there at the county level regarding this issue? I mean, it's a local zoning at the local zoning level.
So there was a bill last year that was this resolution 25-23. We were advised that this was from our legal department that this was a state regulatory issue, and that we could not we did not have the authority to handle this at the county level.
Okay, thank you.
Just, yeah, Senator, air quality permits are MDE, so local zoning cannot address that.
Okay. Just two real quick ones, if I may finish up, Mr. Chair. I appreciate the, so why is this an emergency bill?
Well, because we think public health is, it fits the definition of public health and that it's an emergency. And so that it is a pending issue and that it meets that criteria. So, and specifically, emergency bills are just about protecting public health, and this bill will protect public health.
Okay, and there's the final one that I couldn't find. Where does like pet cremations fit in here? Are they included in this? I couldn't find it in the bill, but I know that's something a lot of pet owners service that they like to use, and maybe this is done at the human crematoriums. So where does that fit in?
I can't answer that question. Maybe. Yeah.
So the bill as it's currently written doesn't address crematories for pets, but pets, unlike humans, don't have all of those embedded medical devices. So notwithstanding, when you commit, the remains of an animal to a crematory, you have much more natural materials than you would when you commit a human to a crematory, because as I mentioned, there are all of these medical devices that are embedded in a human body to keep you quality of life and healthy during the course of your life. But that all goes into the crematory furnace when you're committed to cremation. None of the rules that are currently on the books right now ever anticipated that.
Okay, well, that's kind of an interesting thing. Okay, Vice Chair Kagan, then we're going to go to Senator Hester.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Senator Washington, thank you for your leadership and responsiveness to your community. I have a couple of quick questions also, and I want to thank my intern, Brett Oppenheimer, who did a bunch of research for me on this. So one thing he found was that there is an increased number of crematoria post-COVID. And I wonder, so, because my instinct was to say, if we're grandparenting out those that are existing, how many new ones, how big a problem, how many new ones are being built? And I don't know whether any of you have the answer to that, but I wonder why post-COVID, and then, sort of the breadth of the problem. And then I have one more question, but I'll pause for a moment if any of you can answer that, Dr. Jacoby. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, sorry.
Yeah,
Yeah,
you
thanks for
don't
that
need to touch
question.
it. She handles it. You don't need to ever.
Oh, yeah,
touch it.
sorry. Thank you for that.
Yeah.
I'm new to this. Okay.
Yeah.
No, I think this is a really a great question. So you think about with COVID, being a virus, right? The worries about some of there's some medical waste issues associated with, and you remember all the bodies stacking up and the storage issue. So that's probably was response to not being able to. There's so many people were dying at one time, so they were popping up to fill that need, right? And so I think as we move, as you see, I still have my mask on. We're still in COVID, not really truly post-COVID, but you're probably going to see a decline in the number of the crematories. So it was more response because of the bodies and the issues with, contagion and spread of disease.
Right.
And so that's why you had that spike. And I think that's why you had the spike.
Right.
Yeah.
That makes total sense to me, but I wonder, knock wood, hopefully we are mostly post-COVID and hopefully we're not going to see anything else similar. I wonder whether there's the economic demand for a lot more. But anyway, let's put that aside. My question for the good senator is your fundamental assertion that MDE, the Maryland Department of the Environment, is either not measuring the effluent from the chimney stacks, or not doing it well, or not reporting it? Like, what's the fundamental argument as to why then we need distance from communities and schools and childcare centers and all that?
There's two things. One, as was stated, there really aren't any federal requirements. And in conversations with MDE, they have said we don't have the authority to consider these factors, this set of factors, when giving an air quality permit. So that is one of the things that they have said to us. In fact, they say that the state They say that there are nearly 80 human crematoria in Maryland. MDE staff said there's virtually no monitoring of the facilities after granting permits. So once the air quality permit is done, there aren't any evaluation of that. There's no, we asked them about, well, how do we know if the machines are operating correctly? Do the owners abide by the conditions? MDE staff claim that the state doesn't fund inspectors to enforce the permit applications. And in fact, in their 2022 report, out of all of the current air quality permits from 2017 to 2022, they have only reviewed 7% of those. And this is from their 2022 report. They say that their inspection coverage is only 7%. And they've issued about 10,000.
And just to clarify, there's no other agency, no other department that's doing it. So if MDE is doing it at a 7% rate, there's no other fill in the gap.
And there may be some confusion. So there is the sort of business of operating or being licensed to operate a crematorium, right? We're talking, and so I believe that that's the mortuary. It seems like there's a mixture. Actually, there's got 3 different agencies. It's like Dollar does one part, NDE does one part, but this part, the air quality permit, which is required to actually operate, is solely under the responsibility of MDE. And as I said, under their own reporting, and what they've said to us is that they are not funded to check after they've given the initial permit.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, Senator Hester, then Senator Brooks, and then let's try to move on to, there's a lot of other witnesses on this bill, and we're just gonna, so Senator Hester and then get Senator Brooks, and then let's go to the next panel, okay? Senator, yes, Senator Hester.
To the sponsor of the bill, I mean, the question might already have been addressed by the vice chair's question, but I was curious about the opposition from MDE and just wanted to follow up on their letter in the bill file. I mean, if they're inspecting 7%, do we know what they're finding with, are those 7% in compliance?
It's interesting. The report, out of the 10,000 and out of the 2,000 they've done over a few years, there was 0 findings. They report in 22, no findings for any air quality permit that has been issued. Impossible.
Okay, Senator Brooks.
All right, thanks, Chair. This could go for any, the sponsor or any, right now, looking at the fiscal note, they're saying the MDE says that there are 32 crematories currently operating located within 1,000 feet of one of the facilities that this bill prohibits. So you're saying, is there an amendment to not to allow these particular crematories to continue? Yes. Okay, all right. So all right. And the second question, I guess, Ms. Lisa Pollock, you're saying you're concerned about the things that humans have in their mouth and whatnot that's causing the pollutants and whatnot. Would it be advisable to have those things removed prior to the cremation process? Would that be an option?
Senator, that's a very good question, but I think generally the answer to that would probably be no. I mean, I think at end of life, like going into a human remains and removing medical devices might be considered mutilation. But I want to address that the opposition testimony talks about that, and they keep asserting that even though these things are present in the body, that only carbon dioxide and water are resulting from the combustion process. I mean, one of the opposition testimonies that was introduced here, you'll see from the Pumphrey Funeral Home, keeps asserting it's only water, vapor, and CO2, but they also include a screenshot of an analysis that was done by the Crematory Association of North America, where it says this, and I'm quoting, "Additionally, there may be pieces of metal in cremated remains. The metal comes from surgical implants like hip replacements, dental fillings, casket handles, and jewelry that was not removed prior to cremation. So they're saying the quiet part out loud here. Even the Crematory Association of North America is acknowledging things that I didn't even realize went into the crematory furnace, which includes apparently caskets. So when you hear that the only thing that's going into a crematory is a human body, which is a natural material, clearly even this trade association is acknowledging that's not the case. These devices were only designed to incinerate human bodies. They were not designed to incinerate appropriately all of those additional synthetic metals, batteries, and additional things that go into the furnace.
And lastly,
Just to add a point, we are what we eat. So we store contaminants over our life in our bones, in our fatty tissue. So you're going to have other things that get released, and we are organic material. So when you combust organic material, you're going to get combustion byproducts. So regardless of the synthetics that are added, particulate matter, nitrogen dioxide, sulfur dioxide, VOCs, they will be always produced when you burn organic material.
yeah, and lastly, Chair.
Okay, last question.
Okay, Mr. Wilson, yeah, one with, I mean, do we get to a point of what we call diminishing returns? Because when you look, of course, from a financial perspective, oftentimes that's a cheaper alternative than the traditional method, you know? And the other part there too, when you're talking about the particulates and whatnot, the pollutants or whatnot coming from the cremation of the body, how would you compare that with if you interning somebody the traditional way, you know, you have to dig the grave and do all of that stuff. So are we comparing the two, or are we looking and see how much additional CO2s we're generating in that process as opposed to this one, and netting the two?
Yeah, I can't speak to the burial part. I mean, the emissions, but when you combust, as I said, people, you're going to get those emissions. So you will see those concentrations nearby the facility. And that's why the buffer is important, is to add that back in, because you'll see this is the case. You'll see it go down to background. Those particulate matter, NO2, SOx, VOCs go to background. But in the ground, I mean, you may have some below ground groundwater, something happen over time, this stuff breaks down. But because it's encased, right, if it's encased the right way, that should be more of a lag time for any impacts environmentally at the subsurface. But we're talking about ambient, impacts when you to the air, when you have combustion of people's bodies. So it's a different media impact too.
Yeah, but you've got combustion too, with an internal combustion engine when you're using that tractor to dig the graves and whatnot too, so. Yeah.
Yes, if you bring in the vehicles, the dig, yes, you have these emissions. Yes, sir. You will have that.
Thanks, Chair.
Okay. Thank you to this panel. We're going to move to some other witnesses who've signed up favorable. Karen DeCamp, Cindy Camp, and then third in person favorable is Meredith Riley. And then we do have a few virtual witnesses favorable, and then we're going to go to a series of unfavorable witnesses after that. So I called you. Okay. So why don't you start and tell us who you are? And you're on the 2-minute clock. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thank you, members of the committee and our sponsor. My name is Karen DeCamp. I am the past president and secretary of the York Road Partnership, and we're a coalition of about 30 organizations, 20 neighborhoods, churches, nonprofits, institutions in North Baltimore. And we are urging obviously a favorable report for SB 893. We think this 1,000-foot setback from our homes, and really we mean our homes, that's who you're seeing here, and schools and daycares. It's a common sense measure that will ensure that we still have the availability of cremation services, but we do a little bit to protect vulnerable populations and neighborhoods. We don't oppose cremation. We urge the General Assembly to get ahead of, and I think the Vice Chairwoman addressed this, the rapid growth of neighborhood-based crematory incinerators. This is a simple fix to just locate them a reasonable distance from our homes and schools and other vulnerable places. I just want to reiterate, these are incinerators. They lack pollution monitors, emission controls. They're operating under very outdated MDE regulations. You've heard what they emit. And we are seeing increased demand for cremation. It is cheaper, right, than burial. I cremated both of my parents and my brother, who died a very untimely death. We're not against it. We think there's a proper place, and we think this is a very reasonable setback requirement. What's really alarming, if you think about it, is that the funeral homes are located in neighborhoods, and they're seeking to add these in neighborhoods where we live. So we could be looking at a very large increase, as cremation is now about 60% of after death care. So we're just asking for a very reasonable setback. And again, thank you for letting us come and speak.
Okay, why don't you pass that mic next to you? And again, tell us who you are, and you've got 2 minutes.
Hello, my name is Cindy Camp, and I live within 200 feet of a proposed human crematorium incinerator at Von Green Funeral Home in Baltimore. I'm a 56-year-old woman diagnosed with an autoimmune disease. I live with my mom and my brother. My brother is 60 years old, and he's confined to a bed. He has bronchitis and several other health issues. My mom is 88 years old, and she also suffers with asthma and complains of shortness of breath. My community has some of the highest rates of asthma and COPD in this state. And it's very disappointing that MDE has said that they would not consider neighborhood health disparities before approving a crematorium in our neighborhood. We are a densely packed neighborhood with the crematorium being so close to people's homes. This is very scary. We have several schools in the area, and my major concern for me is the increase in air pollution that would expose children playing outdoors and attending outdoor events. We have cookouts and graduation parties often. We heard expert testimony during the hearing about the kind of pollution that crematorium incinerators produce. I believe the testimony provided by our expert left no doubt that the particulates and toxic chemicals released in an area with already high air pollution and health disparities is a danger to everyone who lives in our community. I don't believe anyone in the state of Maryland should have to live next to an incinerator. So I support Senate Bill 893 for the protection of our neighborhood and the health of our environment.
Thank you, Ms. Camp. Thank you both. We do have some virtual witnesses that are in support, and they are in the room. So we're going to go in order, and then we will take questions of, see if there are any other witnesses. So if you two want to stay where you are, in case there are questions of you. Michael Thomas, you're up first. Let me just, hopefully all of the virtual witnesses can hear us. We still have a ton of bills and a lot more witnesses. So unless there is value added, something you haven't heard someone else say, the committee loves and appreciates testimony that is basically me too. So if you use less than your allotted 2 minutes, we would be grateful. So Mr. Thomas, welcome to the committee. We're eager to hear what you got to say.
All right. Can everyone hear me okay? Hello, hello. Can you hear me okay?
We hear you just fine, Mr.
Okay.
Thomas.
All right.
Please
Fantastic.
begin.
Sorry. Thank you. All right. So I'll be quick. I just want to say I thank you for the opportunity to testify. And I just want to state my name is Michael Thomas. I live in Honeygo Ridge, which is a neighborhood in Baltimore County that sits adjacent to a proposed crematory. And I want to start off early and just say I fully support Bill SB 893 and its effort to make a common sense setback for communities, especially as it relates to facilities such as a crematorium. You know, the only thing I'll state in difference from anyone is that, you know, I've lived here for 12 years. I have 4 children, ages 13, 15, 9, 7, all very vulnerable when it comes to pollutants. My in-laws live within about a mile from my house. They're in their 60s. My parents live about 2 miles away. They're in their 70s. So all extremely vulnerable. I drive past the proposed site every day. So as you can imagine, and as others in the room are showing today, that this is an issue that matters a lot to me and my family. I'm very concerned and worried about the pollution of the proposed crematorium. I do not want to live next to a crematorium. And so I depend on people like you to help us. We rely on your support. And so amongst others, we've emailed, we're calling, we're testifying to really show you that we do fully support common sense legislation like this as it relates to crematoriums, and are hoping that you can please make a common sense decision and push these facilities with some reasonable distance away from residential or other vulnerable communities. So I just want to say thank you.
Next witness is Ikena Enyura. Ikena Enyura.
Hello?
Yes, could you please start your video so that we can see and hear you?
Okay. Can you hear me?
We can't see you yet. If you could start your video, that would be great.
My video isn't working right now.
Okay, I don't know whether. Okay, we okay? Okay, you may begin your testimony. I don't know that that means you're going to be able to see the clock, but please begin and be brief.
Okay, hi. My name is Ikena Enora, and I have lived in the White Marsh Honeygo Ridge community for 18 years. I have a master's degree in environmental science from Towson University. I know for a fact that crematoriums are sources of air pollution, including mercury emission. This pollution can cause subtle chronic health effects due to long-term low-dose exposure. Mercury pollution is drastically increased in crematories that burn corpses with amalgam dental fillings. In humans, mercury damages the nervous system and can harm childhood development. That is why I am in strong support of SB 893. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your concise and helpful testimony, Mr. Enyura. Next is Heather Patty, White Marsh Cowanton Community Association. Heather Patty, you're up next if you would turn on your video.
Okay, I've got the audio. 1 second.
Beautiful.
Okay.
We can see
Hello.
and hear you. You may begin.
Wonderful. Hello, my name is Heather Patty. I live in White Marsh in Baltimore County. I'm in favor of Senate Bill 893, citing requirements for crematory incinerators. No new crematory within 1,000 feet of residential properties, daycare facilities, schools, or elder care facilities. We've just described our entire community. As a retired orthopedic nurse, I'm all too familiar with the removal of titanium prostheses when we do joint replacement revisions. We remove one and replace another. This type of procedure requires the skill and tools of an orthopedic surgeon and is not a task that can be completed by a crematory operator. Additionally, I myself have 2 titanium implants, and because of this, because we are lacking the good legislation right now, I'm reconsidering my decision to be cremated when I move on. I don't want families or children subjected to be exposed to titanium fumes during my cremation. And I urge everyone to vote yes to this emergency act, which is necessary for the immediate preservation of public health and safety. No incinerator of any kind should be in our neighborhoods. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Patty. We appreciate your testimony. Mark Huff is next. Mark Huff, are you here? We'll need you to start your video, please. All right, Mr. Huff is coming back again. We'll give it a moment and then we're going to move on. Okay, let's pause while Mr. Huff is coming in. Let's move forward. Colleagues, do you have questions for any of the proponents on this panel or virtually? I see none. Okay, and we're gonna not unfortunately get to hear from Mr. Huff, so that completes the proponents. We're going to shift to the opponents. Thank you both for being here, and thanks to everyone in the audience. We're going to shift to the opponents, and we're going to call up former Senator Ed Riley, Jeffrey Hartzler, Christopher Boggs, James Gavoni, and Jim Doyle. I think let's have that as the first panel, and then we do have a few others. Senator Riley, it's just such a joy to see you and see you back in this committee room. We miss you.
I am so excited.
Senator, you may begin your testimony.
Mr. Chairman, Ms. Vice Chairman, members of the committee. I started my Senate career right there in Jason's seat. I'm sorry, Senator Gallion's seat. I'm here as part of the consumer side of this argument. I have with me the owner of Beale Funeral Home, and he and I have been talking for several weeks about these subjects. And when I go, I'm going to go and use his services. And one of the reasons I'm using his services is he has a crematorium on property. So if you're going to restrict or limit where these are done, you have to remember that the families involved would have to ship the body out, pay for the extra cost. Whoever does the cremation would add their charge, their toll, and bring it back. I think it's important that if you have a funeral home and a crematorium in the same place, that they're there. And Senator, thank you for your amendment to exempt him. In 20 years of public service, 7 years as a councilman, 13 years as a senator, I have never had a complaint about a crematorium. And I ask you that question. Have you ever had a complaint? You don't have to answer me. Rhetorical. An emergency bill. I understand the purpose of an emergency bill, but let me ask the question which is not addressed. First of all, there's some applications in the pipeline. I have no idea if there's one. I presume there's one. There may be a dozen. I don't know. When I was on the county council, we paid particular attention to when the restriction occurred. Was it when the permits were issued by the local government, by the MDE? These permits sometimes the building process takes 2 to 3 years. So at what point are you going to say it's done, you cannot move forward? Is it after they've invested tens of thousands of dollars in engineering and construction plans, or paying their fees to the county and to the states? I have to tell you that's a problem I think you as a committee should address. At what point does it get told to be able to go past? And my last issue is Mr. Thomas Zoyce, the owner of Beale, shared with me that he pays $1,000 to MDE every year, and these other fellows will, I'm sure, chime in, and he pays $2,000 a year to an inspection company to develop an accurate scientific evaluation of the emissions that gets sent to MDE. Where did the money go, and what does MDE do with the reports? A very appropriate question. Mr. Chairman, thank you for the opportunity to be with you.
We indulged our friend and former colleague. The rest of you were going to be a little more stringent on the clock. Remember that you have up to, but you don't need to take the 2 minutes. So you may go in any order. Mr. Doyle, would you like to kick off, or is there another order you would prefer?
Jim Doyle.
Yes.
I'm an attorney representing the Maryland State Funeral Directors Association. We are opposed to this bill. A couple of things, and I have written testimony that I've also included with my sign up. A couple of things, and it's been mentioned before. Cremation is becoming very popular. Right now, it's in, I think, the low to mid 50s in Maryland. Cana has done projections on that and has indicated that within a number of years, you're going to go to 60, 70, even by into the 40s to 80% cremation. A lot of times cremation is used because people either prefer that process or because of the cost. It's relatively inexpensive compared to other forms of disposition. If this bill is passed, and Cana, by the way, has also done as part of its analysis and concluded that Maryland is already at the limit or near the limit of its capacity to perform additional cremations. So if this bill passes, you're going to limit the supply of cremation, and you are going to undoubtedly substantially raise cost to those consumers who wish to use cremation, particularly because of the lower cost of cremation. There are going to be additional storage charges that are going to occur for a fairly lengthy period of time because of the shortage of facilities. So something that is relatively inexpensive now is going to become much more expensive if this bill is passed. The other thing in my remaining time, and I'd be happy to answer questions about that. In my remaining time, apparently MDE has, I think, correctly opposed this bill. MDE does extensive regulation over MDE crematories. It determines the height of stacks. It determines the number of bodies that can be cremated within a certain period of time. And it requires admissions that be provided to them every year before permits. So there is a tremendous amount of MDE oversight.
Thank you, Mr. Doyle. Clarifying, you said CANA and you said that a couple of times. Is that an acronym for a group we should know about?
Yes, that is the Cremation Association of North America.
Appreciate that. And then you also said 50. Is that 50% or 50,000 bodies, or what does 50 mean?
I talked about a rate. We were in the 50%, 50% rate of cremation at this point, but that's expected to substantially increase.
Increase?
Yeah, oh, yes.
Okay, thank
very
you.
much increase.
Next witness, please.
Yes, thank you for listening to me, Senators. My name is Bob Ford. I've been a licensed mortician in the state of Maryland for 49 years. I know it doesn't look like it, but that's why this white mustache is on me.
Mr. Ford, I don't have you on my list. Ford, F-O-R-D?
It's F-O-A-R-D.
I didn't call you up.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Are you pinch hitting for someone else?
No, I did register.
You may continue your testimony, but I don't see you on the list.
So I own and operate funeral homes in Cecil County, Maryland. 22 years ago, I put my own crematory in. It's located within the funeral home of my Rising Sun location, which is a rural community. The reason I did that because of the increase of selection of cremation that families we served. When I did that, I wanted to make sure that we built a model that we did not become a third-party cremator. Therefore, I do not cremate for other funeral homes. I just cremate for families we serve. We're currently at 70%. 70% of the families we serve select cremation. I do want to say this. The crematory we have is within our funeral home. We run funeral ceremonies. We make arrangements. Our cremator is running every day. It's never been an issue. There's never been smoke, odor, noise that affects anyone. In the 22 years, we've never had an issue or a complaint. One thing I do want to say, because you'll hear everything I just said numerous times, is that as funeral directors, people trust us. That's why they call us. When someone dies, that's a pretty traumatic thing in their family's event that happens. When they call us, and when we did not have our own crematory on site, we would transfer the loved one's body to a crematory in an industrial park in another state. Pennsylvania is where we went. And then we would go back and pick up the cremator remains. When I put my own crematory in, numerous times I would have families appreciate and let me know how they appreciated that the body never left our care. So it was a trust factor that we still have today. Because of the cremation rate growing, and that's a societal change of value, in my opinion, there's going to be more and more requests for cremators. The issue of the amendment of not affecting current crematories bothers me in the fact that I right now need another cremator. I need a second unit, a second cremator incinerator, if you want to call it that. This bill would affect that. So it's going to affect the whole state of Maryland and affect the consumers of the state of Maryland. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Ford. Next witness, please.
Hi, I'm Jeffrey Hartzler. My family has, thank you for Chairman for hearing me. My family has funeral homes in Carroll County and Frederick County. We've had a crematory since February of 2022 at our New Windsor location. And I just wanted to reiterate what Mr. Doyle and Mr. Ford said, that we are regulated by MDE, Maryland Department of the Environment. My regulations require I can only do 2 cremations within an 8-hour period. And every year I have to submit information to Maryland Department of the Environment. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hartzler. Appreciate it. Next witness, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair. My name is Christopher Boggs. I am a mortician with the Cremation Society of Maryland and Metro Crematory Incorporated. As a proud mortician, I strongly oppose.
Sorry, once again. Oh, yes, I apologize. Please continue. My bad.
As a proud mortician, I strongly oppose Senate Bill 893 in its current form. The bill imposes undue burdens on the funeral industry, as well as inevitably leading to the increased costs for Maryland citizens seeking cremation services. Firstly, the bill prohibits the establishment of new crematories within 1,000 feet of various facilities. While the intent may be to protect these areas, the practical effect will be to limit the availability of cremation services, especially in densely populated areas. This restriction will force families to travel further distances to access these services, resulting in increased cost and an inconvenience during an already difficult time. Additionally, the bill prohibits the Department of the Environment from issuing permits to crematories or funeral homes with crematories under certain circumstances. This restriction could hinder the ability of existing facilities to maintain or upgrade their equipment, potentially leading to the substandard facilities that do not meet environmental standards. Furthermore, the bill's emergency measure designation raises concerns about the lack of thorough review and consideration of its implications. Rushing through legislation without proper evaluation and its consequences could have unintended negative effects on the funeral industry and the communities that we serve. Moreover, by not grandfathering currently licensed crematories, the bill would allow or only restrict trade, but also potentially create a monopoly-like situation where the few remaining crematories can raise prices without fear of losing customers. This will burden the citizens of Maryland, who will have to bear the brunt of these increased costs for cremation services. In conclusion, Bill 893 as currently written will impose unnecessary costs and restrictions on the funeral industry in Maryland. I urge the Senate to reconsider these provisions and work toward a more balanced approach that considers the needs of both the industry and the community. Thank you.
We have some more opponents, colleagues. Do we have questions for this panel, or do we want to? Let's go. Senator Hester.
Thank you. And since we're short on time, this is actually a request for information. I mean, I heard the gentleman on the end say that there was significant regulations before to get the permit. So my question is, could you just get back to the committee by email with basically what those requirements are beforehand? And then if there's an annual kind of follow-up, as a good Senator Riley said, how much does that cost and what's in the annual follow-up? And then I would love to know what the emissions actually are and how those might compare to a Covanta or a regular incinerator. I assume that they're less, but I don't know. But I think that kind of baseline data would be really helpful. And if I'd really like to know what MDE is actually doing to follow up and track. And so to the extent that you guys have ever participated in that process, sending that by email would be lovely. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator Hester.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Oh, okay. Senator Simon-Air, then the sponsor of the bill.
Yep. Yes.
Senator Simon-Air.
Thank you. Nice to see my former colleague down here.
I know.
But Senator Riley, you've been down here before, and I know you had some things about when does it take effect and so forth. And I know you just briefly saw the amendment, but does that take your unfavorable?
No. The issue that I brought up is someone today is applying for a crematory.
Right.
Prior to that, they've had to go through local evaluation, neighborhood evaluation, county evaluation, MDE evaluation, just to get to the point to to apply for a permit. All of those steps cost money, engineering, develop plans, submit for review, and it takes a long time. So the question is, if this is an emergency bill that's effective June 1st, and someone's 50% through the process, are they in or are they out?
Right.
If they're 80% through the process, are they in or are they out? The bill's quiet on that.
Okay, I just have one comment on that and then one last question. So let's just say, for sake of argument, that was amended out and they were all grandfathered in, the ones that were in the pipeline.
But you have to identify at what point they're in the pipeline.
Right, I'm just saying conceptually, would that take the majority of your opposition away?
My observation is any any infringements and restrictions on the industry hurts all of us as consumers. And I did want to very quickly say, one of the reasons for the increase in the number of cremations is the Catholic Church has actually embraced it. For my first 40 years of being very active in the church, it was very rare to see a cremation. Our good friend, Senator Peters, was cremated. It is, and I'm going to be cremated. It's a very standard process today. The need is going to grow. I don't think putting any restrictions is going to help.
Okay, and last question, Mr. Doyle. So it was testified in the first panel that there was very few inspections, and the ones they had 0 findings. And then this panel, I heard that, which I didn't know, that the companies have to send an annual report in, I'm assuming by an independent contractor, not from your employment. Do they have levels of what's being emitted in those reports? Just within 30 seconds, just give me an idea what that is.
He might be better to answer that. Yes.
Well, I'll give it a shot. One of my cremator operators, his job is to fill that report out. It's done within our own employee, not an independent contractor, but it does measure a lot of data for MDE. The weight, the timeline of how many times how many minutes the cremator is running throughout a year, the total poundage that we cremate, the different emissions that are emitted through the air quality. A lot of that data is done, and it's required that we submit that report every year.
Our research has shown that there are different kinds of cremation, and I wonder if you can talk about, just super briefly, mechanical cremation, pulverization cremation. What's the difference in terms of emissions or effectiveness or anything like that? Is there any that are sort of better than others?
Well, in regards to different methods of cremation, their cremation is as defined, the, organic reduction of body through heat. Okay. There are different, as you're probably aware, different legislation that's in both houses in regards to natural organic reduction and things of that nature. But really, cremation is reduction by heat. And then the body is then further reduced down through pulverization after the cremation takes place.
Fascinating. Senator Washington, and then we're going to be done with this panel.
Yeah, just clarifying for the panelists. Thank you so much. I made the amendments, seeing your concerns. And so for Mr. Ford, you're in Cecil County, this does not affect you. So I just want to reinforce that this is not a statewide piece of legislation. This does not affect Cecil County. Also, Frederick is not included as well. So again, I'm not sure who told you that, but it's very specifically concentrated, in sort of highly urbanized, polluted areas. And then finally, that is some places have banned cremation, all new cremation, and in the attempt to have a balance, that is why we put in legislation to just restrict the location and its proximity to houses. So I just wanted to clarify that for the panelists, because you're not affected, and it's not a ban.
Well, I'm in Baltimore County, ma'am.
Well, there was a
Okay.
Frederick, you said someone had a location in Frederick?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, yeah.
So, and just to clarify, the way you brought it in, and then it's the property of the committee. So
yes,
all things.
Yes.
Senator Gallion, super briefly.
So, actually, head of the trustees for one of the Hartford County graveyards. I won't name it because I don't want to run on people wanting lots. But anyhow, do you find that with the cremations that you get more barrels could go on one lot and helps with cost? Do you see that? I know we see it at ours. Just curious.
Well, I'll comment on that. A lot of the cemeteries, I have learned, restrict the number of cremated remains that can be inurned in that particular lot. And my opinion on all of that is because of the marking of the grave. So let's say one grave site for a casket burial was 4 feet by 10 feet. That's a standard size for a grave site. You could put 25, 30 different urns in there physically. But the reason they're restricted to 2 inurnments per grave site is because it would clutter up the cemetery to put 25 or 30 markers on that grave site.
Right.
And it
Okay.
would restrict the lawn mowing maintenance issue.
Thank you, Mr.
And that's what I
Ford.
find.
Thank you. Again, since you hadn't signed up and it's not directly on the bill. So thank you. I see no other questions for this panel. We have a bunch of other witnesses. Thank you all for being here, Senator Riley especially. Thank you very much. Next up, we have James Gavoni. We have Donald Borgwart. We have Holly McComas, Ralph DiStefano. As I call your name, please come up. Michelle Cutta and Samantha Logan. And we have Victor March Senior. So if there's, take the chairs. If there's not a chair left when you come forward, just sit in the front row and we're going to rotate you through. Again, bonus points for anyone who says me too, or keeps their testimony super brief because we still have a lot more work to do today. So ma'am, you sat down first. So why don't you kick us off, please? Make sure you say your name and you get up to 2 minutes, but less is more. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Senator Feldman, Senator Kagan, and members of the committee. Thank you for your opportunity to testify on Senate Bill 893. I'm Michelle Cutta. I'm president of the State Board of Morticians and Funeral Directors. I'm a 45-year licensee, and I have experience operating a crematory. The board is concerned about the impact of this bill for both short-term and long-term. The bill is right now, the bill is wide open for interpretation, and having experience with regulation, I'm familiar with how a single word can significantly impact a regulatory issue and often with unintended consequences. This bill does not define department. It leaves the word issue subject to interpretation, and it does not address whether developers or builders will be able to, will have the same 1,000-foot setback if they intend on building one of these listed facilities near an existing or new crematory. The board currently regulates 41 crematories, of which 63% of the potential will be affected. Maryland has a 60% and rising cremation rate, and if MDE is not allowed to issue new permits, this will cause an issue for these crematories when they need to replace, update their equipment, or impact an expansion due to demand. It also does not take into account businesses who have already made the financial investment and are currently in the process of establishing a crematory, as has been discussed before. Between current zoning restrictions, extensive testing by MDE, and regulation by the Board of Morticians, the board does not feel a restrictive bill is necessary and requests an unfavorable report for Senate Bill 893. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Cutta. Go ahead, sir. You may go. Just bring the mic. Perfect.
Good afternoon, Chairman Feldman, Vice Chair Kagan, and ladies and gentlemen of the committee. My name is Ralph DiStefano, and I'm with SCI Cremation, Cemetery, and Funeral Services of Maryland. Most of my comments were with regard to grandfathering facilities in to the bill, and it sounds like that's been addressed. So I'll move on to my final points and hopefully give some time back. But I guess first and foremost, there's a House pending in the House Bill 152, which directs a study of the environmental impact of all aspects of funeral service, including cremation. And it seems like passing these restrictions on crematories before environmental impact is studied seems premature. I know that the manufacturers of crematories do extensive testing and have studied the emissions at a high level. And also, again, just to validate that the crematories are already heavily regulated by Maryland Department of the Environment. At a minimum, this bill needs to be grandfather existing facilities, specify the right to renew permits annually, and invest in new and more efficient equipment. And I respectfully request you to vote no on SB 893.
Thank you, Mr. DiStefano. Good to have a Rockville business here. Thank you. Next witness, please.
Hello, committee. My name is Samantha Logan. I am the vice president owner of Harry Witzke Funeral Home in Ellicott City, and I am also the current president of the Maryland State Funeral Directors Association. As has previously been stated by Jim Doyle, the association is strongly opposed to this bill for all of the reasons, as you say, me too, to everything that has already been said. I would like to state that as our funeral home is in Howard County, I can let you know that as opposed to someone who testified in the favorable committee, there are no current crematories in Howard County. I just wanted to make that point. So we are one of the funeral homes that has to add extra charges onto our cremations in order to accommodate all the families that we're trying to serve as best as possible for their needs. As you pointed out, COVID did increase the number of cremations that were needed. That is in part because of the situation. We of course respected all those that wanted to do burial, but it also is the most cost-effective way to move forward with this position at this time in relation to traditional burial. And in order to keep offering that, we do oppose the idea that restricting crematories, which would then lead to the higher costs that these cremations would require. Thank you.
I'm guessing you are Ms. McComas.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, welcome.
Thank you for having me. I'm strongly opposed to.
Introduce yourself though,
I'm
please,
sorry.
if you would.
I'm Holly McComas, McComas Funeral Home in Harford County, generational business. I'm strongly opposed to the Senate Bill 893. All of the reasons that have been stated. What has not been stated and discussed is there was a time that cremation units were different than they are now, like everything else, cars, vehicles, everything. We have more filtration systems, better filtration systems that are keeping out the pollutants. And I think that's something that has been neglected in any of the testimony. According to a March 2020 report of the Canadian National Collaborating Center for Environmental Health, there is no evidence that has been discovered indicating a causal relationship between cremations and negative health impacts. Previous research conducted in the United States and Europe before 2010 suggested the concerns regarding cremation facilities was once significant, have now been substantially mitigated or deemed negligible thanks to advancements in cremation technology. That is what I have. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Ms. McComas.
My name is Don Borgort, I own a funeral home that's been well established in Prince George's County, Beltsville, Maryland, since 1985. Currently, we do not have a crematory on our premises. However, we are in the process of obtaining permits to build one. We've been working through the process for more than a year now, and to date have spent over $70,000 on engineering fees, architectural plans, as well as county and state requirements. We've contacted the neighbors that directly adjoin our funeral home property, all of whom have no objection or opposition to us expanding our business to include a crematory. Therefore, I ask that the committee please oppose this bill. And I thank you very much.
Thank you.
I wanted to be the quickest one in talking.
You're the best. Thank you, Mr. Burgwart.
You're welcome.
Let's see, Mr. Gavoni?
No, this is Victor March.
Victor, okay, welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon, members of the committee. My name again is Victor March. I'm the president and CEO of the family-owned and operated March Funeral Homes. We operate 6 funeral homes in Maryland, 2 in Baltimore County, 2 in Baltimore City, and 2 in Prince George's County. In addition, we also operate a crematory in Prince George's County. As written, first I oppose this bill as written. As written, it limits a crematory within 1,000 feet of certain areas, including residences. And it also removes the Maryland Department of Energy, of the Environment, that regulates us in making decisions as to whether or not a crematory is viable in a certain area. My crematory in Prince George's County is 40 years old, and I'm in the process of putting in a new crematory. With this particular bill, I would have to go through a whole new application process to put in a new crematory. With that being the case, even though I am existing building, it's the application process that I would have to go through under the Maryland Department of the Environment that I'm opposed to with this. Also, the 1,000 feet does appear a little bit arbitrary. If we look at internet, what a city block is, a city block is typically 300 to 330 feet. So we're talking about basically nothing within more than 3 blocks of any residence or childcare facility, whatever would be allowed in this 1,000 feet. So with that being the case, Baltimore would not be non-existent. We wouldn't be able to put in anything unless we went to some type of large industrial park, and that would require huge expense.
Thank you, Mr. March. Thank you. Questions for this panel? Seeing none, we have just a couple more witnesses. You all are excused. Thank you very much for being here. We appreciate your testimony.
Thank you.
The last 2 here, and then we have 1 virtual. James Gavoni, if you are here, please come forward. And whoops, hold on. And James Schwartz. Are either of you here in the room? Mr. Gavoni, Mr. Schwartz? Going once, going twice. Okay, we will then take our. Okay, we also have 1 virtual witness. Okay. If you could hurry up and take a seat.
Yes,
we
ma'am.
are trying to wrap this up. This is important policy, though. We're eager to hear from you. Please identify yourself and you may begin.
My name is James Schwartz. I represent the Tri-County Funeral Directors Association, as well as I am the owner, president, and CEO of McNabb Funeral Home, Cremation Society, Maryland, and Metro Crematory. The restriction that is being proposed, we sit within a neighborhood. I'm getting ready to expand my crematory because I am a state contractor. And with that, that can create an issue because if I have to go through a new process, we wouldn't be able to expand to put another machine in to serve the needs of the state anatomy board, who we handle just about all of the cremations for the indigent cases for the state of Maryland, as well as the folks who cannot afford cremation or donate their bodies to science. We need to be able to have the ability to move forward. As Mr. March said, the 1,000 feet is kind of arbitrary. I have residents all around me, as well as the Baltimore Beltway. I work in conjunction with the Baltimore County Fire Department, MDE, who regularly, monthly, inspects our facilities for pollution, as well as our community leaders within our HOA there that we work with regularly to make sure that we're in compliance and we're good neighbors. I don't want smoke. I don't want pollutant. If the machine is running properly and you see no emissions, nothing is being emitted from the machine. I submit paperwork every year to MDE to prove that. In all the years we've been in business since 1971, when the McNabbs opened, never have we had an issue with having our report refused, rejected because we were out of compliance. We are by far the largest crematory operation in the state of Maryland. I cremated 4,942 individuals last year. Nobody in this state is going to touch what we do on a daily basis. And I'm here to say that cremation, yes, I understand the concerns of those who are in sponsoring this bill, but if done properly, there is no health concern. It is only when it is not done properly.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Schwartz. And just Tri-County is which 3 counties, please?
Tri-County is Baltimore, Carroll, and Frederick counties.
Thank you so much. Thank you for
I'm
your
sorry for not
testimony.
clarifying that.
No. Just want it on the record.
Any questions?
Last call for Mr. Gavoni.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Schwartz. Okay, so we're going to shift then to 1 virtual witness, Joseph Ambrose. Mr. Ambrose, welcome. You have up to 2 minutes and you can use less.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yep, we sure can.
Okay. Good afternoon. I'm Joseph F. Ambrose Jr. from Ambrose Funeral Home. We've been in business since 1936, started by my grandfather, Joseph T. Ambrose Jr. in Baltimore County. 30 years ago, the cremation rate was under 10%. It's now over 50% for us. We like to do everything in-house to keep the cost down for us and the families we serve. With the percentage of families choosing cremation, it's now more of a need than a want to have our own crematory. And we did everything the way that the law states. It's a very long process, with no shortcuts. It's already difficult to be allowed to open a crematory. It has to be on a main artery, not a secondary road, must be in a funeral home or industrial park. We had multiple meetings with the neighborhood, and that was to find out their worries and their concerns. Very little problems, mostly support. Biggest concern was cremating on weeknights. We had an open court where anyone would be allowed to speak and given the okay to go forward. We built the addition to house the retort during the most expensive time material-wise. We went through all this and we went through all our savings, and now we have a loan. Originally, we thought the savings was enough. Now they want to change the rules to follow. The way this bill is written, we won't be able to renew our permit to keep the crematory open. This would hurt everyone. Some may lose their business, others will be okay, but will have to raise their price because the few crematories left will be able to decide the cost since there won't be much competition. That means the customers will be paying much more, the exact scenario we're trying to avoid. I definitely understand the concerns of the residents not wanting a crematory in their neighborhood. The more I looked into it, the more I was educated how clean it is. The EPA and the Department of Environment keep close tabs on everything. We're a bring your lunch to work neighborhood, and we can't afford this bill.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Ambrose. I see no lights on from colleagues, so that will complete the opponents. This is not something we do regularly, but Baltimore City Council member Mark Conway was called into another hearing. I know that he and Senator Washington have worked closely together on this, and he wants to add brief testimony in support of this bill. So we're going back to one proponent. Mr. Council Member, it's good to have you here. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you so much.
We will put you on the clock though, because
I will be as brief as I possibly can. I appreciate every second. You guys have had a long day. Once again, my name is Mark Conway. I'm a councilman for 4th District in Baltimore City. I want to testify in support of SB 893. I'll just make a couple of points. You guys have heard a lot today. First, we all heard a lot about PM 2.5 particles and what they mean to the human health. And that the EPA, I don't know if this was mentioned earlier, recently announced plans to toughen standards, realizing that their standards were not tough enough. MDE has not updated its standards since 1991. And so the conversation we're having here about human health and air quality is an outdated conversation when it comes to the current laws. And so that's why this is a very important bill. Right now, MDE does not have the tools to adequately address this consideration. We all appreciate, and I also probably will be cremated myself, to be pretty clear. The trend is toward more cremation, and I'm not necessarily opposed to that. I think the consideration is in urban areas and what it means to urban communities. There's a crematorium is proposed in my district that we at the local level do not have the tools to address because we do not have the ability to consider air quality. Only the state can have those considerations. And so once again, that's why this bill is very important. Once again, in considering the proximity to homes, schools, and daycares, these folks cannot move their homes. And at this moment, every funeral home in Baltimore City can decide to have a crematorium if they want at the current, with the way things are written today. And I don't think anybody would propose that that's a good idea. So I think we want to be very thoughtful about what exists today, where things are trending, and what it means for urban populations that already have high asthma rates. As you guys are very aware, I know I have 15 seconds, Baltimore has one of the highest asthma rates in the country. My district has the second highest asthma rate in the area, and there is a crematorium proposed there. We don't have the tools to do anything about it. This bill would give us that tool. So I urge your support. I want to thank Senator Washington for putting this forward, and thank you for giving me the time.
I see no questions for the good council member. Thank you so much for your time and your testimony. That completes the hearing on Senate Bill 893. Passing it back to the chair.
Okay, we're going to go. Senator Folden has a one-person piece of legislation, one witness in addition to himself. So we're going to call him up on Senate Bill 886. Then Senator Bailey, we're going to take you, and then we're going to go back to Senator Washington. Okay, so Senator Folden, we're on Senate Bill 886. The only witness on this bill is Dominic Butchko from MACO. Dominic, why don't you come up? Again, you're the only witness. You're signed up favorable with amendments. So I know it's a little different, but just why don't you just weigh in after Senator Folden's done presenting his bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay.
Esteemed colleagues, for the record, William Folden, State Senator for Legislative District 4. Before you today, Senate Bill 886, going to be the easiest testimony you all have heard today. The facts about this bill are simple. We're trying to keep our children safe on playgrounds, and there are over 200,000 playground-related injuries each year, according to the Consumer Product Safety Commission, serious enough that would require emergency room treatment. These are avoidable. A large number of these injuries are due to lack of playground maintenance, according to the data. There's been a number of programs for playground safety over the past 20 years for creating certified playground safety inspectors. Many states have adopted these guides into law where applicable. Child care facilities licensing, for instance. In 2010, the ADA standards for accessible design is a federal law, and there is a section that deals exclusively with playground areas, which also references these standards, making them law by definition. This bill proposes, as written, to be simple enough for a full compliance by all commercial and public playground owners in the state of Maryland without putting any unnecessary fiscal burden on them. The fact is that we need to inspect and maintain these spaces regularly to ensure the safety of our children. The standards and guidelines written into the bill are available and updated regularly by industry professionals. Just like any capital expenditure, the inspection and maintenance should always be figured in with the original plans. This bill will be vital in ensuring less injuries for our children in the state while not changing or compromising anything already constructed or plans for construction. It is common sense law for the most vulnerable users, the children who we believe they should be able to play and learn freely without wondering if anyone is inspecting or maintaining the equipment upon which they play. And with that, I would request a favorable report, and I'm open for any questions.
Okay, before we go to our favorable with amendment witness, questions for Senator Folden again on Senate Bill 886?
Yeah.
Yes, Senator Augustine.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Senator Folden. Did you get a chance to see the favorable with amendments, the two amendment? I just came in, what they have presented to see if it will work for you?
I haven't gotten to see the.
They didn't share it with you, Senator? I mean,
I'm looking.
no, it's okay. I mean, if they didn't, I mean, I can understand that.
We can get that to you if you didn't get the Mako amendment, sir.
So one of them from MML, Senator, they asked to add following certified playground safety inspector standards pursuant to the National Recreation and Parks Association.
Yes, that's actually, yes. I mean, in here, we're talking about the NRPA standards anyway. So it's
That's
the
the
maintenance
one, right?
according to that.
Yeah.
Yes,
So
sir.
that was the MML one. And then I'm sure that we'll hear from Mako. It's
Yes.
similar kind of definitional, but supportive of.
Yeah, and this doesn't require any new position. This is just basically going out. We're making sure these aren't rusted in these areas that would cause a collapse or some type of injury. So
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Senator.
Okay, any additional questions for Senator Folden before we go to our Mako witness? Okay, Mr. Butchko, you're up, favorable with amendments.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, members of the committee, Don Butchko with Mako. Really quick, our amendment is just clarifying and very simple. We understand, so most jurisdictions actually already follow all of these standards. We already conduct regular inspections. Our amendment has to do with if there is an update to the standards recently, but there is no hazard at the actual playground itself, that local jurisdictions can go about their normal capital improvement project to upgrade that playground facility. So this is only if the facility doesn't present a hazard. So it's just a belt and suspenders clarifying that we can use our original capital process. So with that, Mako urges a favorable report with amendments.
Okay, okay, Senator Augustine, you have a question back to Senator Folden about what
Senator
he just
Folden,
heard?
I just want to check in with you. You good?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you.
Appreciate that, Senator.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, that concludes bill hearing on Senate Bill 886. Senator Bailey, why don't you come up here on, let's go Senate Bill 316. Is that going to work? 317, I'm sorry. Will that work for you? You prefer separate one?
That's fine. 317 is fine, Mr. Chairman. If possible, I'd like to.
Yeah, bring up
the panel.
your panel. Who you have designated is George Hayden, Ernestine Hayden, David Wheatley, Walter Fields, Russell DeShield Jr. Those are the ones you've designated on the sheet as your panel.
Yep,
Does that
everybody
work?
just have a seat. Yes.
Okay, we're on again, Senate Bill 317. And why don't you lead off? We'll go to your panel and we'll take it from there, okay?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. Senator Bailey representing St. Mary's and Calvert County District 29 for the record. Senate Bill 317 would protect the due process rights of commercial watermen by ensuring that the Department of Natural Resources may not revoke their licenses to catch oysters, striped bass, or crabs unless the license holder has been convicted of a plea of nolle contendere to a violation of the state's natural resource law. This bill allows for a suspension of an individual's license for a period not to exceed 3 years if that individual receives a citation for certain offenses relating to oysters, striped bass, and crabs. The suspension shall immediately end upon the individual submitting documentation demonstrating the underlying violation resulted in an acquittal, dismissal, not guilty verdict, or an enter of non pros. However, if the license holder is convicted or pleads no contest to the underlying violation, the department may extend their suspension or revoke the authorization in the same manner that they currently do. Under current law, DNR can pursue a revocation of a commercial waterman's authorization on the basis of a citation alone. The statute in this bill creating this administrative process, Title 4-1210 and 4-1211, make no reference to or allow for a suspension, only a revocation. Very important. There is no suspension on a few crimes. It only is a straight revocation. We should never use an administrative proceeding with a lower burden of proof as a substitute for a conviction of a criminal violation that carries with it the presumption of innocence. These crimes that these people, and we're talking about, are criminal misdemeanor violations. The burden of proof in an administrative hearing is merely a preponderance of the evidence. If the administrative law judge finds only that it is more likely than not that the waterman committed one of these offenses, their authorization is revoked for life. So one strike law and you're out. I'd like to define the revocation. A revocation means the act of the department permanently rescinding a fishing license, authorization, or entitlement, and thereby permanently prohibiting a person from engaging in a fishing activity or activity under any circumstances. So, committee members, what is so important is if somebody is found by a presumption that they have committed this, that there's a presumption that they committed it, not only do they lose their license, but they lose the opportunity to participate, to be on a boat, to call oysters, to do anything that does not even require a license. And they lose it for one time being charged, right? They're not convicted of a crime and they're investigated for committing a criminal act, but they're just using an administrative crime. I want to address a few of the issues that you may hear brought up later in this hearing. Yes, you can absolutely have a revocation for a first offense. These sections of law do not require any number of prior convictions or points before it can be used to revoke a waterman's authorization. The revocations authorized under the section of law that this bill is amending are separate from the point system. Though it is notable that points require convictions to be imposed. This is a one-strike system and it doesn't require that. In your packet, I've included, if you look up the regulation 08, 12, 13, and 01, the conviction includes a guilty verdict or accepted plea of nolle contendere, an admission of guilt to any charge made by the payment of the applicable fine instead of appearing for trial, or each charge violation merged into a conviction. That's what that does, right? If you have a conviction, then you can have that. If not, you have points, and we do not have any issue with the point system. Every one of these gentlemen will tell you that. A revocation under either of these sections does not disqualify the watermen from other fisheries. However, most commercial watermen need to participate in more than one fishery to be financially viable. Because of the compacts Maryland has with other states, these watermen also cannot harvest that fishery in neighboring states. And I just want to explain to you just one moment about the terms of the Interstate Wildlife Violator Compact. And pursuant to the Natural Resource Article 10, Section 201, which Maryland is a member, if you have a suspension or a revocation in Maryland, it may affect your privileges in other states. Your license to hunt or fish may be suspended, revoked in the following states that are also a part of the Interstate Wildlife Violator Compact. These compact member states are, and I'm not going to read them to you, but it's almost all 50 states, right? And the fact is, an administrative action on a one strike means that you can't support your family for life. There is no suspension. There is no way off of this, right? That's very important that you all understand this. You may hear that this process is needed because we don't prosecute enough natural resources cases. I did it for 30 years. I understand that. And I know that this committee understands that because we worked together to pass legislation last year. We created the Environmental and Natural Resource Crime Unit in the Office of the Attorney General to hold bad actors accountable. We wanted experienced prosecutors. We wanted experienced investigators. We wanted to make sure that that was, and I appreciate it, that left here with almost every vote. You may also hear about how we have a shortage of natural resource police officers. I understand that too. 2 years ago, this body, we passed legislation that included provisions aimed at increasing recruitment and retention for the natural resource police. I know full well that we need to do more as a state to prioritize enforcement of all of our natural resources. But whatever problems the state may have in enforcement, and I bring those prior bills up because I believe that we are working to address them, do not justify taking away a person's livelihood forever if they've never been convicted of a crime. I just wanted to bring this up. You know, I had one of these individuals and I went to see the former governor, and I took this individual and I said, here's the crime, and this person can never work with their family again. And this is the one time that I think this would be eligible for a pardon. Former governor and his staff said, we will take the case. On the last day of his administration, I get a call that said, unfortunately, we cannot pardon this individual. And we cannot pardon this individual because of the fact there was no conviction. This is only an administrative action done by the department, and the governor's hands are tied. I thought that was pretty telling. I tell that to you because I think that's very important. This bill is consistent with the intent of the current law by providing DNR with a way to very expediently remove bad actors from our state waterways, but also provides an avenue for the restoration of the license should a conviction not be obtained. The offenses for which revocation is permitted under the statute amended by this bill are serious crimes. They need to be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law, with all the due process rights afforded to a criminal defendant, including the most fundamental principle of justice, that a person is innocent until proven guilty beyond a reasonable doubt in a court of law. You know, you can kill another person driving a vehicle. You can go to jail for murder. You can go to jail for manslaughter. When you get out of jail and you've served your time, you get your license back, right? You will hear protect the resources from bad actors, the poachers, but this action does not apply the same to everyone. And I just want to point out hypocrisy that exists here. DNR licenses their watermen. They also license aquaculture harvesters. Now, both of these people are both licensed by DNR. They find themselves harvesting oysters harvesting oysters on the same exact oyster sanctuary. You will hear today about people that with that oyster culture, aquaculture harvester's license that actually raped tens of thousands of dollars of oysters from a sanctuary. And ladies and gentlemen, tomorrow they still have their license. Then they were out there today. This law is not the same whether you're an aquaculture harvester or whether you're a tidal fish license holder. I gave 30 years of my life protecting the lives in this state and the resources of this state. If there's a problem with the law, the prosecution, or the penalty, we should deal with it right here. We should address it. I want to just leave you with the presumption of innocence. The presumption of innocence means that any defendant in a criminal trial is assumed to be innocent until they have been proven guilty. As such, a prosecutor is required to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the person committed the crime. If that person is to be convicted, to do so, proof must be shown for every single element of a crime. The presumption of innocence is recognized as one of the most basic requirements of a fair trial. I'm going to turn this over to my panel, to some people who got revoked on their first strike. And that's not what we've done here in the General Assembly since I've been here for the last 6 years. And I thank you for your time.
Okay, Senator, do you have a sequence here? Do you have a preference who you want to go first? Okay.
We
Sir,
can come right down the line.
yeah, okay, why don't we start there? Sir, tell us who you are, and you're going to be on a 2-minute clock, okay?
Yes, sir.
Go on.
My name is David Thomas Wheatley II. I am a commercial waterman. On the 2nd of February, or February the 18th, 28th, 2018, I was harvesting oysters on a boat that I was not the captain of. This day, the DNR boarded the vessel and wrote 2 citations, one to the captain and one to myself. Upon going to court for these citations, my charges were null processed. When I got home later that day, the Department of Natural Resources was waiting for me in my yard and served me with paperwork for an administrative hearing in Annapolis. Upon the conclusion of that administrative hearing, there was testimony that buoys were gone because of ice. I couldn't see where the buoys were. I couldn't see where the lines were, and I was still found guilty in the administrative hearing, and they took my license for life. This has been a great financial burden for me because I am a full-time waterman, and I rely on oystering 4 months out of the year to support my family. And it's been a hardship ever since I've lost them. I had to concentrate more on crabbing and just put my head down and try and keep going with it. But it's been a very real struggle for me. There is fewer other things I can do as far as working on the water at home besides oystering and crabbing. And I would hope if this bill were to pass that maybe I could get my second chance, because this was my first ever sanctuary ticket. I was approximately 32 years old when I got it. And I've never had any other violations, crabbing, fishing, hunting, anything else in my life besides that sanctuary ticket and 2 call tickets. And I thank you all for hearing my story today and having me here.
Okay, thank you, sir. Why don't we go down? Sir, pull that mic close to your, so we can hear you.
Good afternoon. My name is George Michael Hayden. My oyster license was revoked due to a law change, which DNR failed to inform landowners of their riparian rights being taken away from them. I put $70,000 worth of oysters in this creek at a good yield, estimating somewhere around 600,000. My family has been doing this ever since the late 1800s and has deeded down to generation. I've been a waterman all my life. I hold a Maryland, Potomac, and Virginia license with no infraction prior to this. I have no criminal record. I take my career as a waterman very seriously, as I do protecting the resources. Even criminals with the most severe convictions get a second chance. With this, I was committed and sentenced to life without the opportunity of a second chance. So therefore, I am asking that you will be in favor for this bill. I am not asking for a 9th, 10th, or even a 20th chance. I'm only asking for a second chance that we all deserve. I want to thank you all for bearing with me. I'm a little shaky, as this is the first time I've ever had to do anything like this, simply because I've never been in trouble. I've never been in trouble before, and I feel that everyone is deserving of a second chance, including everyone in this room, should that time occur. And with that, I thank you all once again. Thank you.
Okay, why don't you pass that mic next to you? Okay, tell us who you are. Be on the clock for 2 minutes.
Good afternoon. My name is Ernestine Hayden. I am the wife of George Hayden. I am here today to tell you this revocation for life has made our life a living nightmare. In February of 2017, my husband was charged criminally, but all charges were null prost. On March 30th of 2017, DNR filed a civil case against him to revoke his oyster license. A civil hearing was held before DNR Administrative Law Judge on June 19th, 2017. On June the 27th of 2017, the ALJ affirmed DNR's permanent revocation of his oyster license. Based on that ruling, we filed a petition for review to the Circuit Court for St. Mary's County. A hearing was held on January 22nd, 2018 before Judge Abrams. At that time, Judge Abrams felt she had no other choice but to uphold DNR's Administrative Law Judge's decision. However, Judge Abrams did state that she was not happy with the revocation for life. She thought that was a very stiff penalty, and if the case had gotten to her earlier stage, the outcome could very well be different. We then went on, appealed the case to the Court of Special Appeals of Maryland. And on September the 3rd, 2019, they upheld the decision of revocation. After three years of hearings and appeals, DNR even took it further and revoked his aquaculture privileges. Even though an oyster license is not required to have an aquaculture lease. By this time, we had spent well over $25,000 and could not afford to pursue any further proceedings. It seemed to be a losing battle. In closing, I would ask you to pass this bill, as this is a severe penalty for a first offender with no prior violations or a criminal record. Thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you. Sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Members of the committee, my name is Russell DeShield Jr. I am a retired attorney. I practiced on the Eastern Shore for 45 years, from 1974 to the fall of 2020. I represented a number of watermen over that time. The first trial I ever tried was an oyster culling case for a ferryman in Whitehaven, Maryland. So with all of that folksy stuff aside, I tried many of these cases. I went to the Court of Appeals with the Department of Natural Resources in 2013 in the case of Lowry versus State. So I was practiced in this area, and I was also practiced in these administrative matters under Section 4-1210. And what did I find? I found that the caboose was running the train essentially with 90 days under the current law to schedule an administrative hearing. Oftentimes, these hearings were held even before the district court case. If the person were found not guilty in the district court case, that didn't matter. They were already subject to conviction under the preponderance of evidence standard. Now, how did that work? It is a single sanction offense. A person loses their license for life. A bad attorney can be disbarred, but is subject to have an appeal or a petition filed to reinstate their licenses. A waterman can't do that. There is one case that I have given to Senator Bailey, and he can distribute it to the panel members. It is DR FSA 008-1735736. The administrative law judge found that the DNR officer lacked credibility. A waterman of 33 years would have lost his license if that case had gone the other way. These things need to be looked at, and this is a primer case that if any of you would be interested in it, Senator Bailey said that he will email it to your offices. Thank you.
Yeah, okay, make sure you do submit that into the record. Okay, we're going to take questions from the committee members. Start with Senator Carozza.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First of all, I'm sorry for the panelists, what you've been through. And I have two questions. They're brief, but they're to the point. Mrs. Hayden, I'd like to know, it took a lot for you to come up here today and to share this. You talk about hardships, but I'd like you to explain what those hardships are. And Mr. DeShio, first of all, I want to thank you for your friendship with my late brother, serving in the public defender's office. And I know you as a very experienced and talented attorney. My question to you, is this legislative option the only solution to resolve this issue at this point? So those are my two questions. So first to Mrs. Hayden and then to Mr. DeShio.
This has been,
Ms. Hayden, you got to put the mic. We're not going to be able to hear you.
this has been very hard for us over the last 5-6 years. This has dragged on. It's just, we can't go out and do our oystering as we normally would. They even went as far as when they took his aquaculture privileges. We had deeds for oyster ground leases. We had to go back, have his name removed. We had to wait years to get paperwork done. Finally, we got it done. It's just been one thing after another, trying for my son and me to try to do things to take his place on the boat. It's really hard.
And how many years?
This started in 2017. So it's been a great loss for us over the years.
Mr. DeShio.
Yes, thank you, Senator Carozza, and I cherish your brother and his memory. I just like to say that no, there is no other remedy to allow a little humanity into this situation. The way the current 4-1210 reads is that once there is a finding of culpability in the administrative hearing, no matter whether there's an acquittal below or a case is dismissed below in the district court level, that stands, and that administrative sanction is for the license holder to lose their license in the oyster fishery forever. And I pointed out the notion that even crooked attorneys aren't forever. This means there is a revocation, and it is a permanent revocation. There is no provision in the current law for suspension. There's no provision for a probation period for anyone seeking to petition to get their license back again. I testified in two similar kind of bills for first delegate mounts and then senator mounts last year. And the objection from the department and various environmental organizations was that, well, this is how we get rid of the bad watermen. Well, there are not as many bad watermen as you will hear projected. This is not Dodge City anymore. The Department of Natural Resources has an M-line system that was developed during the Gulf War where they can find vessels on sanctuaries. People are getting caught. So it's not that bad a situation. Now, the problem is that so many people are caught up with a single sanction that they are essentially condemned for life.
So it is the only solution.
I think this is a relatively reasonable solution.
Thank you.
Okay, any additional questions for this panel? Okay, seeing none, I'm going to call up some more, a few additional favorables, then we're going to go to the unfavorables. I'm going to call up Herman Harrison. Is Mr. Harrison here? And Robert T. Brown. I see Mr. Brown. Why don't you come up here, Mr. Brown? We have one virtual witness after that. Is Mr. Mortis still there? Okay, we'll scratch that. So, Mr. Brown, you'll be final favorable witness. And then we will, okay, I'm sorry. Mr. Mullins, did you, oh, you did sign up. I apologize. Why don't you sit down? And so you're going to be our two final favorable witnesses. Then we're going to move to the unfavorable panel. Okay. So Mr. Brown, you want to start and then we'll go to Mr. Paul.
Chair and members of this committee, my name is Robert T. Brown. I'm president of the Maryland Watermen's Association. When this bill passed back in 2009, 2010, in that era, it was injustice done to many watermen. Now, yes, we had a few bad eggs, but we've weaned them out. But we got people who have been found not guilty and no processed, and the administrative court was pressed on to try these people to see what they had. And the administrative judge was given the power in this piece of legislation. It says, you, if found guilty, you shall revoke your license. Not may, but shall revoke your license. And that's where the problem came in. There was no room for no forgiveness whatsoever, or especially on a first-time offender. Okay. When you have a vessel out in the river, the captain is the man who is responsible for that vessel and where it's at. We've had watermen who have been working with another man in a boat. He's not the captain of the vessel. He's the one who takes the vessel across the line and goes into a sanctuary or some other restricted area. And he's the man who should be liable. If a boat is in an accident, the passengers are not responsible. The captain of the vessel is. The captain of the vessel should have been the only one who was given a ticket in one of these cases, because he is the man who is responsible for that vessel at all times. And there's a number of things that you can have your license restricted on. That's for taking oysters 200 feet into a sanctuary, taking oysters with the wrong gear in a prohibited area, using it the wrong gear. There's a line that goes across the river in Patuxent River. It's about 2 miles wide. If you got a patent tongs, you go across that line to the hand tong area, you can lose your license for life also. Thank you very much. I'd like to have a favorable on this.
Okay, Ms. Mullen.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. I'm Jim Mullen with the Maryland Oysterman Association. Briefly, our society allows for second chances in life, and the ability to show proof for a second chance may be warranted with proper guidance and education and subject matter at hand. Presently, the way this law is written with the commercial authorization does not allow for the opportunity for second chance to demonstrate the ability to be rehabilitated. I mean, over time, the state of Maryland has demonstrated the ability in other walks of life for individuals to be given a second chance or be rehabilitated. The commercial authorization is the last arena in Maryland where a revocation for life ends in the individual's ability to make a living. So therefore, we would ask for a favorable recommendation on this and bring this in line with other statutes in the state that allow for a second chance. Thank you.
Okay, any additional questions? Senator Hester.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I'll be brief. I was just wondering if the sponsor could help me to understand. I mean, I'm hearing that nobody gets a second chance, and that this bill is the only way to overturn it. There's also opposition from DNR, but I'm curious, like, you know, is there a difference in the suspension and revocation for like other areas, like maybe aquaculture or tidal fish license holders? I mean, like, why is this different than everything else?
So if you, one of the things that I provided you with is actually the purpose and definitions. And it comes up with the whole penalty section of how, you know, we believe in progressive discipline. So if you do something, you get points. And we have a point system that exists, and it's based on a conviction. It's based on due process, and it's based on the rules of evidence when you go to court. That you have to be convicted beyond a reasonable doubt. This is an administrative action that is taking place. And as you said, this is a one strike. First time you get charged and they find a preponderance of evidence that you did it, there is no going back. There is no way to get that off, right? You are done for lifetime. And that is why we have spent so much time crafting this bill to be able to bring this forward so that it requires, they can still do the revocation, but it requires a conviction, right? It requires going to court and getting a conviction. If this is really the most heinous crime that we do, it should be prosecuted through the Attorney General's office. We shouldn't look at the fact that somebody gets a null pros or cuts a deal with a local state's attorney. If this is really that bad of a deal. And we shouldn't say, well, because somebody got away and the person that was elected to prosecute a case didn't do that. We shouldn't say, you know what? Now we got you because we got you on administrative preponderance, less evidence, and we take your ability to be out there for life. When we talked about Mr. Hayden that was here, he spent $70,000 buying oysters that he put on his own property in the creek that his family pays taxes on. And he went out to get his own oysters off of his own property after we changed the law, and he never knew about it. And they said, you know what? You're on a sanctuary and you can't take your own oysters and you're convicted. And it took his lifetime away. So I appreciate it. Sorry to be long-winded.
Okay.
Penalties you mentioned, I don't think it's in the bill file.
I will definitely send you the penalties.
Okay, any additional questions for this panel? Okay, thank you, folks. We're going to go to a panel of unfavorables now. I'm going to call James Renane, Allison Colden, David Sikorsky, Kristen Fiddler, and Sarah Widman. Both those last two are from DNR. That's the extent of the unfavorables, and that will be the extent of the testimony on this bill. Who wants to lead off? Assistant Secretary Fiddler, why don't you lead off?
Great, thank you so much. Good afternoon again. Chair Feldman, members of the committee, Kristen Fiddler, Assistant Secretary for Aquatic Resources with DNR. We are here in opposition of this bill today, but before I launch into those reasons why, I do want to thank the sponsor, Senator Bailey, for meeting with us several times to discuss the intent behind the legislation and the department's concerns with this bill passing in the way that it is written currently. In short, this is a complex matter. We absolutely appreciate and understand the hardship that the previous panel testified on, and we do not take that lightly. However, this is a complex matter, and it requires a very thoughtful and well thought through solution. And I don't believe that that is how the bill before us is written. So typically we're dealing with individuals with previous violations that are also demonstrating a knowing element to the action. The statute itself and its companion statute sections are complex, and in how they work together. The proceedings are nuanced and with many subsequent and related implications to our citation process, other parts of the law that deal with the point system, and the department's licensing program overall. We have not had ample time between the last couple of weeks when the bill was introduced to work through all of the potential ramifications and unintended consequences for license holders and those that are on the license wait list. We propose to continue to work with the sponsor and the interested parties to see how they all fit into the larger conversation of conservation practices and sustainable fisheries management. There's a penalties work group that would be an appropriate forum to tackle this issue. And we certainly appreciate that there are areas for improvement under the statute that could be fixed relatively readily. With that, we'd urge an unfavorable vote on the bill as it's written currently.
Okay, who wants to go next? Sir, tell us who you are.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, members of the committee. My name is James Renane. I'm a senior at Annapolis High School. I'm an avid sailor, waterman, and photographer here on the Chesapeake Bay. And I'm here in opposition of Senate Bill 317. As a photographer on the bay, my favorite thing to do is just go out and take pictures of these hardworking watermen who devote their lives to the water. Through my journey as a photographer on the bay, I've met and taken pictures of almost every waterman on the east side of the Chesapeake Bay, from the Magothy River down to Deal. Through my literal lens, I've grown a great appreciation for the work of the watermen. These folks are doing dark to dark work. Their day begins well before the sun rises and finishes after the sun is set. It's backbreaking, hard manual labor that repeats every day, no matter the conditions. Many of them work year round, changing fisheries as the seasons rotate. And I've had the great privilege of being able to document this display of hard work and heritage over the past few seasons of crabbing, oystering, and fishing. I've established relationships with these watermen, and a few of them even have my photos hanging on the walls of their homes. Most watermen are good, honest, hardworking people who just want to utilize their part of the fishery. Unfortunately, there are a few poachers who abuse this fishery. They poach from protected areas or keep undersized species. These poachers are actively destroying the ecology of the Chesapeake Bay and tarnishing the name of these honest working watermen. Poachers have an obvious leg up on honest watermen, and they go to untouched fishing grounds and keep more fish, crabs, and oysters. It is not fair that the folks that cheat and do not follow the rules have an advantage over those who are honest. Senate Bill 317 would prohibit Maryland DNR from revoking a poacher's authorization to harvest species in the bay, allowing illegal fishing only to be put to a pause rather than stopped. This action for DNR is a safeguard against unlawful fishing practices in the bay. Watermen are good at what they do. There's no accidental law breaking. No boats are drifting into sanctuaries and harvesting oysters. Being able to harvest is a privilege, not a right. And I urge the committee to protect the integrity of these hardworking watermen, respectfully requesting an unfavorable report on Senate Bill 317.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. Again, for the record, Allison Colden, Chesapeake Bay Foundation, here in opposition to Senate Bill 317. Compared to the total number of watermen working Maryland's waters, the number of revoked individuals is exceedingly rare, indicating to me that this is not something that the Department of Natural Resources enters into lightly. The violations listed under the two sections of statute are a very narrow set of violations, which are considered the most egregious, and they include things like poaching from oyster sanctuaries and harvesting oysters from polluted areas. These are violations that not only threaten the long-term sustainability of the resource, but also threaten our public health. Unfortunately, criminal convictions and judicial penalties are not a significant deterrent to this behavior. I think that's evidenced by the average number of convictions carried by revoked individuals in the state is 14.3. In addition, the average fine handed down through the judicial process is $180. Compared to a day's work on the water, that's 5 to 6 bushels. So if you were to dip into an oyster sanctuary, that might be worth the risk. Additionally, as was mentioned before, there are two complementary processes going on here, the criminal process and the administrative process. And similar as to was stated before, there are many occupations in the state of Maryland for which professional licensure exists. And similarly to those positions, there are the opportunity to revoke someone's professional licensure privileges for violations of the professional standards of that occupation, which may or may not be accompanied by a criminal conviction having to do with that activity. Therefore, we believe that revocation is an important tool in DNR's toolbox. It provides a very strong deterrent to this activity, which threatens our public health and threatens the health of the Bay. And so we encourage your unfavorable report on Senate Bill 317.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. My name is David Sikorsky, Coastal Conservation Association, Maryland. I will not belabor the point because I know the day is long, but I want to say I support the comments made by the panel thus far, and just want to highlight that poaching in general is theft, and no matter who's doing it, it should be not be acceptable. We need strong deterrence for it. Thank you.
Okay, let's go down to the end of the table. Tell us who you are.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and committee members. Sarah Woodman with the Maryland Department of Natural Resources. Just a couple of quick points in addition to what Assistant Secretary Fiddler brought up. There's room for improvement. We recognize that some of the in the oyster law 41210, for example, a few of the violations are for being in an area where you shouldn't have that gear, for being on a leased area. Those aren't necessarily conservation related or directly. And also the statute doesn't give us the leverage that we have in our other systems to consider a suspension versus a revocation once we proceed. Those cases have gone down drastically once the law was changed in 2018. So we've only had, I believe, 5 cases in 5 years. We haven't had any in the last year because of that, because we can take into consideration the whole case before we proceed. And then lastly, I would just mention that the way it's drafted currently, the suspension before a criminal case would occur wouldn't be something that would actually work in practicality. So we wouldn't be able to move on that part of the measure because of how cases time out. So that's all I had to add. Thank you so much.
Okay, any questions for the panel? Senator Croza.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll be brief. Secretary Fiddler, you indicated your willingness to work with the sponsor. And you talked about the complexities, the nuances. I think what we're trying to do here is, narrow in on the issue that these license, there shouldn't be a permanent revocation of the license if they haven't been convicted. And if you don't have that leeway now, we should be able to work through that. That doesn't take a work group to work through that. And so, I'd like to know that we're not talking about a work group during, the interim, that we're talking about fixing this now. I mean, these families, it goes back to 2017 with their hardship.
I appreciate that, Senator Croza. I'll just offer a couple of thoughts there. One is Sarah mentioned an important change in the statute back in 2018. So prior to that, since 2012, the department was required to proceed with a case that could result in revocation. This would be in the forum of the Office of Administrative Hearings. And during that time, 28 cases were taken. Since 2018, the law was changed, allowing the department to determine whether to take a case to the Office of Administrative Hearings. That's a really important change, and the department is weighing mitigating factors such as first-time offense, some of the gravity or brevity of the offense, such as what Sarah mentioned. Some of them are not conservation related, and so maybe they don't warrant that level of a penalty. All this to say that since that law change, only 5 cases have been brought over the last 5 years that have gone to the Office of Administrative Hearings. So that's an important point. I would offer that in a different section of the law dealing with crabs and striped bass, it does allow us to consider something other than revocation. And so that would be language that I think we would be interested in looking at. Is that true? No, it's not true. Hold on. Fact check me.
No, the other section of the law, I don't know why 412.10 and 412.11 were written completely very differently. They both require revocation if we proceed with the case, but 1211 allowed us to write regs to hone in on qualifying mitigating circumstances a little more. And so we were able to do that. So I think we've considered one case under that during this entire time period in opposition or to the other one.
Provided some more flexibility in the way that the statute was written. But I would say that, looking at adding the word suspension or revocation in the statute is something that we would be willing to talk to the sponsor with and see if that wouldn't be one way towards getting toward a solution. But the last point I want to make is that, if the department determines the case, it warrants proceeding to the Office of Administrative Hearings, and should the OAH find guilt and therefore the license is revoked, there is an appeals process. The individual can appeal to the circuit court, and so there are other safeguards in place currently that I don't think were mentioned previously.
I think what I heard though, and the bottom line is you have your attorneys and you have a lot of smart people in the leadership of DNR. And we've got a case where already with this 2018, there's been a change there that's, reduced those numbers, but you also have people that are caught, which also would look at, a retroactive piece as well.
Sure.
So, we know that if you don't have that flexibility now, you should have that as a department. So
right.
I would, I just would like a sense of urgency and not a work group to work through this issue.
I appreciate that. Thank
Okay,
you.
we've got one short question from Senator Simoner.
Thank you. Who came up and testified. It wasn't clear when I read the bill, but is this retroactive the way it's drafted? So it would impact the people that testified today?
So we read it as we believe it is. The problem with that is that under 4701, that law requires revoked licenses to be reallocated back to the wait list. So those authorizations from anyone who's been revoked under this or any other section of law, we don't have them anymore because they've been reissued to the wait list. So we wouldn't be able to give them their exact license back. They would have to get back on the wait list to, they could have their entitlement reinstated, but not the actual authorization, if that makes sense.
Okay, any additional questions? Seeing none, that concludes bill hearing on Senate Bill 317. We're going to get you back up here, Senator Bailey, for 711, and then we're going to go back to Senator Washington immediately after this bill hearing. And I know we've got some folks patiently in the audience here. So Senator Bailey, on Senate Bill 711, I'll just call up, well, I see Mr. Brown back, Mr. Mullen. I think Mr. Harrison's probably split for the day, and it's Mr. Mortis virtual, and he's not in there. Okay, so we're going to start with those of the favorable. We have a few additional witnesses that are favorable with amendment. So Senator Bailey, you're up on Senate Bill 711.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. Senator Bailey representing St. Mary's and Calvert County, District 29 for the record. Senate Bill 711 would expand the scope of the annual Young of the Year juvenile survey of striped bass by requiring this survey to be conducted in the central region of the Maryland waters of the Chesapeake Bay. Each year, the Department of Natural Resources conducts Young of the Year surveys that provide important data on juvenile fish in our state's waterways. This data is critical to measuring the success of Maryland striped bass stocks, and it's used by DNR as part of setting the state's fisheries management policies and regulations. DNR has conducted these annual surveys since 1954. This data is currently taken at sites in the Susquehanna Flats and in the northern portion of the Chesapeake Bay and at several tributaries in the southern part of the bay, namely Chaptico, Nanacoke, Potomac, and Patuxent rivers. These have been locations where fish spawning has traditionally occurred. However, no surveys are currently performed in the center or in the tributaries in the center of the bay. We know that spawning patterns have changed since these original survey sites were established. Changes in the water level, as well as the presence of invasive species, have had a significant impact on the ecosystem of the bay. Senate Bill 711 will give us more data to better inform our state's decision-making in regards to striped bass. This will give our state a fuller picture of the fish spawning activity in the Chesapeake Bay by including data from all regions of the bay. These sites are intended to be supplemental to and not supplant or change the current sampling sites. This bill requires between 12 and 20 new sampling sites in the central region of the bay in locations which are outlined in the bill text and in my written testimony. This bill does have a financial note, which is based on the assumption that the DNR will have to find additional staff to sample where the fish are. Don't understand that. I'm going to tell you, growing up on the river, things change. I can't go fishing in the same place I did 50 years ago with my father and grandfather because of all the impacts. The fish aren't in the same place. I don't catch fish with my kids in the same place I did with my granddad. I have very respected people here that are going to talk about this, and I respectfully request a favorable report on Senate Bill 711. Thank you for your consideration.
Okay, let's go to that panel, Mr. Brown and Mr. Mullen. Mr. Brown, why don't you lead off in 2-minute clock?
Chair, members of this committee, my name is Robert T. Brown. I'm president of the Maryland Watermen Association. As the senator just said, we've got a lot of changes that's happening now with the temperature change, warming climates, and where fish go. But I can tell you that when I was a young man back in high school in 64 and 65, I wholesaled with my brother up St. Clements and Britons Bay. And we had rockfish that were this size back there then. And now today, I used to catch mudshad this time of year for a bait. Now we've got big fish like that again. We've got some spawning stock. We're having problem with the young of the year. And some of it is not only that, we got the invasive blue catfish that have come into the bay. I mean, and they are very dominant in all these waters, especially where these fish are spawning at. And we believe that with all these blue catfish up there in these areas, they're not only eaten by the rockfish, they are also, it's a predator fish and it's scaring these small young rockfish off. And we need to expand these areas to find out where these rockfish are moving to. Now, it's true last year we were in a drought and it was bad for spawn season for the simple reason that they didn't have no snow and rain and the water didn't flush the nutrients out for the plankton to grow for all these fish to feed on. And all these fish spawn at the same time, it's a fight for that. But we need to expand these to get the data so that we can shift around and get a more honest see on this, because when it goes to the Atlantic States Marine Fisheries Commission, they said, oh, you don't have any baby young rockfish. But yet when we go up and down the shores in the lower reaches, we see small fish during the young of the year. So we need to get an accurate count on this so we don't get our quotas cut. We don't get the charter boat captains cut to only one fish in the run of a day. We got to have the data. We got to know the fish are there to sustain the future of the spawning stock, which takes about 10 years. Thank you very much for your time, and I'd like to have a favorable on this.
Okay,
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Mullen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. I'm Jim Mullen with the Maryland Oysterman Association. To Senator Bailey's point, the more data we collect, the more science, the better informed decisions the state can make moving forward. I think we all recognize climate change, invasive species, and saltwater intrusion. Those three big items have affected the bay over time, and they'll affect any rivers and small streams as well over time. And to Mr. Brown's point, the same fish you would go to catch 10 years ago aren't there anymore. So we need to find out where there are. And I think just enlarging our footprint in our survey in the bay is something that will be very helpful moving forward to make informed decisions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Questions? We've got Senator Augustine.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to give you the opportunity to respond, sponsor Bailey, because the favorable with the amendment is basically saying to do a study of it. I think, were you aware of that?
I did see that.
And what do you want to just respond to that? I mean, you get an opportunity. What do you think?
I greatly appreciate that. As being a person that's gone up and down the East Coast, testified before the Atlantic States Marine Fisheries Commission talking about rockfish, if we had to bring a bill to the legislature to get the Department of Natural Resources to say, you know what, we need to go ahead and make our science better, something is flawed. We should be, they should be managing and looking at the rockfish. If we're using the same places that we used in 1954 to study a rockfish that brings to the economy of the East Coast $6.2 billion annually, and we're going to say, wait a minute, we're going to say that this bill is what inspired us to talk about these different sites. I find that faulty.
Okay,
Thank you.
I think that means you're not interested in the study language.
I'm not interested.
Okay.
Thank you.
Any additional questions for Senator Bailey or the two panelists? Okay, seeing none, thank you, Senator Bailey. I'm going to go to the favorable with amendments panel. We're going to go to Allison Colden, David Sikorsky, Secretary Fiddler, come back, and then Michael Luisi there, I assume, for question, information, etc. Okay, so this is the final panel for this bill. Secretary Fiddler, you've been the lead on some of these panels. Why don't you start?
Great, thank you. Again, Assistant Kristen Fiddler, Assistant Secretary for Aquatic Resources with DNR, not here in opposition, here favorable with amendment. I'm not going to repeat so many of the things that we've already said today, but again, this bill gets at putting our fisheries management plan and how we do it and where we do it in statute. We don't believe that that's the best way to go forward with, what needs to be flexible and recognize changing conditions and evolving science. So we would oppose actually labeling, which tributaries or areas of the bay to conduct the survey. In statute, we don't believe that's necessary. However, we do appreciate that there are changing conditions. We have been studying climate impacts on the fisheries. We are looking at where to make changes in the numerous, there are over 14 different studies that we do every year that are looking at every aspect of the spawning stock of striped bass and dozens of other species. But we recognize that, many of these data collection programs are, have been in place for some time and certainly warrant updating and becoming current or more current. And so we certainly are open to exploring new and different components to our research efforts, and would welcome the opportunity to do exactly what it is that we are doing, which is convening the best scientists in and around the Bay over the next few months. And we'd be happy to report back with any changes that we believe are warranted.
Okay, Ms. Colden or Mr. Sikorsky, who do you want to? Whoever.
Happy to start, Mr.
Start.
Chair. For the record, Allison Colden, Chesapeake Bay Foundation, here favorable with amendments on Senate Bill 711. Thank you, Senator Augustine, for summarizing some of our testimony and the amendments. One thing I'd like to point out is the length and the longevity of this survey is actually one of its most important and valuable components. It's the longest running survey used in the Atlantic States Marine Fisheries Commission's stock assessment for striped bass, and the importance of that it's the ability to show long-term trends and changes. That being said, we absolutely agree with the bill sponsor and the proponent panel that there are important changes happening in the Bay ecosystem, many of which have been discussed today. But there are certain ways to approach changes to long-term surveys that ensure that long-term data set does not become invalidated by changes to the survey. So there are ways to approach changes to long-term survey design. We describe an example in our written testimony where things as simple as changing the type of material that an experimental net is made out of requires calibration. And there's also a very strict set of data standards at the Atlantic States Marine Fisheries Commission's technical committees that determines which data makes the cut in terms of being included or excluded from our stock assessments and decision-making processes. So our amendment is simply to ensure that any changes that would be considered by the department or by this committee would not have any negative implications for Maryland's data being included in that assessment moving forward, and as well as any changes that or the department would need to make or carry out to calibrate to ensure that we can have the integrity of that long-term data set. So with that, thank you for your time.
Okay, Mrs. Sikorsky.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. David Sikorsky, Coastal Conservation Association. I also provided written testimony to speak to a couple of the different points that I think the state could use an investment in that relate to data. I mentioned earlier in testimony that I was the chair of the Rec Data and Licensing Task Force, which completed its report in 2022. And there's a lot of recommendations in there on where we can invest in further data to better assess the striped bass resource or any fishery resource that may exist in our Chesapeake Bay that we need more information on. One important point about surveying fisheries, there's work done independent of fishing activity. So you're not connected to recreational or commercial fishing. That's called fishery independent surveys. That's what the Young of Year survey is. The department's going out there to do the same thing year after year after year. And as Dr. Colden said, that's extremely valuable. I'm a major component of, or proponent, pardon me, of fishery dependent surveys, meaning you're connected with the watermen, you're connected with the recreational community, and you'll grab a sample set of people to really answer questions that we need now and here. And I've heard a lot from fishermen about the Young of Year and saying that they're sampling in the wrong places. And in a fishery dependent survey, we're going to try and catch fish. So you can make certain assumptions by the act of trying to catch fish. That's what recreational fishermen do. That's what watermen absolutely do. They want to catch fish as fast as possible to get home and make money. In fisheries management, this analysis of catch per a certain time period is called catch per unit effort. And it's the most important thing that drives a lot of our assumptions around populations. And so while a lot of recreational anglers, a lot of watermen are concerned about the Young of Year and its lack of flexibility, its lack of flexibility is most important. I'm here to testify to say, let's add to it and identify those priorities. So I also support the idea of a study and looking at many, many, many priorities that folks like me and many others have talked about. And the answer has always been, we don't have time, we don't have capacity, we don't have budget. So I think we get it right if we take a step back. Thank you.
Mr. Louisa, you're not here just for questions, you're to testify?
I do have
Okay.
something I'd like to
Okay,
say,
there you
Mr.
go.
Chairman, if I
All your-
can,
all yours.
members of the committee. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I just want to drive the point home that survey design is a discipline in fisheries management. It's something people study. It's something that is incredibly important in our understanding of the population of the species that survey is intended to provide information for. And by changing a survey, even by adding sites to a survey, alters the time period for which a survey was conducted consistently. And in doing so, it may create a situation where one year cannot be compared to another year. It's like an apples and oranges situation. And what we would like to do, and I'll let the committee know, we have already begun the process of putting together with funding made available by the NOAA's Chesapeake Bay office, a workshop to bring together partners, scientists, survey design specialists to come together to talk about climate, to talk about how we might modify our survey design in Chesapeake Bay so that we can achieve the outcome, which is the evolution of those surveys to provide us information that is incredibly important to the overall big picture of striped bass management on the East Coast. And I just wanted to make that point. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, we got Senator Augustine with a question.
Yeah, I'm just not understanding this, y'all. Like, so it sounds to me like what the senator is saying, let me say it like this. If you still did the ones in the north and the ones in the south, why can't you also put the ones in the center, in the central part? And not, you could continue to do the north, you continue to do the south. Why can't you also do the ones in the central? Because that won't change your data, your information as it pertains to your longevity, your longitudinal with the north and south. It's just beginning a similar longitudinal study of those in the middle. Would it not?
Well, I can address that, Mr. Chairman, Senator. So we have the surveys which are conducted in the Upper Bay, the Potomac River, the Choptank River, and the Nanticoke River. Those are the four major river tributaries that we sample. There are also auxiliary sites that are sampled in the Upper Bay and in the Patuxent River. The remaining river systems around the Chesapeake make up just a very small area when you take into the bigger picture the amount of tributary acreage there is for these surveys to be conducted. Now, what I'm trying to get to is that we are sampling in almost all of the river systems that that are being asked of us now. If we were to expand, the data that we collect from that expanded work may cause problems in the overall analysis because it's not consistent with the approach taken for the last 70 years almost. And so we would like to explore how to be the most efficient we can be in the collection of those data while addressing the need for change as it relates to climate and other environmental variables.
Okay, that doesn't,
If I may.
yeah.
If I may, Senator Augustine, I think I'm tracking what it is you're tripped up on and I appreciate it.
Sure.
I think what you're saying is, why can't you just go study in these other rivers?
Why not? I mean,
what's the problem?
I can see where you would say, like, if we stop doing the north or stop doing
Sure.
the south, I can see where that is. But if this, and it doesn't say this now, but if it said, add this in, just add this in for these areas, what harm would that do?
I think where the harm comes in for us, and I'm not a scientist, so I will let my panel fact check me here. But as it relates to the way the bill is worded, it talks about the department shall conduct the annual young of year.
Right, I'm with you.
juvenile
That's what I'm
survey.
saying,
So-
change it. I'm
Okay.
with you on that. I'm now suggesting something else.
Okay.
What I'm saying is, I know that that's what it says. Now I'm
Yeah.
asking you,
Oh,
like you
gotcha.
say, it doesn't say that. But what
Okay.
it does say is you keep doing the north, you
Mhm.
keep doing the south the way that you want.
Yep.
But add in basically a survey that's in the central region. That doesn't
Gotcha.
stop you from doing the north and the south. You do the central.
Go ahead.
I was just going to offer some of the reasoning why the sites exist where they are is because it's likely that young of year juvenile rockfish that are 100 centimeters are going to be there. And that's because we know that the big fish, the females laid the eggs there. That fish grew up in that area. So they're actually,
So my thing is this though, then why are you going to study it then? If you're already drawing that conclusion, why are then you guys saying that we should study it?
well, it's just what the survey does is compares year after year after year, how many little tiny fish are interacted with.
Right,
the
but I
net.
think that's why the sponsor is suggesting that it makes sense to also look in the central area. I don't mean to belabor the point. I'm happy to talk to you guys like offline of it. I just am not understanding logically kind of the position that you guys are taking. I'm just struggling. So
yeah.
you guys can help me to understand it
Yeah.
offline.
Yeah.
Well,
Happy to
all right.
follow
Yeah,
up.
absolutely. Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
Okay, any additional questions for this panel? Okay, seeing none, that concludes bill hearing on 711. We're gonna go back to Center Washington on Senate Bill 1086. And Center Washington, we're gonna call up some witnesses that have signed up. You've got Sokobi Wilson again.
In light of
Okay,
the day, it's just me.
just
I
you?
think I'll
Okay.
explain the bills and hopefully we'll have an opportunity to discuss, maybe not fully today, but these are two.
Okay, Senate Bill
important bills.
1086, it's all yours.
Okay, great. And thank you, colleagues. Good afternoon. I appreciate the opportunity. In light of
Okay.
the day, it's just me.
Just
I
you?
think I'll
Okay.
explain the. Yeah, I like talking here. Yeah. Okay, so Senate Bill 1086 that would establish the environmental justice districts through Maryland. Environmental justice, as you know, is a principle that all people and communities have a right for equal protection and equal enforcement of environmental laws and regulations. And it is the belief that all communities deserve to have their health and environmental safety treated with equity and integrity. Now, this environmental justice, as you know, is a principle that all people and communities have a right for equal.
Hey, Miss, yeah, there you go. We're good.
Okay.
Start over.
Alrighty, great. Weird hearing your voice. So this bill is about, we've been talking about environmental justice for a long time. We started talking about it in 19. Environmental justice, as you know, is a principle.
Wait, who
I
needs
think
this?
it's.
Yes, Miss Russell, will you stay on mute, okay? Because we get, if you just stay on the mute, okay? Don't unmute yourself, okay? Because we get, go on, Senator Washington, try this again.
It's a great bill, just, just forward it. Again, what this bill is doing is to operationalize this concept that we've just been talking about for a very long time. And we've talked about environmental justice, but what do we actually do with it? What does it look like? We've taken steps towards it by creating there's an environmental justice score, et cetera. So what this bill, and then we also deal with, we have this definition of overburdened communities and underserved communities that I think we've found isn't as complete or specific as it could be. So this is a step towards looking at a way to create and to begin to operationalize the environmental justice score, the environmental justice concept. And for the past 27 years, so we've been doing this for 30 years. And one of the recommendations of the Maryland Commission on Climate Change in their 2023 report was the following. It said prioritize and support should be given to MDE's current efforts to identify communities disproportionately affected by climate impacts and to ensure that they are adequately accounted for and included in mitigation adaptation. So I'm a demographer and a population scientist. And if you don't count it, it doesn't exist. If you don't define it, measure it. And you can't evaluate the success of programs or policies if you don't have a unit of analysis. So what this bill allows for the creation of an environmental justice districts within certain communities in Maryland. So we keep the definition of overburdened, so if it's under the current definition, but we also add a more specific line around the history. It has a history of environmental degradation, that there's an average life expectancy below 64 years old, that the residents have suffered from high rates of asthma or heart disease, and are in proximity to roads with high daily traffic volume. In the legislation, and again, there are some amendments that I will tell you about, again, based on feedback. MDE may also grant this designation to other communities. So there's some criteria, but it also provides some flexibility for MDE to think about this. I also recognize that simply allowing I think it's about the definition of person. I was thinking of it being more like organizations, but I do think we can work on the sort of narrowing down who can actually apply. But the bill also mandates or encourages the agency to really direct some of its funding when it gets federal funding or other funding for pollution mitigation to target these areas. So as originally drafted, the bill might have amendment, striking all the permitting portions of the bill. That was not intended to be there at all. So strike all of that. However, we want to maintain the ability to create these districts. And when I say we, I say the Department of MDE, and I believe that I'm demonstrating that this is a good faith amendment that shows that the department, we respect their authority. We respect their expertise. However, the intention is to protect the most vulnerable communities from further harm and environmental degradation. So we've submitted amendments to clarify, adding the ability to use block group analysis. So there can be some smaller units of analysis. So there can be neighborhoods or communities that are 600 households. It doesn't require a census tract is like 2,000 households. So they could really be much sort of more hyper local focus. We give a definition to traffic using the federal and our Maryland state definitions that high traffic is an average daily traffic volume between 70,000 and 22,000. And we further define projects as projects that have emphasis on climate mitigation, clean energy, and that result in long-term reductions to greenhouse gas emissions, as well as improvements to the public health. Designating overburdened communities in our state as environmental justice districts is not a trivial pursuit. This is, for me, this is not, and I think for us in this committee, this isn't make work. This is really about taking our policy that we've set in so many places and having places to actually measure results. Many states have already codified similar designations. Connecticut, New Jersey, Pennsylvania, Rhode Island, Virginia, many, many more. Additionally, if we think about the federal funding around, EJ or EJ 40 or all that, it again gives an opportunity for locals, communities, our local jurisdictions, as well as our state to apply for funds. By naming and identifying the communities that are more vulnerable, we also give the power for them to demand more accountability from the state, but also we have a direct relationship through the Department of the Environment with our communities. SB 1086 allows us to officially recognize areas in our state. In doing so, our commitment to protecting all Marylanders, and again, expanding the definition beyond what we currently have to affect real life. I'm here to answer any questions you might have. And again, I had conversations with the people that are oh, you are here. Okay, sorry. So I will let my panelists speak. I thought you'd gone home. So Dr. Wilson is here and he has 2 minutes.
Okay.
And then I'll answer any questions.
Okay, so Kobe Wilson, why don't you come up and then after that, we'll go to the unfavorables. So, yeah, if you could be brief.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I know y'all been here all night.
Okay.
I'm really excited about this bill again from Dr. Jacoby Wilson, University of Maryland College Park. I mean, environmental justice is very important to me. Been doing EJ work for 30 years. It's just not about stopping stuff, right? It's about growing, building stuff. So if you look at President Biden's Executive Order 14008, as we move from a dirty energy economy to a clean energy economy, 40% of those benefits of federal investment should go to disadvantaged communities. In the state of Maryland, you can look at the governor's transition plan. And, I was co-chair of the climate environment work group. So I helped to write the chapter on climate environment and put a lot of environmental justice language into that chapter. And we talked about investments, right? So Justice 40 is a framework that's been baked into law in the state of Maryland. Also helped to define overburdened and underserved into law in the state. And also MDE's mapping tool was built off of our University of Maryland environmental screening tool. So you think about these environmental justice districts, you have the ability to identify, prioritize, and micro-target investments, right? Create opportunity. MDE actually back in 2003, 2005, created environmental benefits districts. So I'm not sure if any of y'all remember that. So this is really, in some ways, the second generation of those environmental benefits districts. And I think it's a powerful way to look at the dollars that are coming out of Climate Solutions Now Act, funding that may be also coming out of the bipartisan infrastructure law, also the Greenhouse Gas Reduction Fund, and other dollars from the Inflation Reduction Act to get into those communities. I think the amendments are really important, taking the permits out, focusing just really on the districts, using the mapping tools to really identify these areas. I think life expectancy, remember your zip code is more important than genetic code, so life expectancy is a really a good measure. I think, adding more about, some of the funding pieces, maybe something to do, connecting it more to Climate Solutions Now Act, I think will be a good thing. Another amendment for me would be, the Climate Commission is a new commission. Go back to the Maryland Commission on Environmental Justice and Sustainable Communities and get feedback from them on how to designate these environmental justice districts. Thank you, committee.
Any questions for the sponsor or panelist? Okay, seeing none, we're gonna next go to the unfavorables. I'm gonna call up Margaret Withrop. I know from the Bob Eden, Pam Casemeyer, Tom Ballantyne, and we do have Mike Powell. Is he in the queue?
I know he's still trying to get in.
Okay, either way, Mr. Eden or Mr. Ballantyne, you want to lead off or whoever you want to do it. This is the panel of unfavorables.
Tom, go.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Tom Ballantyne on behalf of NIOP Maryland. We're a commercial real estate trade association here, respectfully in opposition. We think that beneficial redevelopment is a catalyst for positive economic and environmental change. And our concern about this bill and its companion, if I can call it that, are that they're creating a situation that will raise barriers to beneficial development, and that without some refinement to the designation process, in particular the EJ screening tool, that the designation may be applied to places where it's not intended. And we understand the sponsors created some amendments that may address some of these issues, and we'll carefully review how they address our concerns. Just to point out the use of the tool, the screening tool, when we look at it, we see the 75th percentile lighting up at 10 Purple Line stations, 10 state transitory and development zones, several designated town centers, most of the city of Baltimore. So if the purpose of those designations is to have a higher bar for what we see as beneficial kinds of redevelopment and development, then that's a significant concern to us. If it's a way to direct resources, I think it has a different implication. But either way, the way we look at it, it shows us that using that tool should be something that's done in conjunction with local land use planning and other kinds of state investment decisions, so that they're coordinated. And with that, I'll just thank you for your consideration.
Who wants to go next?
I'll go next.
Okay, go on.
Maggie Witherup, again, environmental attorney, here at the request of the Maryland Building Industry Association. I will say that, thank you to the sponsor for the amendments. We did receive them this morning and they do address, most of our concerns. So thank you. We do still have an additional concern, and that has to do with the new definition of environmental justice district, which, the concern is that there's a possibility for inconsistency and confusion with respect to the existing environmental justice program, which, as you all know, uses the definitions of overburdened and underserved communities. And, many of these environmental justice requirements were just codified into law a couple years ago. And, one example is that under the current law, the definition of overburdened community is a census tract that has at least 3 or more out of 21 environmental health indicators above the 75th percentile. And some of those indicators include traffic proximity and asthma, emergency room discharges. Those are only 2 of those 21 indicators. And under this new bill, the environmental justice district would include overburdened and underserved communities, but adds several other indicators that are not in the overburdened and underserved definition. And it includes things like, the original bill said close proximity to traffic. I understand that's now been amended to be roads with average daily traffic volume of 17,000 to 22,000 vehicles, and high rates of asthma or heart disease. But under the way that the amended bill is drafted, each of those could qualify as an environmental justice district. And so we do have concern about inconsistency and confusion in implementing environmental justice policy in the state. We'd be happy to continue to discuss that with you. And thank you very much for your time.
Okay, Mr. Eden.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Robert Etton on behalf of the Maryland Building Industry Association. Appreciate Ms. Witherup's comments and being here today. You do have our written testimony. I share absolutely the concerns expressed by Mr. Ballantyne and Ms. Witherup, and want to thank the sponsor for sharing the amendments with us. And we look forward to talking to her some more. And hopefully we could get it worked out, get everything worked out. Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Casement.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, Pam Casement here on behalf of the Maryland Delaware Solid Waste Association. We have not yet seen your amendments, so we're looking forward to looking for them and seeing if they address some of our concerns. But I think on a big picture basis, and I would agree with all that's been said, we've been doing a lot of EJ work for the last couple of years, and you read this bill and somehow it conflicted in many ways, we thought, with what we were already seeking to do. I think it added some new definitions and new designations that creates some confusion from what our current EJ commission is working on. So we're looking forward to seeing those amendments. But I think we need to be careful that we focus on addressing this, but don't do it in such a way that there could be unintended consequences. They raised the issue of the transit issues and all those kinds of issues, but I think there's other places where we need to be sure not all permits are the same in all areas, and how something gets designated may vary from place to place. So we're looking forward to seeing your amendments, but at this juncture, I think we've got concerns that this creates some confusion with a lot of the work that we're already doing with the EJ Commission, of which we're actively involved.
Okay, any questions for this panel?
Can I?
Yes,
Senator
Washington.
So again, thank you. And I appreciate working with you on this matter. And again, it was not intended ever to have a permit component. I think it got confused with my other bill, and so they did that. So I'm glad we were able to work that out. I also want to say that it does not change, overburdened and underserved is still there. But I think we found in this committee that those concepts don't fully represent all of the challenges that communities across our state has. Just recently we amended a bill to add another criteria in the funding so that an area that we knew was a problem, make sure that it could be taken care of.
there is a demographic components to overburden and underserved that are important to recognize, but there also are health and environmental components that have to do with environmental justice districts. And if we really are going to I just want to make sure you understand, if we really are going to provide for all Marylanders, I think about Ocean City or some of these big highways, and there could be an opportunity to do some things to help neighbors and communities. It's not designed to restrict development, but put these communities that may not be traditionally see themselves as part of environmental justice issues, allow them to be able to benefit. So that's the goal of this legislation. So thank you.
Okay. Any additional questions for the panel? Seeing none, that concludes bill hearing on Senate Bill 10.
I see Mr. Powell.
Oh, I'm sorry, I apologize, Mr. Powell. You've got your 2 minutes unfavorable. I apologize for that. Sorry.
Yeah, well, let me thank your staff. First of all, managed to get me on the phone when my laptop wouldn't get me on. I just wanted to say that I did see the senator's amendments this morning. I think it's very close. We had signed up in opposition based upon the previous version, and we're not opposed. I'm here on behalf of MBIA, like my partner, Bob Benton. I'm not opposed to EJ proposals. In fact, as a member of the Modern Climate Change Commission, I voted for the recommendations. But I do think there is a problem with a sort of creeping of what is an EJ area, and do we risk some confusion, and would like the opportunity to work with the sponsor and see if we can come out with an amendment that satisfies all our concerns.
Look forward to it.
Okay. Any additional questions? Seeing none, that concludes that bill hearing. Thank you, folks. We're going to move to the final two bills today, both from, oh, I'm sorry. Yes, there were three. Okay. I apologize.
Okay. It's just me. It really is.
Okay, we're on we're on the Senate Bill 1088. Is that what I know I've lost a little track here. Which bill are we on?
1088.
I got some misinformation from somebody.
Oh, sorry about
okay.
that. Okay.
1088.
I don't remember doing it. So
okay.
Okay, so this bill, it gets at the issues of the permitting process, and I will recognize that this part of the code is very difficult to read. It's in some sense may feel circular, and it may explain why it hasn't been updated since 1991. So I'm just addressing one part of it, well, two parts that have to do with the standing in some ways, or the mission or the requirement that MDE has to have community input when it comes to permitting. I want to also make clear that this does not have to do with all permitting. So there was, again, some concerns about construction and development. That is not the case. These are the only permits: air quality, permits to install or alter landfills, incinerators for public use, so that's trash incinerators, permits to discharge pollutants into waters, permits to store or distribute sewage, permits to control hazardous substance facilities, permits around hazardous material, permits around low-level nuclear waste, and permits around potable reuse. Nothing around construction or building. Again, that's something that's been put out there that is just not wrong. One of the things that MDE does currently, or is allowed in the current law that hasn't been updated since 1991, is if communities request public hearings on a particular permit, MDE can just consolidate a whole bunch of different permits all together and have them all on different topics in one space. So it's saying, if there's a hearing about a particular permit, it should just be about that permit. The bill further mandates that MDE may not just cancel a meetings. with the law that as currently drafted, it is completely up to the discretion of MDE to just cancel a hearing that has been scheduled without any explanation or even promise to reschedule. Additionally, the public does have a right to have multiple hearings regarding something as the law requires. However, again, in each mandate, in each requirement, it is at the discretion of the department. And then also, the applicant must also attend meetings. And there's a lot of burden put on the applicant to do some things, so I'm trying to relieve that as well. And the department is, department has to review some census tracts and look at impacts. The department should look at the environmental building permits and not just treat them as a formality. We want to ensure maximum accessibility. So, sorry, I read that section, not the permits. So one of the things that we're updating is to update the type of notification. So include a website they should publish a permit no later than 10 days after they receive the application. What happens and why businesses are going down a path and maybe have already started to build something is because the community or any potential persons that have a concern about a permit are not notified right as soon as the permit happens. It happens days, months later. And it's possible. And then also there's this process where the department gives sort of a preliminary determination. And so it gives a preliminary determination that this is approved. Then it notifies the community that there is a preliminary determination before there's been any evaluation or addressing a consideration of the impact at all. So, I do believe that this notion of the tentative determinations on permits are in fact confusing, are not fair to either party. Now, the MDE is required to provide draft applications or draft permits so that the public could see what this particular permit is proposing to do. But MDE takes this additional step, again, prior to you knowing anything about it, that this permit has been tentatively recommended for approval. So this legislation says you can no longer make tentative determinations, but you can issue a draft permit, and then you hear directly from communities, and then you make the final determination. It's out of order. They make a determination, and so then the burden of proof is on the communities or stakeholders to, one, know what that means, but it implies that unless there's some other reason, there's some reason that this is going to go through. And so it's really not, again, it's not fair. So further, we want to increase accessibility. We want it to be inclusive. That's what the language does. Also, I don't think the applicants should have to bear the cost of providing notices. Now, if you're doing a construction site, you put the big sign up, but right now, it's like, if they schedule a hearing, we require the applicant to pay for that. I don't think that that's right. So the bill does a couple of things. It changes the de facto permission to build or to permit. It provides some technical updates to language since it hasn't been updated, since 1998. So it changes things like tapes to recordings. It removes references to 1998. And again, this bill has, I do have some proposed, the amendments. It has been significantly amended to reflect numerous meetings with MDE. I've met with MDE probably a total of 6 hours at least, if not more, to really, get to a good space on this. I've also removed all references and changes to judicial review. It was not supposed to affect that section. We don't want to tamper with that. We don't, the AG advised very strongly that that's not something you should do. So we've removed that. So in conclusion, there is an imbalance in Maryland law. There's a presumption of the approval of a permit. There is no true transparency when it comes to local communities' ability to be notified if something is being built in their district and to have a timely response. And then finally, that at the end of the day, it is our responsibility and MDE's responsibility to protect the public health of our communities. And we cannot have laws on the books that do not facilitate that. So that's what this is doing. It's modernizing, it's being fair, and it's improving, I hope, the overall permit process, which I think we all agree is problematic. I'm here to answer any questions you might have.
Okay, thank you, Senator Washington. You also do have Mr. Wilson here for
He's
information.
just there for technical.
Okay, fantastic. Okay, colleagues, are there any questions for Senator Washington? All right, hearing none, we will move on to an in-person set of unfavorables. We'll bring to the table Margaret Winthrop, Bob Enton, Pam Casemeyer, Tom Ballantyne. You all can go ahead and get started.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Tom Ballantyne on behalf of NIOP Maryland here respectfully in opposition. Our opposition, the rationale for our opposition is very similar to the last bill, the scope. We interpret the permits covered differently than what the senator has presented. We think that stormwater discharge permits and kind of minor retail air permits for things like backup power generators or restaurant grills were covered here. There were others on the panel that will talk about the procedural concerns that we have on the permitting. And given the late hour, I'll let that continue. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Maggie Witherup, environmental attorney here again on behalf of the Maryland Building Industry Association. We do have several procedural concerns with the bill. The first one is that the proposed bill would expand standing for persons entitled to challenge a permit decision by MDE. And under current law, MDE's final decision on a permit is subject to judicial review by any person who meets the threshold requirements for standing under federal law and is either the applicant, the permit applicant, or participated in the public participation process for the permit, unless there was no opportunity for public comment. Under this bill, there is no longer any requirement that a person participate in the public process if the EJ score for the census tract where the applicant is seeking the permit is above the 75th percentile. With all due respect, we do not believe this is good policy. Participation in the permitting process is important, both for the applicant and for MDE to be able to respond to comments or concerns, and to incorporate those comments or concerns into permit conditions, if applicable. If anyone can challenge a permit decision without having participated in the permit application process, our concern is it's going to increase costs for permit applicants, lead to uncertainty, and also delay permits becoming final without any meaningful way to respond to those concerns. So we think that the existing process is good and should be remain the same. Second, the bill removes MDE's discretion to consolidate hearings or to cancel public informational meeting if no one requests a hearing. We defer to MDE's discretion on those and believe that should be left to MDE's discretion. And with that, I'll turn it over to my colleagues. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, Robert Etton on behalf of the Maryland Building Industry Association. And I don't want to repeat the concerns raised by the two prior witnesses, but they have expressed the concerns that the home building industry has and the commercial building industry has with the bill. We did get some suggested amendments, not amendments, but a description of some amendments. And, you know, if we can work with MDE, work with the sponsor, maybe hope we would reach a, an agreement on what makes sense going forward. Thank you.
Yes, hi, Pam Casemeyer here again on behalf of the Maryland Delaware Solid Waste Association, and I will just echo what's been said and we'll look and work at those amendments. I do want to note, though, that these permits aren't all major permits. I think as someone said, groundwater discharge permits, or if you have a restaurant or a dry cleaners, you're gonna have air permits, so they aren't all just big major facilities. But aside from that, we'll look at whatever the work has been done with MDE, but we do have much of the same concerns that have been expressed.
Virtual witness, Mr. Powell.
Thank you. I would love to have a conversation, and I'm here on behalf of the Maryland Builders as well. I would love to have a conversation with the sponsor because I believe there's some misinformation that she received. I'll start with the tentative determination. That was actually added at Governor O'Malley's request in order to give people in the public a second opportunity to comment. The existing statute says that when the application is filed, the department has to accept comments from the public, and then they have to do it again when there's a tentative determination. So it's really an attempt to add two bites at the apple for the public. Similarly, the idea that the department can unilaterally cancel a hearing, they cannot. What the statute says is that if no one requests a hearing, so no one wants to show up, then they can cancel the hearing. Actually, that seldom happens. But we have a problem in brownfields where it says you got to have the hearing whether somebody wants them or not. So the department pays somebody to go around and sit in an empty room a lot. Similarly, as Maggie Witherup has made a comment about consolidating the hearings. Those were originally did because we said we couldn't have members of the community having to run from one hearing to another and listen to a stormwater permit for a building here and listen to an air permit over there for the restaurant that was going to have a grill or the facility was going to have an emergency generator. So it was an attempt to be convenient and would love to have those conversations because, again, the general idea of public participation is something we support. And with that, I must ask for an unfavorable report as drafted, but offer to have further conversations.
Thank you, everyone, for your testimony. Senator Washington.
Thank all of you for your comments and look forward to working with you. But I just will say, Mr. Powell, that on this bill, the information that I got about the permit process and what I've written here is the understanding that MDE conveyed to me. So we will work that out, but I assure you that it wasn't just developed.
I may have to talk to my old colleagues and see where they got that.
I think you do. Thank you.
Okay, colleagues, are any other questions for this panel? Hearing none, that concludes the hearing on Senate Bill 1088.
Thank you.
Senator Lewis Young, we're going to move on to your next bill. Senate Bill, well, your choice. Senate Bill 983, Senator.
Your sponsor panel for Senate Bill 983 includes Colleen T-Bauer, Daniel Ash, Paula Goldberg, and Wayne Pacell.
That's the other bill.
Oh, which one do you
Oh, I
want,
thought we
Senator?
were doing 902 first.
Oh, okay, we can if you, is that your preference?
I think so
Okay, I
because
apologize.
some of my panelists for the other bill
All right.
aren't here yet, so I'd
Yeah.
appreciate it. And I'll tell you
Okay,
that
which one is he here?
several of my
I'm sorry.
panelists aren't here anyway.
Okay, I'm
Oh,
sorry about
probably.
that.
That's
All right.
okay.
So on 902, and we have Senator
Thanks.
Solling here from Budget and Tax. He's
Correct.
this is jointly assigned. We have Lisa Radoff. We have Misty Booz, Michael Wilpers, Karen Russell, and Ethan Simon. And whoever is here.
Ethan is gone home.
Okay, so Ethan is
Yeah.
not here. All right,
Senator?
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. Good evening, colleagues. Thank you for your patience. I have a bill that's really about public safety. It's about highway crossings.
Aaron Russell.
Okay, go ahead. All right. There are 33,000 animal vehicle collisions a year, just in Maryland alone. The average cost to insurance companies of these claims with animals is about $6,000 a claim. So if you do the math on that, it's $198 million a year. But in addition to the costs that insurance companies are compensating for collisions that are caused by animal accidents, there are state costs as well. And other incidental costs such as accident attendance and towing, investigation, carcass disposal. So if we add those out too, at roughly $260 per accident, there is another $8.6 million. Now, this isn't just about money. It's about safety too. Safety to humans, safety to animals, because clearly in these accidents, humans are frequently injured and occasionally killed. But what this bill is about animal crossing so that animals can safely cross and prevent accidents. The ability for animals to migrate and move in response to changing conditions or extreme weather is fundamental to ecosystem resilience. It helps to ensure not only the species survival, but the broader balance of predators and prey and healthy habitat. Throughout the country, roads and highways often bisect and in some cases fully block these natural routes. Warming temperatures, shifting precipitation patterns, and more frequent and severe climate-exacerbated disasters are transforming habitats, prompting wildlife to shift their ranges. We heard about that a little bit earlier with the fish. Senator Bailey can't fish where his grandpa used to fish with him. Similar phenomenon. So what does this bill do? It encourages the State Department of Transportation and the Department of Natural Resources to work together to identify opportunity areas to incorporate wildlife passage features into transportation projects. This will help reduce road impacts and imperiled species and reduce wildlife vehicle collision risks for motorists. It also requires the State Highway Administration to coordinate with the Department of Natural Resources and apply for relevant federal funding opportunities for highway crossing. And there is significant federal funding. In fact, I will give an example in a few minutes of how Virginia has qualified for that. And finally, it creates a highway crossing fund to help fund wildlife crossing projects and the research needed to determine the most strategic locations for crossings. Agencies can use these grant funds to support administrative costs for activities outlined in this bill. This might be the key controversial area of the bill, and I will address this a little bit later. So what is a wildlife crossing? Not going to go into a lot of detail here. I think one of the other panelists will speak to it. It's exactly what you would think. It's a variety of structures that are designed or retrofitted to provide safe passage for wildlife either above or below a highway. Although wildlife crossing structures don't have standardized designs, they can be categorized by two major categories: overpasses and underpasses. Want to just quote project director for U.S. Conservation at the Pew Charitable Trust Organization. With so many competing priorities and declining revenues, the solution doesn't have to be a big, shiny new overpass. Sometimes, depending upon the target species, retrofitting existing culverts or tunnels with fencing to guide the animals can be extremely effective. Does this work? Yes, I had a whole list of examples I was going to give you, but I'm going to summarize them. So overall, many of these projects that have been implemented already are seeing a reduction of not up to 90% in accidents. The Trans-Canada Highway in Banff National Park is one example. And I can tell you the details offline sometime if you're interested. We spend, this is a quote from a bridge engineer and a MacArthur fellow, we spend $8 billion a year running over wildlife. If we took the cost and quartered it, we could build 200 animal crossings a year, and the problem of roadkill would disappear within a generation. So why do we need these crossings other than the obvious to prevent accidents? Maryland is actually the third largest deer, has the third largest deer population in the country, behind Pennsylvania and Western Maryland. I'm from Pennsylvania originally. Not a day went by when we didn't see an accident with a deer involved. A study by the Insurance Institute for Highway Safety found that Frederick and Howard counties ranked 6th and 10th nationwide in animal-related collisions between about a 12-year period. Recent advances in research and technology have helped agencies precisely cite wildlife crossings in the places that they're most likely to do good, both for motorists and animals. Now, as many species ranges and habitat shift because of climate change, experts say that wildlife crossing structures can provide added value and help animals to adopt. As we all know, Maryland's part of the Appalachian Corridor, and these mountains represent the most connected landscape and the most heavily traveled wildlife migration in North America. Just without going into the details, a few other states that already have implemented similar projects. Florida in 2021 actually allocated $300 million towards a project. And in 2020, Virginia passed some legislation to create a wildlife corridor action plan. In Maryland, we have a few projects already. There's the Intercounty Connector Wildlife Passage Project, and also Anne Arundel County finalized a green infrastructure master plan. So in summary, there's actually a lot of public support for this concept of investing where our natural resources are protected and preserved, especially in the context of creating environmentally sensitive and transportation enhancements that meet these dual goals of highway safety and life and wildlife passage. I will mention that we have a couple of amendments not to share today, working very closely with my cross-filer to have some clarifying language for definitions and responsibilities, but also working on a funding source. I also, closing, I want to also address that very briefly. You will notice that the majority of the opposition does come from insurance organizations, and they cite two reasons. I'm doing their testimony for them so that we can go to dinner. They cite two issues. One is they don't want to add another expense to their customers. We're talking about 1%. If you assume the average insurance bill is about $1,000 a year, that's 1%. They also talk about the complexity of administrative costs. That I'm really trying to understand. I want to give you an example from my prior life when I was involved in marketing in consumer banking. So every month we put a different blurb on the statement. Would you like more information about an IRA? Would you like information on a home equity loan? Would you like us to automatically transfer money from your savings to your checking account? The programming for that took under an hour. So I'm not sure I'm understanding the administrative complexity. And that was a long time ago when technology was not so far advanced. So with that, I want to pass on to my panel. Thank you.
Oh, no problem. Thank you, Senator. Thank you, everyone on the committee, for staying so late. My name is Misty Bose. I am the U.S. Policy Manager for the Wildlands Network, and I have the pleasure of working on this legislation around the country. So as the Senator mentioned, you know, this bill is really, really important because of our increasing network of roads. It's fragmenting the landscape, and it makes it really difficult for wildlife to get where they need to go. That can make it hard to find food, find mates, and just get around, as we all need to do. So as wildlife attempt to navigate this increasingly complex network that we're creating of roads, they have come into conflict with us, right? We hit them. And that's not only dangerous for them, but it's dangerous for us. And as you mentioned, very expensive as well. Over 1 million large animals are killed in the US every year on our roadways, and 2,000 people died, 14 of them in Maryland, between 2012 and 2021 alone. So in response, you know, a lot of states across the US are taking action, and they're doing things like passing wildlife corridor legislation, just like this one. This legislation allows states to make plans, identify where those crash hotspots are, and create crossings, like what you mentioned, those fencing around existing underpasses. Simple fencing can reduce those crashes by 90%. So some of these interventions are not large, like you mentioned. They can be a lot of small things that we can do to make a big difference. And these measures are so cost effective and they work. And that's why this legislation usually has broad bipartisan support in all the states we work. And right now really is the time to act, because there are millions of federal dollars available right now over the next few years for these projects. And other states nearby, like Connecticut, Pennsylvania, Vermont, and Virginia, have all already taken advantage of these funds. And we'd like to see Maryland do the same. So please support this bill, and please help make Maryland's roads safer for people and for wildlife.
Chair Feldman, Vice and committee members, I'm Michael Wilpers with the Maryland chapter of the Sierra Club. We support SB 902 because it'll reduce deer vehicle collisions and protect imperiled wildlife from becoming roadkill. The bill requires the Department of Natural Resources and the State Highway Administration to improve passageways under roads, such as culverts, so our wildlife can move across their habitat with less risk of mortality from vehicle traffic. In addition to its provisions on deer, the bill requires DNR and SHA to prioritize reptiles and amphibians, which are especially vulnerable to vehicle collisions because they're so slow moving. Drivers instinctively stop or swerve to avoid hitting turtles, with results ranging from fender benders to multi-vehicle collisions. Just last May, a turtle crossing a road in Florida caused a 7-car pileup. In Maryland, 5 of our 18 turtle species suffer significant mortality due to vehicle strikes, and these include the diamondback terrapin, which is the state reptile, and of course the mascot of the University of Maryland College Park. Vehicle strikes also impact 4 other turtle species across our state, including the wood turtle, which is one of the DNR's species of greatest conservation need, and still lives from Garrett County all the way to the Chesapeake Bay. Fortunately, State Highway Administration has demonstrated a commendable ability to create wildlife passageways under major roads, In 2012, the Federal Department of Transportation gave SHA a prestigious award for its innovative culverts under the Intercounty Connector. These culverts are utilized by a wide range of wildlife, including deer and turtles. By improving stream culverts under roads, the bill will incidentally also help our brook trout, a state watch list species, which is treasured by Marylanders who enjoy fishing. For all these reasons, the Maryland chapter of the Sierra Club supports SB 902 and encourages a favorable report. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. We do have as a part of Senator Lewis Young, Ms. Russell is a part of your sponsor panel. It's up to you. Would you prefer to, as a virtual, you want her to go, or Mr. or Councilmember Conway? Doesn't matter. Okay, go ahead, Councilmember.
How's it going? My name is Mark Conway. I'm actually here in my capacity at the Chesapeake Conservancy in support of Senate Bill 902. I won't belabor a lot of the issues made by sponsor and advocates here. This is a really important bill that will hopefully improve the ability to protect habitat fragmentation for wildlife across the state, and hopefully improve ecological value. We at the Chesapeake Conservancy are advocating for conserving 30% of the land by 2030, but even in those efforts, we are unable to address the fragmentation that already exists across the state. This bill hopes to address that concern, which is why we are in support. Other than that, we've talked a lot about some of the benefits to wildlife and also the protections for us people and safety on roads. We all have seen a deer and swerved away from a deer at some point, I'm sure, in many of our lives. And this bill hopes to address those concerns. So I want to urge a favorable support. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Karen Russell, you are part of the sponsor panel, so we'll hear from you. Thank you. You have to unmute yourself and then get going.
Yes, thank you, Senator. I don't want to reiterate what others have said, but I do want to note that in Maryland, there are over 1,200 rare, threatened, and endangered species, and more than 500 of them are animals. So this bill will go a long way to protecting these endangered species. I also want to say that the Florida vote to create a Wildlife Corridors Act was unanimous in both houses. And that it has $300 million in funding. Pennsylvania passed legislation and has received at least $840,000 in federal grant money thus far. There's a lot of other federal grant money out there. And in addition, I would gladly pay an additional $10 in car insurance toward highway crossings to avoid hitting an animal. When dusk happens, I really hate driving in Frederick County where I live because of the potential of hitting an animal. I also want to say that there's a larger picture here. Human encroachment into natural areas has reduced and fragmented habitat, not only causing a decline in both plant and animal species globally, but those left in habitat fragments suffer from inbreeding. I invite you to read a UN report entitled Making Peace with Nature to learn more. And I also invite you to read a paper that I wrote and submitted with my testimony. It's a climate change working group of Frederick County white paper. And it talks about the Appalachian Corridor and its importance and the importance of protecting habitat. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Russell. Okay, colleagues, any questions for the sponsor and the sponsors panel? Okay, all right, yep, Senator Hester.
So there's a lot of support for the bill, and the only opposition I saw was related to the fee, the funding. Is there a way that we can work around that?
We are speaking with them. We're working with them. One of the options I mentioned was instead of requiring a fee, making it optional. You know, this is exploratory, either an optional fee on your insurance or even when you renew your car registration. There are other ideas out there. We know there's federal money. We don't want to leave it on the table, so we are exploring other funding sources. Thank you.
Senator Brooks?
Yes, sir. So what animals are we targeting? Deer, bear, what? Yeah.
I think
In
it's
Western
mainly
Maryland,
deer.
Mainly deer?
Go ahead. Mainly deer, but go ahead. She's an expert.
Western Maryland, there's a problem. Bear get hit on the road. There's deer, there's skunks, there's domestic animals. You can find a dead cat or a dead dog. Skunk, did I say skunks? Squirrels, opossums, raccoons, every animal that you can name that is terrestrial. Turtles, we talked about them.
I'm good, thank you.
Okay.
Thanks.
Okay, all right, thank you. Colleagues, any other questions for this panel? All right, hearing none, we're gonna move on to other favorables that we have. Is Lindsay Thompson here?
She had to leave, sir.
Oh, she had to leave? Okay, all right. I know that we still do have one additional favorable oral, Kimberly Fullerton.
Good evening. My name's Kim Fullerton. I am here for the Maryland State Bar Association. Just for context, also, I am an animal law professor with the University of Maryland School of Law. I am the chair of the American Bar Association's Wildlife Committee, and hearing that there is opposition from insurance, in my past life, I was also a personal injury attorney. I'm going to skip over what wildlife corridors are, what the goals are, why we need it, and why it works. We've heard about that extensively. I'm going to get into why now. We're seeing a rush of states passing similar legislation because for the first time in history, federal funding has been dedicated for wildlife corridors. There's a 5-year pilot program with $350 million on the table to states and grant funding. There's going to be 3 more rounds of this grant funding through fiscal year 2026. So this is not a bill that we should be sitting on. We should be organizing within our state to apply for this. The federal bipartisan infrastructure law was established to dedicate this federal funding for these specific infrastructure projects to allow fish and wildlife to safely cross over and under roads, especially in Maryland. It's incredible that this federal funding will also apply to bridges, to our marine life. That's something we pride ourselves on in our state. For example, this kind of funding can go towards engineering, design, education, permitting, any kind of construction or development for any of these ideas that have been floated in this discussion. So I urge us to act on this quickly so that we can take advantage of money that is on the table that we just have to apply for. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Colleagues, any questions for this witness? Okay, hearing none, we do have one unfavorable in person, Marta Harting.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. I'm Marta Harding. I'm here on behalf of State Farm. Respectfully in opposition to the bill, I want to express our appreciation to the sponsor for reaching out. We've appreciated the conversations we've had, and we certainly appreciate the intent behind the bill and in no way are minimizing or want to minimize the importance of the issues that the sponsor is trying to address. Our only objection in the bill is to the funding mechanism and the $10 annual fee on auto insurance policies. To be clear, while other states have done programs along these lines, no state imposes this fee on insurance policies. We would have to build, and State Farm does business across the country, we would have to build a new system specific to Maryland to assess the fee, to collect the fee and to remit it to the state of Maryland. That comes with a significant cost. If you look at this fiscal note, MAIF, the Maryland Auto Insurance Fund, which represents about 1% of the market, estimates that they alone would incur about $400,000. I think the fiscal note had two different numbers in it. I'm using the lower one for purposes of this, but if you just take $400,000 for a carrier that only does business in the state of Maryland, and extrapolate that out at 1% of the market, that you were talking $40 million in expenses to design the system just to be able to do this. There are a variety of issues in connection with collecting the fee that makes this a bad fit. State Farm has 6-month policies. They don't align with a 1 year or an annual fee. Collection of the fee. What if they don't pay? Can we cancel the policy? Are we responsible for enforcing it? Do we have to pay even if we don't get it from our insured? What about if our insured leaves us and goes somewhere else? Do we need to refund it? If a new customer comes in, do we need to check, have they already paid the fee with their prior carrier? There's just a lot of issues that just make this frankly a really bad fit. Just one final point. Only law-abiding citizens would pay this fee. About 14% of drivers drive uninsured, notwithstanding Maryland's law that requires that insurance be carried. So the law-abiding citizens would pay it, while those that are breaking the law would go without it. So we think there are better mechanisms. Again, we appreciate the sponsor's intent and happy to continue to have the conversation. But for those reasons, we oppose the bill as introduced.
All right,
Thank you.
thank you for your testimony, Senator.
Thank you. So we will continue to have conversations, but would you be able to support the bill if we amended it to say subject to identifying appropriate funding sources?
Are you saying with the provision that would assess it on insurance policies?
No,
We
just
eliminated that. I think, I mean, I could ask my company if we would actually support the bill, because deer hits are a problem. So I do.
well,
think
subject to appropriate funding sources would not specifically identify insurance companies.
as long as we're not paying the fee, Senator.
That's what I thought.
I
Thank
think
you.
we'd be okay. Thank
Thanks.
you.
All right, thank you. Colleagues, anyone else have any questions for this witness? If not, that concludes the hearing on Senate Bill 902, and we move on to the last bill of the evening, Senate Bill 983, Senator Karen Lewis Young. Your sponsor panel includes Colleen T-Bauer, Danielle Ash, Paula Goldberg, and Wayne Paella. Sorry if I'm messing everybody up. It's getting late.
Okay.
All right, let's do
Thanks,
it.
Mr. Chair. I will go ahead and get started while my panel settles. So I have another safety bill before you. It is about lead use as ammunition, which we're trying to gradually eliminate. And we are passing around samples of lead ammunition and copper. And I know the display got a little bit ahead of the testimony, but we wanted you to have a visual of what we have now, what we're recommending converting to. So this bill would phase out lead ammunition in sport hunting to be guided and implemented by the Maryland Department of Natural Resources. This is not an anti-hunting bill. It is a hunter and public food safety bill. It will reduce food safety risks to tens of thousands of Marylanders who may not realize that they're consuming lead in their game meat. Lead bullets fragment and can contaminate the meat. You will see in the display, the lead bullet is fragmented, not the copper. We've known about lead poisoning for a really long time, probably thousands of years. There is no safe level of lead consumption, and it's especially important that we act as legislators to protect our constituents. In fact, the Maryland Department of Natural Resources, in their 23-24 Guide to Hunting and Trapping, contains this statement: meat from game animals taken with lead fragmenting bullets and shot is a lead poisoning risk. According to the National Institute of Health, within the brain, lead-induced damage can lead to a variety of neurological disorders, such as brain damage, behavioral problems, and nerve damage. Because of how dangerous lead is to public health, we've removed it from toys, furniture, pipes, gasoline, and paint. The most common form of lead exposure for wildlife today is from hunting ammunition. Over 500 studies are definitive in documenting the risk to 134 species, including humans, according to the National Park Service. Animals consume spent lead ammunition by foraging the ground or feeding on the remains of lead-contaminated carcasses. A 2022 study in Science examined over 1,200 bald and golden eagles across 38 states and found that nearly half of them had bone lead concentrations above thresholds for chronic poisoning. Wildlife rehabilitation facilities take in an exorbitant stream of lead-poisoned hawks, ravens, turkeys, vultures, and mourning doves. In Maryland, deer kills have increased 270% from 1989 to 2023. Even after adjusted for deer taken with archery equipment or copper bullets, tens of thousands of lead-contaminated gut piles litter the state, threatening other wildlife and hunting families that rely on game meat. Fragments of lead are nearly impossible to remove from meat, even with professional processing. One study showed that all deer carcasses showed metal fragments with risks to 10 million hunters, their family, and low-income beneficiaries of venison. You might recall a bill this morning that moved to third reader, SB 440, tax credit for venison donation. We must be mindful that if this is actually increasing supply, particularly to at-risk communities, we've got to get the lead out of the meat. Hunting writer Ted Williams, who's going to speak momentarily, is going to testify that health departments have impounded tens of thousands of pounds of venison donated to the needy in food kitchens in the biggest hunting states in the nation. 4 months ago, the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service published a final rule relating to annual hunting regulations on wildlife sanctuaries and noted that lead ammunition, including bonded lead ammunition fragments, when it hits an animal. And this distributes tiny pieces of lead within a wide radius in the soft tissue of the harvested animal. So these fragments, as I mentioned, lead to human consumption, as well as scavengers eating them, and get into our bloodstream. This organization, more than 3 decades ago, addressed this issue of sport hunting in ducks, geese, and other waterfowl by banning lead shot in 1991. So same concept, if it was banned for waterfowl, why not other edible products as well? Lead alternatives such as copper and steel are widely available. And I mention this because that's likely what you'll hear in the opposition, that it's not available, that it's costly. It's actually widely used by the military, and major manufacturers are already supplying it. Also, California passed a law very similar to what we're proposing 4.5 years ago. So we have some data. And what the data tells us is that hunting didn't decrease because of this law passing. And the price of what we're recommending, largely copper, but there are some other materials, it actually decreased because as demand increases, competition increases, and price goes down. So with that, I would like to pass on the testimony to my panel. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Lewis Young. I'm Wayne Pacelli. I'm president of Animal Wellness Action and the Center for Humane Economy in support of this very important bill. Senator Lewis Young indicated that we've had this debate already about commercial uses of lead in many sectors of the economy. We had it, most recently with gasoline. That ended leaded gasoline in 1996. A National Academy of Sciences study revealed that exposure to leaded gasoline for people born prior to 1996 lowered the IQ of half the population of the United States. We have been dealing with lead in human civilization for more than 2 millennia. We know more about the poisonous effects of lead than just about any other element. We are talking about something very simple. We are trying to button this up. Finally, after all these years, this is one of the largest commercial uses of lead in our society. There should be no uncertainty about our ability to transition away from lead ammunition and sport hunting. Senator Lewis Young mentioned the national ban on waterfowl hunting, proposed by the Reagan administration, finalized by the George H.W. Bush administration, in effect for 33 years, no decrease in waterfowl hunting. California, a state with vast natural resources, 50% of its land is public lands, so no decrease in hunting licenses. It phased in the lead ammo ban starting in 2015, ended in 2019. I just want to point to these hunting license figures. 284,000 hunting licenses sold in 2014 before the ban was put into its first effect. And then at the end of that process, the next year ever was done 286. So it was an increase in hunting license sales. Senator Lewis Young also mentioned the military. All branches of the military, all of them do not permit this. Let me just say in conclusion that we've had some discussions with the Hunters of Maryland, and the Hunters of Maryland want a little more time. I feel great urgency to get this policy done, but we've agreed, and I think Senator Lewis Young has agreed, to extend this phase out 1 year so that we can get this policy adopted and in motion in the state. Thank you.
Thank you. Please.
Good evening, I'm Dan Ash. I'm the president and CEO of the Association of Zoos and Aquariums and the former director of the United States Fish and Wildlife Service. Somewhere in Maryland and many other places across America, a bald eagle, the living symbol of our nation's pride and strength, is bowing its head. Its wings are drooping. It cannot fly. It's confused and lethargic. It's dying because it's eaten the remains of a deer or another game animal that was killed with a lead bullet. And a lead fragment the size of a grain of rice can kill a bald eagle. And this coming weekend here in Maryland, many other places across America, families and friends will gather to feast on game. Unbeknownst to them, many of them, lead will be on their menu because that game was harvested with lead ammo. There is no safe level of lead for any animal, human or non-human. So there's no excuse for allowing this to continue. We saw in 1991 when the use of lead ammunition was banned in all waterfowl hunting, and in 2019 when all hunting in California was required to be lead-free, hunters continue hunting. In equal or greater numbers, deer harvests are equal or higher and state revenues are not affected. Non-lead ammunition performs as well or better than lead. That's why the U.S. military has switched to non-lead ammo for all their small arms. All the science, all the experience, all the evidence points to one conclusion. It's time to get all the lead out of hunting ammo. And it can happen here in Maryland with a favorable report on SB 983. Thank you.
Bring it down.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify on behalf of Senate Bill 983. My name is Paula Goldberg. I'm a licensed wildlife rehabilitator and a board member of the Maryland Wildlife Rehabilitators Association. We serve on the front lines of wildlife health. On December 5th, 2017, City Wildlife, a wildlife rehab center in Washington, D.C., where I worked, received a call from a Maryland Department of Natural Resources wildlife technician. A downed bald eagle was found in some woods about 100 feet from a road in Nanjemoy, Maryland, Charles County. City Wildlife was the closest wildlife rehab facility where the bird could be transported and triaged by an on-site wildlife veterinarian. On intake, the eagle was alert, even feisty, but it was unable to stand, leaning back on its hocks. Its tail feathers were tattered and stained from a profound diarrhea. Flight feathers on its left wing were irreparably damaged, and its lead level was elevated. The bird was unable to stand, unable to fly, unable to evade capture. We were guarded but optimistic about the eagle's prognosis, but even with treatment, it succumbed within 48 hours. The likely source of lead was lead shot in deer gut piles left by hunters who used lead ammunition that the eagle scavenged. Within 11 days of the opening of firearms deer hunting season, this eagle had consumed a lethal amount of lead. Unlike so many animals, we call them our environmental cleaner-uppers, birds, mammals, even turtles that never receive care for lead poisoning. This eagle's journey ended mercifully in a safe, quiet place with its pain managed. The death of this magnificent bird, the emblem of our nation, became a teachable moment. The news of its demise was carried by multiple national news outlets, including DC's NPR affiliate, WAMU, The Washington Post, and National Geographic. Please vote to phase out lead ammunition used for hunting. Please vote for SB 983. Thank you.
Thank you. Just move it down.
Sure. Thank you. Good evening. My name is Colleen Tubner, and I am a staff attorney with Public Employees for Environmental Responsibility, or PEER for short, headquartered in Silver Spring, Maryland. Thank you for this opportunity to be heard on Senate Bill 983. I'm here today to strongly support Senator Lewis Young's effort to phase out the use of lead and lead-based ammunition for hunting in the state of Maryland. PEER supports current and former public employees who seek a higher standard of environmental ethics and scientific integrity within their agencies. The effects of lead ammunition on wildlife and human health are a major concern of the current and retired wildlife officials we work with nationally and in Maryland. For example, spent shot pellets in water, on the ground, and in unrecovered game expose water birds, ground foraging birds, and predatory birds to lead. Additionally, scavenging animals are exposed to lead through bullet fragments in discarded animal remains. Humans are exposed in several ways, including ingestion of lead dust, ammunition fragments, and shot pellets in harvested meat, and through inhalation of lead dust during ammunition reloading. Our government contacts are concerned about these pathways to lead exposure due to lead's toxicity to humans and wildlife. The science is settled. Lead is a metabolic poison that, when ingested, attacks organs and many different body systems, including the blood-forming, nervous, urinary, and reproductive systems. Studies show that cumulative lead exposure over time can cause adverse health impacts, while high limited exposure to lead can be lethal. Simply put, there is no safe level of lead in the human body. Although lead has been banned from many industries, lead-based ammunition is one of the few remaining sources for new lead being introduced into the environment. Neither politics nor cost should be a guiding principle for public health and safety. Instead, the state of Maryland should set an example and protect its residents and public lands from a known toxic substance. For these reasons, the committee should vote in support of Senate Bill 983. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so very much for your testimony and for the sponsor and the sponsors panel. Are there any questions from the committee? Senator Gallion.
It's been 3 or 4 hours. I'll ask the question.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. President Pro Tem. So real quickly, I may have missed this, but we talk about the health issues with lead. So can you give me data or examples? How many people have been hospitalized in the last year or two who, as a result of eating venison that had lead poisoning?
Senator, I'll have to look up that stat. It's not handy. I'll just note that there is a tremendous and growing literature on this out of North Dakota, a number of other states, that families relying on game as a meaningful part of their diet have elevated lead levels. I did mention this gasoline issue where the National Academy of Sciences did a study that showed that IQ levels had decreased. So there's so many different metrics of this because lead can affect any organ in the body. I do think it's conclusive that lead, no matter the pathway, whether it's coming from paint, whether it's coming from gasoline, whether it's coming from toys, hunting ammunition, is a threat to our neurological health as well as other systematic health elements of our well-being.
Okay, thanks. So any data you can give me that shows that there's a direct correlation from somebody eating this venison and then they get sick and end up going to the hospital or anything, it would be great.
You got it.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, colleagues, any other questions for the sponsor or the sponsors panel? All right, seeing none, thank you so very much. We do have some additional in-person witnesses. You guys are welcome to move. Jennifer Bevan-Dangle.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. I will keep it brief. My name is Jennifer Bevan-Dangle. I'm the state director here in Maryland for the Humane Society of the United States. We appreciate the sponsor's attention to this bill, and you've heard more than enough about the impacts of or the concerns around lead in the environment and on human health. I do want to stress that there are alternatives that are available. My husband has several types of guns, many of them historic, but some of them shoot modern bullets, and he keeps a very avid eye on prices. And we're aware that the price of ammunition has gone up across the board, but there are more than 20 types of ammunition that can be used as an alternative to lead, at least within the water game hunting universe. And the price differential has come down significantly as these alternatives are being embraced more and more by the hunting community and others. The price differential has closed. We recognize that copper is incredibly expensive. That's sort of in a league of its own because copper has its own price impacts going on right now. But because there are so many different types of alternative ammunition out there, that should not be a reason enough to prevent deliberation around this legislation moving forward. So for that, as well as the reasons stated before, we urge a favorable report.
All right, thank you so much for your testimony. Colleagues, any questions for this witness? Or hearing none, thank you so very much. We do have some virtual witnesses who are favorable, and we'll start with Mr. Ted Williams.
Hello, my name is Ted Williams. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay, my name is Ted Williams. I write about fish and wildlife. I'm a lifelong hunter and own a dozen guns. As a former education officer for the Massachusetts Division of Fisheries and Wildlife, I work closely with my fellow hunters, and I continue to work with them. I serve on the Circle of Chiefs of the Outdoor Writers Association of America. It baffles me why so many of my fellow hunters insist on poisoning wildlife, their game included, themselves and others, when they can use non-toxic copper bullets, which cost something like $2 more per box of 20. Hunting groups donate deer to the needy, but the health departments of North Dakota and Minnesota impounded 17,000 pounds of donated lead-impregnated venison. The U.S. Department of Agriculture certifies commercial meat lockers, but neither it nor the Food and Drug Administration regulates lead in donated venison. I polled a dozen hardcore big game hunters, all use copper. Ammo companies developed copper bullets not to protect wildlife or humans, but to kill game more effectively. And they do. American Hunter, official publication of the National Rifle Association, selected the Barnes Copper Bullet for its 2012 Ammunition Product of the Year award. The North American Non-Lead Partnership, representing hunters, sponsors demonstrations in which copper and lead bullets are fired into plastic bags filled with water and housed in plastic drums. Slugs and fragments fall into the bottom of the drums. In one typical demo, a 180 grain lead bullet and a 180 grain copper bullet were fired. When the two mushroom slugs were retrieved, the copper bullet weighed 179.9 grains. The lead slug weighed 137.5 grains, having shed and scattered 42.5 fragments. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony, sir. We'll now hear from Elaine Leslie. Favorable?
I am testifying in support of SB 983. I'm Elaine Leslie, speaking on behalf of 2,200 members of the Coalition to Protect America's National Parks. I've been a wildlife biologist for over 40 years, having worked in national parks from Grand Canyon to Colonial National Historic Park, to overseeing the National Program for Biological Resources for the National Park Service Agency in DC. I've been aware of this issue after having worked on the restoration of California condors in Grand Canyon National Park in the mid-90s and have been working diligently on the matter ever since. When lead is ingested or inhaled, the body mistakes it for calcium and beneficial metals, incorporating it into the nerve cells and other vital tissues. Many people survive plumbism, albeit with diminished motor and mental function. Wild animals, however, do not. They usually die. If you ever watched a condor soar over one of our nation's grandest national parks, only to find it laid out riding in a vet's office days later dying of lead poisoning, you will never forget the pain and suffering, and you will fight to have it never happen again. And yet it does. I've also worked with Dr. Brian Watts, Conservation Biology Institute out of William and Mary, on the mid-Atlantic bald eagle population and lead levels, from Virginia up the coast of the Chesapeake and Potomac, and in our parks in the DC area, which is 27 parks in the Maryland boundaries. Became quite aware that the population is doing quite well, but they still suffer from feeding and scavenging on gut piles and tainted carcasses. I'll skip ahead a little bit because you've heard of some of this before. We truly believe that many species, such as trumpeter swans, loons, and others that fly and migrate through the nation's skies would not be here today if it wasn't for Fish and Wildlife's actions on lead shot decades ago. The state of Maryland can now set an example and implement the most effective wildlife protection measures available by addressing this issue now. Maryland can greatly reduce the ongoing accumulation of toxic lead in the environment and help ensure the long-term conservation of the state's resources. We urge you to pass this. Thank you.
All right, thank you both for your testimony. Colleagues, are there any questions for these two witnesses? All right, hearing none, we're going to move on to the unfavorables who are in person. We have Taylor McKee, William Miles, Kaylee Leager, Nicholas Andrika, Peter Heller, Jared Thompson, John Pika. I'm just trying to see if everybody who's here, come on up. If you're here, come on up. Let's get rolling. All right, go ahead. Get started.
All right, so originally this said good afternoon, but I'm going to switch this to good evening. Good evening, Chairman and members of the EEE Committee. My name is Kaylee Leager. I am the Senior Coordinator for the Mid-Atlantic States with the Congressional Sportsmen's Foundation. In addition to my professional introduction, I would like to note that I'm a generational Eastern Shoreman, a lifelong hunter conservationist. With that said, I would like to discuss why the passage of Senate Bill 983 is not only detrimental to hunters, but to conservation in Maryland as a whole. As you can see from my written testimony in front of you, the passage of Senate Bill 983 will ultimately ban the use of lead ammunition for hunting in the state of Maryland. Such ban will likely reduce hunter participation, thus negatively impacting the conservation funding in this state through the American System of Conservation Funding, which, as you know, is a user pays public benefits system. In 2023 alone, there were 116,422 certified paid hunting license holders in Maryland that generated over $6.3 million in hunting license sales and over $11.4 million in U.S. Fish and Wildlife Services wildlife restoration dollars, totaling more than $17.7 million in conservation funding for this in the state of Maryland from hunting alone. Additionally, Maryland is continuing to see an increase in wildlife-human conflict, particularly with white-tailed deer populations, as the senator mentioned in her previous bill's testimony. Hunters are the boots on the ground conservationists and continue to be the most efficient and cost-effective resource when it comes to managing wildlife populations. The passage of this bill removes a tool from hunters' toolboxes, and creates unintended but foreseeable consequences, such as creating new barriers for hunters to keep wildlife populations, such as deer, within an acceptable biological and social carrying capacity. For these reasons and the ones provided in my written testimony in front of you, I respectfully request an unfavorable report on Senate Bill 983.
All right, thank you. Before you keep rolling, all right, I just want to say that we appreciate the fact that you guys have waited all day to be here this evening. I realize that it's late, but it really is okay to be like, me too, if it's the same sort of information. And we won't take it as being any less unfavorable, since we know that's who you are. So go ahead.
Good evening, committee members. Nicholas Andraka, Calvert County, decades-long Maryland hunter, member of deer management team with 2 counties, and a DNR hunter safety instructor. An instant sweeping ban of lead-based ammo is short-sighted and unproductive of its goal to change the habits and methods of hunters. A sweeping ban would also make many shotguns and rifles used in Maryland instantly obsolete. There is no lead ammo available for those, creating undue hardship for many hunters. I just purchased a Henry 44 Magnum carbine lever action. I've looked and looked. There is no lead-free ammo available that meets Maryland's 1,200 foot-pounds minimum for deer hunting, along with my son's 357 rifle. There is no lead-free or copper ammo that meets the minimum standards for Maryland. And that goes with a lot of the straight wall cartridge rifles we're using in the majority of the counties. And I'm glad they brought examples of centerfire high-powered rifle rounds, copper, that we do not use in the majority of Maryland counties. What they brought, yes, high-powered rifle rounds, copper, will expand, but that is not what we use in the majority of Maryland counties. A program and my 22 small game rifles, there is no lead-free available. A program based on education, incentives, and targeted restrictions in extreme proven cases is a correct approach. Education of the real danger of lead should be incorporated in hunter safety. Partnerships with local and national retailers and manufacturers to additionally provide information incentives have worked in many Western states. For these reasons, I find unfavorable review with this bill. Thank you,
sir. You all can keep going.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, Bill Miles on behalf of the Hunters of Maryland, and I truly know what you all are going through. I staffed committees for 11 years when I was younger and spent a couple of years at the Speaker's office. So I know these long days, and I'm glad I'm not in your seats. And I will be real quick. It's not a me too, Mr. Chairman, but real quick. This is a tough one. This is a real tough one. And if you look at our testimony says that the Hunters of Maryland are opposed to this bill. We said there were 2 conditions that we'd like for consideration. One was a delay for another year or 2. And also there's a group called the North American Non-Lead Partnership with 3 states, Arizona, Utah, and Oregon, and other states are joining it, that are basically doing an educational campaign with the hunting communities in their state to try to educate them about, the use of non-lead versus lead. And those 2 things I think could go a long ways. The hunting community, I'm sure, is going to be divided on this one. But I have to tell you, in talking with the sponsor and in talking with these good people behind us, you got to remember what Teddy Roosevelt said. Teddy Roosevelt said, wildlife can't speak for itself, so we must and we will. And I think in a lot of ways, what we heard back here are people with genuine interest about wildlife. And as hunters, we are conservationists. So if we could delay this bill by a year or 2 to 27, and have an uncodified section that directs DNR to join the North American Non-Lead Partnership to educate hunters, I think those would go a long ways. And quite frankly, the Hunters of Maryland was quite moved by their testimony.
Chair Feldman and members of the committee, my name is Jared Thompson and I am the president of the Maryland Wildlife and Heritage Association. I am a native Eastern Shoreman, avid hunter, and above all, a conservationist. I have a degree in wildlife and fisheries biology, specializing in both game and non-game species. I am opposed to Bill 983, which would ban the use of lead-based ammunition for hunting. Proponents of this bill will cite risk to scavenger species who consume carcasses that have been taken with lead-based ammunition. Those of us who spend most of our time outdoors can tell you that if there is a carcass, you will most likely see a bald eagle, a turkey vulture, and/or a black vulture enjoying an easy meal. Research conducted by the Hawk Mountain Global Raptor Conservation Group documented widespread increases in bald eagles, as well as both vulture species over the last 40 years. To my knowledge, there has not been a causal relationship drawn between declines in scavenger species and lead-based ammunition. Toxicosis from all sources ranks as one of the lowest human contributors to premature raptor death. 90 to 95% of all ammunition today uses lead components. Alternatives to lead include steel, which is priced 40 to 45% higher than lead. Bismuth and tungsten are 5 times more expensive than lead, and copper projectiles are 45 to 50% more expensive than traditional lead cord projectiles. Copper is now about $4 a pound and increasing, compared to lead at about $1 per pound. Opportunities for new copper mines are nearly impossible and opposed by many of the same interest groups that support banning lead ammunition. Banning lead-based ammunition would make hunting inaccessible and too expensive for many Maryland hunters. Existing protections such as Maryland One and Waste Law and insufficient evidence of lead-based ammunition negatively impacting scavenger populations does not warrant the ban this legislation calls for. Therefore, I urge you to oppose this bill.
Good evening, Chair Feldman and members of the Education, Energy, Environment Committee. My name is Peter Heller and I'm in opposition to Senate Bill 983. I'm a lifelong resident of Chestertown, Maryland, Vice President of Maryland Wildlife and Heritage Association, avid hunter, conservationist, and landowner. There are many repercussions from this bill that concern me, but I will just focus on a few of them. The first is by passing this bill, you will make the ability to shoot sporting clays, hunt small game, or even deer, even less equitable than it currently is in Maryland. Hunting and the shooting sports in general have become a very expensive hobby. Currently, on average, a 25 count box of 12 gauge 7.5 shot is $12.99. A 5 count box of 12 gauge deer slugs is $29.99. Both are some of the most commonly used rounds for shooting sporting clays, hunting small game, and/or deer. By passing this bill, Maryland hunters and shooters alike will be forced to pay on average 45% or higher in the case of non-lead blends like bismuth or tungsten, which are 5 times the cost of the current lead shot alternatives that we've been using for hundreds of years. It is not like the average hunter or shooter only uses a box or 2 a year. I shoot on average 6 cases of shells, which is 60 boxes of game loads each year. This does not include additional boxes used for deer hunting, turkey hunting, or waterfowl hunting. This will have a huge economic impact on an already stressed economy. You also have to take into account that the current ammunition manufacturers only produce a very limited supply of non-lead alternatives. By forcing Marylanders to use these alternatives, there will be a shortage, which will drive the prices even higher and make it almost impossible for some to find the rounds needed to hunt or shoot. Therefore, I must urge you to oppose Senate Bill 983. Thank you for your time.
Very much. Was Taylor McKee not here? Oh, you are here, Taylor. Okay. You were, all right. Well, then just hold on then for a moment. Colleagues, do we have any questions for those who are at the table? All right, Senator Lewis Young. Yep, Senator Lewis Young and then Senator Carozza.
Yeah, thank you. To those of you that are very concerned that hunting will decrease, are you aware of California's experience, 4.5 years worth of data, and they actually increased the number of hunters and hunting?
California's hunting community is mostly shooting high-powered center-fired rifles. The difference, what I explained, is Maryland, in majority of our counties, because of the population, we have to shoot shotgun slugs, which are large, very slow moving compared to the projectile they showed. very slow moving, and that's what makes it safe in the dense populated areas. Because it comes out, it's got a lot of force at 100 yards, it starts dying off, but it's only moving at 12 to 1,500 feet per second, compared to a high-powered rifle is 3,000 to 3,500 feet per second. Copper does work in a high-powered rifle, moving at those velocities. A large slug moving at the relatively slow speed will not expand. And what's going to happen is it's going to go through the deer. The deer will die a quarter mile away. People will not be recovering their deer because you're not going to get the expansion and the transfer of energy. To kill the deer, the bullet will go through, the copper slug in this case will go through, and the deer is going to take 5 to 10 seconds to die, even with a heart shot. But that deer can run a couple hundred yards. When a slug expands properly, it creates a hydrostatic shock, which shocks the nervous system and drops the deer. So instead of it running as it dies, it'll drop and die with a slug. Copper slugs, I've used a Remington copper solid years ago, which are now discontinued. We tried them. They did not work.
Okay.
They did not work. So,
All right, thank you.
think
I'm
you
sorry.
answered
Yeah, you
the
answered it.
question.
You did a
Okay.
great job of answering the question, I would say.
Yeah.
Senator Lewis Young, you have any more?
No.
Okay, thank you for your answers, sir. Senator Carozza?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to thank the panelists for staying here all day with us, and thank you for your testimony. My question is directed to Ms. Leaguer, and given your experience at the federal level and kind of knowing what's going on with other states, your written testimony encourages this legislature to work with the Department of Natural Resources to implement voluntary and incentive-based programs for the use of non-lead hunting ammunition versus implementing a mandated phase-out process, which would lead to the lead ban. Can you provide an example of, I know we talked a little bit, what these programs look like and what's going on in other states, focusing on the voluntary nature of it?
Absolutely. Thank you very much, Senator Carozza. States such as Arizona, Utah, and California have created incentive-based programs, as you mentioned, and I had mentioned in my written testimony, that either provide free non-lead hunting ammunition or also the ability to provide hunters like a rebate program so they can prove that they purchased non-lead ammunition for hunting. They go and they get, like a rebate program through either that state's Department of Natural Resources, or so on and so forth. And again, in my testimony, I did provide stating if the committee was interested, and I could provide some email examples to you all, which I'm more than happy to send you specifics in the favor of time here. So I can.
And just one brief follow-up.
Sure.
All those states that you mentioned,
Mhm.
those are voluntary programs.
Yes, they are. Yes, thank you.
All right, thank you so very much, panel, for your patience and sharing. Any other questions, colleagues, for this panel? Okay, thank you so much. I think we're all set here. We do have two more, though, in-person witnesses. Mr. McKee did show up, so Mr. McKee, come on up. And Senator Pica, are you come up as well?
Sure, thank you.
All right, and what's your name, sir? John Jocelyn. Okay, we don't have your name here, but come on up. All right, well, let's go ahead and get started. Is it?
Mr. Chairman, Taylor McKee with the National Rifle Association. Thank y'all for having me tonight. I don't think I can say much more than has already been said. Just on behalf of our thousands of members in Maryland, we're opposed to this legislation. The rule would have negative and unjustified impacts on hunters and wildlife conservation. Mandating the removal of lead and replacing with other materials would be extremely costly to the manufacturers and ultimately to those purchasers who are simply trying to exercise their hunting rights. This would lead to a reduction in ammo sales and negatively impact conservation funding. As I'm sure was already stated, the Pittman-Robertson Act of 1934 has raised billions of dollars, and there's no better conservationists than hunters and outdoorsmen. For these reasons and those previously stated, we oppose the legislation.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Senator?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. John Pica, on behalf of National Shooting Sports Foundation. Lead paint ingested by children and lead exposure to refinery workers bears no relevance to this bill at all from fragments from one bullet. In terms of venison, I'm not aware of a single study that shows increased blood levels in individuals who eat donated venison. The state of Iowa conducted such a study. The Centers for Disease Control has never identified lead ammunition as a health risk. And I too, Mr. Chairman, oppose this bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Sorry, sir, I didn't see your name, but go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. John Jocelyn, 2A Maryland, in opposition to Senate Bill 983. We are not opposed to protecting the ecology. Hunters, as you already heard, we are great defenders of the ecology and wildlife. But there are some technical problems with what's being proposed. Maryland is not like California. Our terrain is different, the hunting ranges are different, the firearms and cartridges are different. Two of the most popular cartridges that we have in deer hunting circles are the 30-30 Winchester and the 35 Remington. Both of them are excellent short-range brush gun cartridges. They do the job, they kill efficiently and humanely. However, the 30-30 dates back to 1895 and the 35 Remington to 1906. In that era, they did not envision ever needing anything other than lead bullets. Consequently, these rifles can't handle some of the copper ammunition. I looked for my own 35 Remington to see if I could find factory-made copper bullets or non-lead bullets, if you will. None were available. I did find a manufacturer who would order specials. They're expensive, but you can get them. But here's the downside. It requires a 1 in 10 twist. My rifle is 1 in 16, which is to say the twist of the rifling, which stabilizes the bullet, much like a quarterback throws a football, is too slow. The bullet's going to start cartwheeling. It will become inaccurate. It will become erratic, and it will not have the efficiency it needs and will end up with more wounded deer. So technologically, you can legislate it, but technologically, the firearm can't handle that projectile because it was never intended to. I believe that if you do go forward with this, you need the right language that allows you to use the standard ammunition if your rifle is incapable of handling the ammunition that's currently being required to be lead-free. I think that's an equitable compromise for those who have these rifles, and there are 1,000 of them out there. On that grounds, I rest my case. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you so much. Are there any questions for the last of our in-person witnesses? Yes, Senator Croza.
Thank you. I'll be brief. And maybe this should be raised to the Mr. McKee, since I think with NRA, you probably know what's going on in some other states. I noticed in the Maryland Department of Natural Resources letter of information, they said that they recommend action being taken at the federal level regarding the phasing out of lead ammunition. And they mention in here that it would bring, a federal approach would bring consistency across states. Do you have any views on that statement? And then also, do you have any experience or observations on the voluntary programs that have been mentioned by the prior witnesses?
If it's going to be done, I think it needs to be done on a consistent basis. So the federal approach would probably be best. I don't think it's realistic, and we wouldn't advise or suggest that we do this. As far as the California approach, I'm not very aware. I just have the Mid-Atlantic region, so I'm not terribly aware of all the legislation going on out there.
And so you don't have any observations on the voluntary program that they're talking about?
Voluntary would be the way to go, as far as we're concerned. We don't believe mandating the transition to these other metals is the way to do it.
Yeah, thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Are there any other questions for these in-person witnesses? Hearing none, we do have our last witness of the day, virtual unfavorable, B. Frederick. You're on.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for the opportunity to testify today in opposition to Senate Bill 983. My name is B. Frederick, and I am the Eastern States and Local Liaison for Safari Club International. In your packet, you have the written testimony from our CEO, and respectfully ask for an unfavorable report on this bill. Simply put, this legislation is unwarranted, and the result of prohibiting lead ammo would be a decline in hunter recruitment and participation due to high cost and low availability of non-lead ammo, as well as the resultant declines of conservation funding and hunters' role as a management tool, all of which must be weighed against the potential benefits from mandated lead phase out for all hunting across the entire state. Those benefits are far more limited than what is being claimed. According to emerging research, there are weak population level effects for affected species due to lead ammo, primarily scavenging birds like eagles. Lead ammo exposure has not caused significant population decline for eagles. Instead, ingestion of lead ammo has slowed the population growth rate of eagles by 4 to 6%. For example, a previous study showed slowing the population growth of eagles in the Northeast, though the number of breeding pairs of eagles in the Northeast increased tenfold from 147 to nearly 1,500 from 1990 to 2018. The previous study from 2022 cited by proponents of the bill mentioned evaluated lead levels in 1,210 bald and golden eagles in 38 states, which found that growth rates, not population levels, were suppressed by 0.8% by golden eagles and 3.8% for bald eagles. The U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, after being petitioned to ban lead on all wildlife refuges, declined to institute a blanket mandate and instead chose to adopt lead restrictions on a few refuges. The service's advisory committee also did not recommend an across-the-board mandate. Rather, they recommended incentive and educational-based voluntary transitions and advancing science-based decisions. SCI also supports voluntary programs whereby hunters are educated and incentivized to switch to non-lead ammo. Blanket bans on lead ammunitions are not required by the science on lead ammunition exposure, and any such bans are likely to have more negative impacts than positive ones. There's been misleading information about the impacts of lead ammo on the environment and human health. We simply do not see the studies showing that hunters are getting sick directly from ingesting game meat that has been harvested with lead ammo. And as mentioned, the CDC makes no mention of lead and game meat as a human health issue on its website. State wildlife agency professionals.
You're almost there?
Yeah.
Are you almost there?
Yes, sir.
Okay, now we really appreciate you and all the witnesses. Any questions for the witness? Okay, that will conclude the hearing on Senate Bill 983. Back to you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay,